The sky of the great Yi-Xian dynasty seemed to be splashed with ink. The pitiful light of the purple star was tightly wrapped by dense layers of black clouds, suffocating it. Several blood-red demon stars dragged long, ominous tails, scratching the ground like ghost claws. The wind whimpered over the barren mountains, rolling up a smell of rust and rotten wood, and drilling into the cracks in the walls of the dilapidated temple. Bang! The temple door was rotten and was suddenly knocked open. The person who rushed in was a middle-aged man Lingbai. The old blue official robe of the Si Tianjian on his body had long been rotten into rags, and the black mud and blood scabs were like maggots crawling on a dead person's face, more miserable than a beggar. The fatigue on his face was carved, but his eyes were burning with fire, and his throat was so anxious that it split. "Hurry! Get up! All of you get up!" He almost rushed in, his voice hoarse like sandpaper grinding iron. The evil spirit emitted by the Black Armor Guard is approaching, and it is only 10 miles away from here. If you hesitate and don't leave, you may be surrounded, and the consequences will be disastrous. The iron tower curled up next to the shrine bounced up instantly. Chun Taizhan, the guardian of the demon abyss rift, defied his superiors and was sent to this place to die. He desperately grasped a machete in his hand, with 7 or 8 cuts on the blade. The light of the wind lamp in the broken temple was angry, and the knife was exposed with green cold iron. Ling Zhubu, the Black Armor Guards are a bunch of bastards? Damn it, they are really haunting. Chun Tieshan's words were heavy and heavy, like the sound of rusty iron colliding together. Damn it. The handle of the knife made a cracking sound in his hand. "Father?" A voice of a teenager in the puberty period came from the corner. Ling Chun struggled to stand up with panic. His clothes were made of coarse cloth, and it was impossible to tell what color they were originally. His face was covered with mud, and only his eyes were frighteningly bright in the dim light. A woman wearing a faded purple silk Taoist robe stood up beside him. Lu Hanyan, Ling Chen's mother, had a stubborn spirit between her eyebrows, who was tortured to death by life. Lu Hanyan did not look at Ling Bai, nor did she look at Chun Taizhan, who was full of murderous intent. Her eyes were like being quenched by ice, and they were fixed directly on the person curled up in the shadows behind Ling Bai Lu Wujio, who was covered with greasy Taoist robes and was as thin as a bamboo pole. "Ha!" Lu Hanyan's sneer was short and sharp. "Brother Lu, your divination of divine calculation is really accurate. You calculated that Ziwei was covered with dust and that the evil star would hit the palace. How come you didn't calculate that we would be surrounded by the Black Armor Guards today, waiting to be beheaded and rewarded?" Lu Wujio's sallow and skinny face suddenly twitched, and his head almost buried in his chest. He trembled his lips and couldn't say a word. He tightly held the tattered Heavenly Secrets booklet, as if holding a life-saving straw. Lu Hanyan's voice suddenly rose, containing unforgettable malice. "If you hadn't calculated the fatal purple air comes from the east, hidden dragon in the abyss. Back then, it encouraged me to write a letter saying that the Emperor's star will move. How could we end up like this? The bowl of the Sishianjian was smashed, the family was raided, and we were driven into the ditch like a stray dog. Now it's all over. Even my life is at stake. What kind of bullshit heavenly secret is this?" Her voice was like a whip coated with poison that hit Lu Wujio hard, making him tremble all over and also made Ling Bai's already pale face even more bloodless. Ling Chun felt that his chest was very blocked, as if something was blocking his throat, like rotten cotton soaked in bitter water, and his fists were clenched tightly. "Enough!" Chun Taizhan roared like thunder, breaking Lu Hanyan's spell. His copper bell-like eyes swept across several panicked and desperate faces, and finally stared at Ling Chun. "Madam, what's the point of talking about this now? The knife is on my neck. It's the right thing to do to protect the young master and kill him." Young master. All eyes were heavily on Ling Chun. Escape? Where to escape? Outside, it was the Black Armor Guards. They were the cruelest and coldest minions in the court, specializing in killing monks and traitors. A group of people were stared at by them. A civil servant who was beaten to the point of being unable to get up. A female cultivator who was driven out of her home. A jailer who was dismissed from public office. A fortune teller who became crazy, plus him, a half-grown boy. He couldn't fly even if he had wings. In this suffocating despair, a bone-chilling murderous intent penetrated the wind-permeable walls of the dilapidated temple without warning. The bone-chilling coldness was like ice water in the coldest days of winter, suddenly invading everyone's bones. Danger! Chun Tieshan's pupils contracted sharply, and his muscles instantly tensed up like iron, and he quickly blocked his chest with his machete. Bang! 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 The crumbling door on the gate of the dilapidated temple, as well as the earth wall next to it, were smashed by a brutal and unreasonable force, and smoke and rubble rushed in like a rainstorm. The dazzling torchlight then brutally tore through the darkness in the temple, illuminating every face palely. In the smoke and dust, everyone was wearing heavy black armor, like a lump of iron crawling out of hell, blocking all the roads lifelessly. The standard long swords in their hands glowed coldly in the firelight, and the eyes behind the face armor showed no signs of life. They looked like a bunch of beasts waiting to be slaughtered. The leader was tall, with ferocious Bayan beast patterns carved on his black armor, and his shoulder armor was as thick as two small door panels. He walked forward slowly, his iron boots squeaked on the broken bricks and rotten wood. The ice spikes in his eyes swept over the guys in the temple, and finally stopped on Ling Bai's pale face, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Ling Zhubu, did you grease the soles of your feet? You run really fast. His voice was hoarse and rough, like a rusty iron sheet rubbed by sandpaper, hiding in the wild temple, wanting the clay Buddha to bless your cheekbones. He suddenly raised his voice and boomed like thunder. Kneel down. Tie him up. There are plenty of good wine and food in the prison of Fengtian Division to serve you. Ling Bai's body swayed. His teeth clenched tightly, his spine straightened, and Chen Taizhan let out a beast-like low roar from his throat. The joints of his body crackled, and the veins on his arm holding the knife burst out. A desperate and tragic spirit exploded, locking the black armor leader tightly. Lu Hanyan's face was as pale as a piece of gold paper. He subconsciously took a step forward and blocked in front of Ling Chun. A tiny and almost invisible cold air condensed in his sleeves. The black armor leader looked fierce and snorted. Don't cry until you see the coffin. Then he waved his hand and ordered, catch him. If there is resistance, behead him on the spot. Kill. Several black armor guards shouted together, like thunder rolling in a broken temple. The sound of iron boots stomping on the ground was dull, and the cold knife light tore the air. A strong smell of blood, like several black iron streams, hit Ling Bai and Chen Taizhan fiercely. Father, be careful. Ling Chen's eyes were about to burst open, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a cold hand. He wanted to rush, but his body was tightly held by Lu Hanyan. Get out of the way. Chen Taizhan roared like thunder. He did not retreat, but advanced. The broken, mountain-cutting knife in his hand drew a tragic arc of light that would die together. He slashed heavily at the Xuanjia guard who was rushing in front. The blade slashed on the Xuanjia, sparks flew, and there was a scraping sound that made people's teeth sour. The huge recoil force made Chen Taizhan groan, and the tiger's mouth instantly broke and blood rushed out. Almost at the same moment, the knife of another Xuanjia guard also followed the long knife and circled Chun Tieshan's waist like a poisonous snake. The cold tip of the knife slashed towards Ling Bai's neck with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Before the knife arrived, Ling Bai already felt a murderous aura that was cold to the bone passing through his neck and rushing straight to his forehead. It was over. Ling Chen's mind was empty, and fear and despair poured into his body like ice water from the top of his head. He could only watch the cold light representing death, which was less than a foot away. He could even see the cold eyes in the gap between the Xuanjia guard's face armor. At this critical moment, buzz, an indescribable and unimaginable tremor of terror suddenly exploded deep in Ling Chen's brows, like a dormant volcano that had suddenly been awakened, or like an endless galaxy churning in his mind. A cold, ancient, spiderweb-like bronze mirror fragment spun madly in the deepest part of his sea of consciousness. A torrent of broken memories that was enough to burst his soul suddenly poured into his consciousness as the mirror rotated. He saw it. He witnessed the indescribable Nine Heavens Palace, surrounded by fairy clouds, divine music, and immortal light flowing on the tiles. He witnessed the stars being moved at will by a giant hand like marbles, and the creatures of all realms bowed down in front of the throne, as small as dust. He saw a vague but overwhelming back figure that made all the heavens and the worlds kneel down, sitting on the top of the throne. wearing a nine-tasseled imperial crown on his head, a Xuanqiang star robe on his body, and a chaotic and primordial aura around him. The back figure turned slightly to the side, the outline of the side face. All the blood in Ling Chen's body surged up with a boom and turned into ice chips. He stared at the man holding a knife in front of him. His face was pale and his body was shaking slightly. It was his father Ling Bai. In the mirror, the supreme figure on the throne. The hazy and extremely majestic side face lines actually overlapped with his father's eyebrows and eyes at this moment. A shudder from the deepest part of his soul immediately spread throughout Ling Chen's body. The bronze mirror fragments in his sea of consciousness spun wildly. Many fragmented images, sounds, and thoughts rushed into his mind like a flood that broke through the dam. Emperor, the top of Xuanqiang, the lord of all realms. Imperial decree. All the stars in the sky, listen to my command. Traitors, it is you who betrayed the imperial court, betrayed Xuanqiang. Emperor, go quickly. Take the Samsara mirror. Go. Amidst the countless extremely chaotic fragments, a clear thought exploded in his sea of consciousness like thunder. Father, Ling Bai, it was the fallen Xuanqiang immortal emperor who ruled all realms and was high in the clouds. The reincarnation of the emperor's soul. This absurdity, but the irresistible sense of reality in the depths of his soul, made Ling Chen completely confused. The sudden change in his sea of consciousness made Ling Chen on the verge of losing his soul, and the killing situation in reality also reached a critical moment of life and death. The long sword of the Xuanjia guard carried the breath of death, less than 3 inches away from Ling Buji's throat. Ling Buji could feel the cold, killing intent coming from the blade, which was so cold that it pierced his heart. There was no escape, only despair and unwillingness. And Lu Hanyan let out a shrill scream and rushed towards Lu Qingchen regardless of everything. Chen Taizhan was firmly restrained by the 2 Xuanjia guards. He roared continuously, but he could not get away. He could only watch the sword light fall. The moment the blade was about to touch Ling Buji's neck, a sudden change occurred. In Ling Buji's eyes, which were originally panicked and desperate, there was a trace of ancient confusion that seemed to have crossed endless time and years. Like a stone thrown into deep water, it very lightly created a little ripple, very short, so short that almost no one cared. Then, his hands, which had been writing star maps for a lifetime, were now a little pale and trembling slightly. His fingertips suddenly moved lightly, as if he was brushing off a little dust on his clothes. Lacking the shocking light and majestic momentum, there was only an extremely slight sound. Ding. It was as crisp as glass falling to the ground. The Suanjiawi standard long sword made of refined steel and blessed with armor-breaking runes, which was enough to cut off the protective chi of the monks, was less than an inch away from Ling Bai's throat skin. Without any signs, it shattered inch by inch. It was not broken, it was not flying. It was like being pinched by an invisible big hand. Starting from the tip of the sword, it was slowly covered with countless tiny cracks. Then at that moment, it collapsed into countless tiny fragments with a cold metallic light. Clatter. Black sand that was broken into metal fragments fell and scattered on the ground under Ling Buji's feet. The black armor guard was motionless in the posture of swinging the knife forward. There was only boundless horror in the eyes behind the mask, and there was also disbelief. The knife had fallen out of his hand, and only a bare handle was left in his hand. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. All the sounds in the ruined Temple Chun Tieshan's roar Lu Hanyan's screams the heavy breathing of the black armor guards. The sound of burning torches all disappeared, and only the sound of metal and iron fragments falling was heard, like the whisper of death, knocking on everyone's heart. The sneer on the face of the leader of the black armor froze instantly, and the next second he became as scary as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Ling Bai's hands, which were still blank, as if he had no idea what he had done, and then stared fiercely at a pile of eye-catching debris on the ground. He suddenly felt a cold air piercing through his feet and the top of his head. What kind of magic is this? The deposed chief of the Sixianjian is so powerless. How is this possible? He clearly did not sense any spiritual power fluctuations from the other party. Ling Chen's heart was beating like crazy in his chest, about to explode. The broken bronze mirror in his sea of consciousness was shaking wildly, conveying an indescribable excitement and that admiration. What he saw just now, that was real his father's palm, That was not magic, that kind of Tao. That was deeply engraved in the soul. That was the authority that the supreme being should have, even if he was reincarnated, even if all the power disappeared. As long as the mark imprinted in the depths of his true spirit, he could burst out with amazing power at the critical moment of life and death. The leader of the black armor suddenly came back to his senses from the huge astonishment, and a fury of being fooled and oppressed rushed into his heart. Such a weird thing happening before his eyes was beyond his cognition, but he would not allow anything that he could not control to happen. The fierce light in his eyes burst out, just like a mad dog that was forced into a desperate situation. Shoot! He suddenly drew out his sword and roared hysterically with all his might, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Shoot them all! Shoot them all to death! Not one will be left alive." Yes, outside the ruined temple, dozens of black armored archers who had already drawn their bows and arrows responded in unison, their voices as cold as if they came from the underworld. The creaking sound of the bowstring being pulled to the full moon was endless, like death grinding its teeth. The crossbow arrows, which flashed with a cold blue light and were engraved with demon-breaking runes, instantly locked onto all the creatures in the ruined temple. Those eerie arrows, under the glow of the torches, were like the fangs of a poisonous snake. As long as an order was issued, this place would instantly become a Shura slaughterhouse. Lu Hanyan's face was pale, and there was only ashes in his eyes. Chun Taizhan shouted angrily, wanting to rush up to stop Ling Bai, but he knew that facing this overwhelming rain of magic-breaking arrows, his flesh and blood body and the broken knife in his hand were useless. Lu Wujiu was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, closing his eyes and waiting to die. The shadow of death has never been so heavy, pressing down heavily. Ling Chun felt cold all over, and the chills seemed to freeze all the blood in his body. The hairs on his body stood up, and the bronze mirror fragments in his sea of consciousness were spinning wildly. And countless messy fragments of memory were boiling and colliding like boiling water. In the vast and fragmented memory picture of the previous life, there was a particularly vague coordinate point full of strong spatial fluctuations, and a spark passed through the darkness. There was no time, it was almost over, and my mind seemed to be about to explode. The desire to survive and the strong call of the fragments in his sea of consciousness made him desperate at the critical moment. When the loud voice of the black armor leader was still vibrating in the air and the crossbowman's fingers had already hooked the hanging knife, he used all his strength to squeeze out all the fear and the faint hope from his chest, turning it into a shout that tore through the broken temple, and even drowned out the sound of the taut bowstring. "I know where the immortal ruins are. It's in this mountain." Chapter 2. The Ruins of the Immortal Realm. The piercing howl proclaiming knowledge of the Immortal Realm's ruins shattered the tense silence within the dilapidated temple like a sharpened needle. Dozens of taut crossbows glimmered with an eerie blue light, disorienting those who gazed upon them. The face of the armored leader, obscured by a half-masked visage, contorted grotesquely, his sword raised high as if prepared to strike down. Ling Chen's throat was parched, and his heart felt as though it might leap from his throat. He fixed his gaze upon the armored leader, wagering that the weight of the words Immortal Realm's ruins could quell the murderous intent of this assembly of living reapers, momentarily stalling their arrows. The hand of the armored leader hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty glinting in his predatory eyes, akin to a famished wolf catching the scent of a richer blood. Enraged, he retorted, "Nonsense. Do you truly believe a brat like you knows of the Immortal Realm's ruins? You might as well swallow my filth. It is right here in the burial of immortals." Ling Chen shouted back, his voice cracking, gesturing wildly towards the dark silhouettes of the mountains beyond the temple. "It's the absolute truth. If you kill me, that place will remain an eternal mystery. Aside from my father, I am the only one who knows how to enter." His mind raced, swallowing the memories of his father's past life, while instinctively leaning on the nearby Ling Bui. Ling Bui appeared peculiarly frozen, standing motionless with a pallid face and vacant stare, as if the energy of the earlier encounter had drained him entirely. It seemed as though something within his soul was tumultuously colliding, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and despair, utterly oblivious to Ling Chen's words. Lu Hanyan clutched her son's arm tightly, her grip so fierce that blood seeped from Ling Chun's skin, her nails embedded into her flesh. With uncertainty, she glanced between her son and her dazed husband, her lips trembling, rendered speechless. Chun Taizhan gasped heavily, his knife poised defensively, his wide eyes darting suspiciously between the father and son of the Ling family. On the ground, Lu Wujiao stared at Ling Chun as though he had encountered a specter. The armored leader's eyes shimmered with avarice and ferocity. The phrase immortal realms ruins tugging at him like a relentless tug of war. For any cultivator or faction of the Dashuan Knight immortal dynasty, it represented an irresistible temptation. Rumor had it that ancient immortal techniques, divine weapons, and even secrets of immortality were concealed within. If this lad spoke the truth suddenly, he turned sharply and bellowed towards the temple's exit. Stand down. Keep a close watch on them. Anyone who dares to move will be executed without mercy. The creaking tension of the bowstrings gradually relaxed. Although the bolts remained drawn, the suffocating pressure of imminent death lessened. The armored leader turned his gaze back to Ling Chen. His eyes, visible through the mask slits, fixed upon him like a serpent eyeing its prey. You better be truthful, or else, he chuckled coldly. The unspoken threat hanging in the air, sharper than any blade. Ling Chen, drenched in cold sweat, steeled himself and replied defiantly, Fine, I shall lead you. But you must guarantee that until we find the place, not a single hair on our heads shall be touched. The armored leader sneered, Humph. Don't even think about bargaining. Take them away, bind them tightly. Especially that brat and his father, they must be under strict surveillance. A number of armored guards surged forward, the iron chains clanging ominously. Do not disturb my father. Ling Chen swiftly positioned himself in front of Ling Bui. Lu Hanyin screamed as she rushed forward. What are your intentions? Chen Taishan roared, raising his blade, only to be immobilized by several crossbows aimed at his forehead. Behave yourself. The armored guards roughly shoved Lu Hanyin aside, the cold chains heavily clamped around Ling Buyi's wrists. Ling Buyi's gaze remained vacant, devoid of any reaction, resembling an exquisite puppet, entirely at the mercy of others. When it was Ling Chen's turn, the iron chains sent a shiver down his spine. Move. The head of the guards waved his hand, akin to herding sheep to slaughter. Ling Chen, his family, Chen Taishan, and the feeble Lu Wujiao were ushered deeper into the impenetrable darkness of the burial immortal ridge under the stern watch of dozens of armored guards. The mountain path twisted and turned, enveloped by towering ancient trees whose thick canopies nearly obscured the sky, leaving only the flickering, ominous shadows cast by the guards' torches. The scent of decaying leaves mingled with rust, filling the air with a chilling heaviness. Ling Chen's wrists ached from the chains, and his mind was in disarray. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror burned slightly in his consciousness, flooding him with chaotic and indistinct thoughts. Was the relic coordinate he had shouted in a moment of desperation genuine, or merely a hallucination from this shattered mirror's muddled memories? Had his father's recent display truly been the instinct of an immortal emperor? Why had he reverted to a wooden puppet now? The look in his mother's eyes as she gazed at his father was fraught with fear and unfamiliarity. Chinner. Lu Hanyin was shoved by an armored guard, causing her to lean towards Ling Chen. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with sorrow and dread. What happened to your father? Just now. That relic. You. Mother, do not ask. Ling Chen interrupted her, his voice hoarse. I do not know. We must take it one step at a time. Survival is paramount. He dared not elaborate further, fearing the guards eavesdropping nearby. Alas. Lu Hanyin gazed at her husband, now being supported by two armored guards, stumbling with vacant eyes. The man she once knew, who solely focused on stargazing and divination, seemed utterly lost. Chen Taishan walked beside Ling Chen, the clanking of chains resonating loudly. He tilted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ling Chen. His voice low and grave. Young master, just now. The master of the Celestial Bureau. That method, unheard of. Is the relic truly in this cursed place? Uncle Chen, trust me. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, though he felt no confidence in his own words. Bringing up the rear. Lu Wujiao fared the worst, stumbling with every step, nearly falling before being yanked forward by the armored guard behind him. His face was ashen, tightly clutching the tattered book, Heavenly Calculation, while muttering incessantly. Great calamity. Bloodlight soaring. Deadlock. No. No. Why is there a glimmer of life? Heavenly Calculation. All in disarray. Silence. You old charlatan. Speak another word, and I shall have you silenced. The armored guards, growing impatient, growled lowly as the hilt of a blade struck sharply against the waist of Lu Wujiao. The sharp pain elicited a cry of agony from him, nearly rendering him unconscious, compelling him to remain silent henceforth, his neck drawn in terror. The procession advanced amidst a suffocating silence, accompanied only by the heavy thuds of footsteps, the clinking of chains, and the crackling of burning torches. After traversing for half an hour, the mountain path became increasingly steep and treacherous. Suddenly, the leading guard halted, raising his torch with heightened vigilance. "Captain, something seems amiss ahead." The captain hurried forward, only to behold two lifeless bodies sprawled across the narrow mountain trail, his own sentinels. Their corpses were grotesquely contorted, necks severed with a faint hint of bluish energy lingering at the wounds, emanating an eerie and chilling scent. Qilon's sword aura. The captain's pupils constricted, his countenance darkening ominously as he abruptly glanced at the dense, shadowy forest flanking them. "Be vigilant, an ambush awaits. It must be the rabble of Qilon's sect." Before he could finish his warning, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air shattered the oppressive stillness as multiple streaks of azure sword light, akin to venomous serpents awakened from the depths of night, erupted from the shadows of the densely clustered treetops, targeting the captain and several elite guards within the ranks with lethal precision. Enemy attack. The armored guards reacted swiftly, raising their heavy shields and brandishing their long blades amidst furious shouts. The clashing of metal rang out violently as the azure sword light struck against their armor and shields, sparking brilliant flashes, a tremendous force reverberating through their ranks, causing several shield bearers to grunt in pain and stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, more figures clad in blue surged forth from the forest, their movements ghostly, each adorned in azure ropes, brandishing long swords as they engaged the outer guards in a fierce melee. The scene descended into chaos. "Protect the young master," Chen Taizan bellowed, disregarding the chains binding him, as he hurled a shoulder into a Qinglong disciple lunging at Ling Chen, sending him sprawling. "Mother, get down." Ling Chen acted swiftly, pinning the shocked Lu Hanyin to the ground, his own body pressing atop hers. The cold iron chains shackling his hands rendered him immobile, leaving him to observe the deadly dance of blades overhead. The captain cleaved through a treacherous beam of sword light, cursing at the fallen adversaries. "Qinglong sect scum, how dare you steal my glory? This merit belongs to the court." From the depths of the forest, a voice as chilling as a mountain spring drifted forth, unmasked in its derision. "The court? Huh. The hounds of the regime dare to meddle in the remnants of the celestial realm, leaving that father and son to serve as your dogs." The captain fumed with rage, bellowing, "Nonsense. Eliminate them all. Leave no survivors." In the ensuing tumult, the armored guards resembled a moving iron wall, their brutal swordsmanship imbued with the scent of blood from military combat, while the disciples of Qinglong's sect exhibited agile movements, their sword lights sharp and swift, expertly targeting the vulnerabilities of their foes. Ling Chen and his family, along with Lu Wujiao and Chen Taizan, found themselves caught in the midst of the fray, akin to a fragile boat adrift in a tempest, poised to be shattered at any moment. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed as Ling Bai was held by two armored guards, his expression vacant. Suddenly, he heard the name Qinglong's sect, and within the depths of his dazed eyes, a fleeting yet chilling glimmer emerged, as if a long-dormant glacier had cracked open. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted, an overwhelming, ferocious bellow that resonated like thunder from a clear sky, reverberating from the deeper, darker recesses of Zhongshan Ridge. The sound surged forth, shaking the entire forest, causing leaves to cascade down like a torrential rain. This roar carried an ancient, oppressive aura, as if a primordial beast of unfathomable terror had been roused, sending shivers through the souls of all present. Everyone embroiled in the battle paused. Whether the fierce combat of the armored guards or the piercing swordplay of the Qinglong sect disciples, their faces betraying sheer horror. The head of the armored guards abruptly turned towards the source of the roar, his face paling beneath the mask, his voice trembling. "The ancient monster of Zhongshan Ridge. How has it awakened?" Chapter 3. Your Majesty. The roar of the ferocious beast echoed like a thunderclap, dousing the chaotic battlefield with a chilling wave of dread. The shimmering light of the Qinglong sword froze in midair, while the heavy blade hung suspended, casting a pall over the scene. Each face drained of color, fixated on the pitch-black abyss within the burial immortal ridge, which consumed all light. A rancid stench of blood filled the air, steeped in a primal brutality that rendered the atmosphere nearly suffocating. "Run, run quickly." A tremor laced the voice of an unknown Xuanjia guard, quivering like a leaf in the wind. With an explosive sound, it was as though a fuse had been lit, shattering any thoughts of glory or relics. Self-preservation took precedence. The few Xuanjia guards, who had previously stood firm alongside the disciples of Qinglong's sect, now exhibited an astonishing synchrony, halting abruptly before dashing madly toward the source of the monstrous roar. "Protect the young master. Hurry." Chen Taizan was the swiftest, his coppery eyes ablaze with crimson fear. Ignoring the half-broken Xian iron chains binding his hands, he barreled into a Qinglan disciple in his path, effortlessly tossing Lu Wujiao onto his back as if he were a mere chick. "Chinner, hold on to your mother." Lu Hanyan's face was ashen. Yet the will to survive ignited an unprecedented strength within her. She clutched Ling Chen tightly, dragging him into the sparse woods away from the chaos. Ling Chen's mind buzzed. His legs felt weak, and he was nearly being yanked along by his mother's frantic pull. In the tumult, he instinctively glanced back at his father, Ling Bai. The two Xuanjia guards escorting him had long since succumbed to terror, fleeing for their lives, oblivious to Ling Bai's plight. Ling Bai stood alone, his vacant gaze seemingly severed from the surrounding turmoil and the looming menace above, resembling a forgotten statue amidst the storm. "Father!" Ling Chen's heart shattered, his voice a desperate cry. "Forget it. Run." Lu Hanyan's tone turned shrill, laced with an uncharacteristic urgency as her nails dug into Ling Chen's flesh, holding him fast. "He is not right. He is not your father anymore." At that moment, a swift azure figure dashed past, heading straight for the bewildered Ling Bai's. It was the owner of the chilling voice, a stern-faced female cultivator from the Qinglan sect. "Master has commanded. Return him," she barked, her fingers like talons, channeling a fierce energy as she lunged for Ling Bai's shoulder. Just as her glowing fingertips were about to graze his garments, in the depths of Ling Bai's vacant gaze, a flicker of icy menace suddenly intensified. Without warning, he made the slightest shift of his body, an almost imperceptible movement. Yet, with a sharp sound akin to tearing silk, the fierce claw of the Qinglan female cultivator collided with an invisible wall, bristling with sharp barbs, and was instantly torn to shreds. A muffled groan escaped her lips. As though struck by lightning, her entire arm engulfed in excruciating pain, retreating in disarray, her eyes reflecting sheer terror and hopelessness as they locked onto Ling Bai. Ling Bai's gaze remained vacant, as if swept away by a fallen leaf. The disciples of Qinglan's sect gasped, "Senior sister," and rushed forward. "Stop. Do not approach him." The female cultivator clutched her painfully numb arm, her voice transformed, filled solely with incredulous terror. She cast a fierce glance at Ling Bai, then glared at Ling Chen, who had been dragged into the dense forest by Lu Hanyan, gritting her teeth and commanding, "Retreat. Let us leave this cursed place." Without hesitation, she led the remaining disciples away, fleeing like frightened dogs. Ling Chen was desperately pulled by his mother, running clumsily through the slick, decaying leaves and gnarled tree roots. Behind them, Qin Taizhan, carrying the unconscious Lu Wujiao, panted heavily as he pursued. The terrifying roars grew ever closer, accompanied by the thunderous crashing of splintering trees and the earth's faint tremors, while a nauseating, bloody wind whipped through the air, stinging their faces. "This way. Quickly." Lu Hanyan, drawing from her years of training, struggled to discern their direction and sped towards a narrow crevice she remembered. The three of them tumbled and crawled, awkwardly squeezing into the barely passable fissure. Chen Tieshan's robust form was forced through, dislodging loose stones that cascaded down. Shortly after, they heard an inhuman, chilling scream accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. A roar erupted, reverberating against the rock walls, as a violent gust of wind surged forth, carrying shards of stone and foul saliva from the narrow opening. Lu Hanyan tightly covered Ling Chen's mouth, and the three huddled in the depths of the crevice, too terrified to breathe. The oppressive darkness enveloped them, their hearts pounding like war drums, while the ominous sounds of the creature outside, crunching and shifting, sent shivers down their spines. As the external horrors gradually faded, only silence and a thick scent of blood remained. "Has it gone?" Chen Tieshan's voice was hoarse and dry, trembling with the relief of survival. Lu Hanyan released her grip, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Ling Chen's back pressed against the cold stone wall, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, his heart still racing. The fragment of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness pulsed slightly warm, transmitting a chaotic blend of fear and inexplicable exhilaration. "Father," Ling Chen's voice quivered, tinged with tears. Lu Hanyan seized his arm, her eyes glinting fiercely in the darkness, filled with a near-manic determination. "Chinner, listen to me. Forget him. From this moment on, he does not exist. Do you understand? He is not your father. He is not human. Did you see clearly? That was no human. It is a monster, a malevolent spirit." Her tone was sharp and fearful. "But mother." "No, but..." Lu Hanyan interrupted sharply, her nails digging painfully into Ling Chen's skin. "Remember, we must live. You and I must survive. Leave this place, find somewhere unknown, and live peacefully." At that moment, A painful groan escaped from Qin Tieshan's back as Lu Wujiao gradually awakened, his waxen face resembling that of a ghost. In the dim light, he gazed around in confusion before suddenly remembering. Clutching the tattered book Tianji Yin in his arms, his body trembling uncontrollably, and muttering nervously, "The Emperor. The Emperor star. Dim. Yet, it shines again. Bloodlight soaring into the sky. Purple aura. Coming from the east, all in chaos. All chaos. The lurking dragon. The lurking dragon in the abyss." He abruptly lifted his head, his bleary eyes fixated on Ling Chun, his tone rising sharply. Imbued with a sickly fervor, "The lurking dragon in the abyss. The lurking dragon in the abyss, Your Majesty." Ling Chun felt a shiver run down his spine under the madman's gaze. "Master Lu, cease your nonsense." Yet, Lu Wujiao seemed oblivious. Struggling to roll off Qin Tieshan's back and prostrating himself on the gravel at Ling Chin's feet, forcefully pressing his head against the hard ground. His voice hoarse but fervent. "Your Majesty, I, Lu Wujiao, pay my respects to you." The heavenly secrets reveal themselves. The purple aura comes from the east. Though the Emperor star is dim, the lurking dragon is in the abyss. Your Majesty is the destined heir of heaven and should inherit the throne of Xian Kong, reclaiming dominion over heaven and earth. His sudden outburst resonated like thunder in the deathly silence of the crevice. "Old madman, be silent," Qin Taizan exclaimed, both alarmed and enraged. Reaching out to cover Lu Wujiao's mouth, Lu Hanyin trembled with fury, pointing at Lu Wujiao. "Lu Wujiao, how long do you intend to endanger us? What nonsense about imperial authority? Do you wish for my son to march to his death?" Yet Lu Wujiao abruptly lifted his head. His waxen face illuminated by an unnatural glow, his gaze frenzied. "Madam, you are deluded. Your Majesty possesses the blood of the Xiankong Emperor, and the reincarnation mirror has recognized its master. This is heaven's will. How can one defy it? Where can we hide? Outside awaits the hounds of the heavenly court, the wolves of Qinglan's sect, and the malevolent spirits of Zhongxian Ridge. Only by following the heavenly mandate and gathering fortune can we hope for survival. Your Majesty must reclaim the throne and grasp the reincarnation mirror to awaken the true spirit of the Emperor. This is our sole chance for survival." His excitement escalated, spittle flying as he declared, "Zhongxian Ridge. Zhongxian Ridge is the land of Your Majesty's resurgence. That relic. Within that relic surely lies the Emperor's legacy. I will risk my life to help Your Majesty find the relic. Ascend to the throne. You must ascend to the throne." "Ascend to the throne?" Lu Hanyin reacted as though she had heard the greatest joke in the world, her lips quivering with anger. "Here? With just us? Lu Wujiao, have you lost your wits?" "No, the time is ripe. The place is advantageous." Lu Wujiao suddenly pointed outside the crevice, which remained shrouded in darkness. "The fierce beasts have driven away our foes. This place is a turning point for survival, the perfect moment for the hidden dragon to emerge." He struggled to rise, disregarding the wounds on his body, shouting at Qin Taizan, "Taizan, you were once the most loyal and valiant guardian of the Emperor. Have you forgotten the glory of the imperial court? Forgotten who saved your entire camp from the maw of the abyss? Now, with the imperial blood in hand, do you wish to become a treacherous and ungrateful wretch?" Qin Tieshan's massive frame suddenly trembled, his tiger-like eyes widening as he fixated intently on Ling Chun. He glanced at the seemingly deranged Lu Wujiao, then cast his gaze upon the suffocating darkness outside, tinged with a faint scent of blood. His expression contorted as memories of the blood-soaked battle at the abyssal rift resurfaced, visions of the godlike Xuanqiang Emperor, who had descended to quell the demonic forces and save them, juxtaposed with the eerie image of Ling by wielding a shattered blade with indifference, and the pulsating fragments of the reincarnation mirror in Ling Chen's consciousness clashing violently in his chaotic mind. "Ah!" Qin Taizan let out a primal roar, collapsing to one knee. The broken segment of the dark iron chain clattered loudly as he lifted his head, bloodshot eyes filled with struggle, fear, confusion, ultimately succumbing to a near-desperate madness. "The Xuanjia Guard." Qin Taizan. His voice was dry and heavy, akin to the grinding of rusted iron. "I am willing to pledge my loyalty to the young master. To restore the imperial court, you have all gone mad." "Mad?" Lu Hanyin gazed at the two kneeling figures, feeling the world spin around her, a chill enveloping her. Ling Chun felt as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, the cold seeping through him as he witnessed his mother's anguished despair, Lu Wujiao's pathological fervor, and Qin Tieshan's ultimate submission after struggle. In his mind, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror surged with brilliance for an instant, revealing a shattered image. Amidst an endless sea of corpses and blood, a blood-stained imperial throne hovered ominously. At that moment, thud, Another figure collapsed heavily before Ling Chun. It was the small captain of the Xuanjia Guard, who had retreated from the blow of a female cultivator from the Qinglan sect and taken refuge in a nearby crevice. His armor was torn, his face smeared with blood. And having heard the earlier conversation, his eyes now reflected only a desperate wish for survival and terror at Ling Bai's previous strange display of power. Your Majesty. He trembled uncontrollably, his forehead pressed against the shattered stones. This humbled Zhao Heihu. I am willing to submit. I beg your Majesty for mercy. Spare this humble dog's life. I would gladly shed my blood for your Majesty's cause. Ling Chun regarded the three kneeling figures before him. A frenzied diviner, a struggling warrior, a terrified defector. Within the depths of the burial immortal ridge, in the narrow and frigid crevice, the scent of blood still fresh, the roars of beasts echoing in his ears. Ascending the throne? An absurdity, yet it bore a weight of destiny that choked him, leaving him breathless. Lu Hanyan looked upon her pale son, then at the three kneeling figures, and the last glimmers of light in her eyes dimmed, leaving only the ashen despair of resignation. She forced a bitter smile, her body sliding down the rock wall in surrender. However, Lu Wujiao abruptly lifted his head, his back straightening like a drawn bow, his waxen face glowing with the light of a martyr. He raised the tattered Tianjin high, its echoes resonating in the narrow crevice, his voice unyielding as that of a madman. The auspicious moment has arrived. I beseech your Majesty to ascend the throne. Chapter 4. The Hidden Truth, a voice, resonating with fervent madness, tore through the crevices of the stone, urging the emperor to ascend. It collided with the frigid stone wall, producing a low hum that filled the air with a chilling stillness, broken only by Zhao Heihu's labored breaths and the clanking of Chen Tai's chains. Ling Chen leaned against the cold stone, a shiver coursing from his tailbone to his forehead. He gazed at the three kneeling figures before him, a charlatan, a fierce soldier, and a surrendered foe, resembling three charred briquettes, trembling as if drawn taut like a bowstring. In the depths of the buried Immortals' ridge, the scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the sounds of the ancient creatures outside gnawing on bones still lingered in the air. Ascend? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, attempting a smile that only manifested as a derisive snort. Absurd. More ludicrous than being coerced into performing a chest-crushing act at a corporate annual meeting. Lu Hanyan sat despondently to one side, her eyes vacant like two dry wells. She gazed at her son, her lips moving silently, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. It was over. There was no escape. Her life felt ensnared by an invisible thread, tightening with every struggle. Your Majesty. Yet Lu Wujiao appeared invigorated, his sallow complexion glowing with an unnatural flush. He held the tattered Tianjin, as if it were a precious jade tablet, saliva nearly spraying onto Ling Chun's face. The hidden truth is revealed. Though the imperial star may dim, the purple aura rises from the east. The concealed dragon is present. Now is the time to seek the legacy of the emperor and restore the fortunes of the Xuanxiang. The ruins within the buried Immortals' Ridge are your Majesty's land of dragon's ascent. This old minister will risk his life to help your Majesty uncover it. Ruins? A fragment of a shattered mirror ignited in Ling Chen's mind, a vague coordinate flashing momentarily. His heart skipped a beat. Could this madman have stumbled upon some truth? Uncle Lu, Ling Chen's throat felt dry. Even if there are ruins, how can we find them? Outside. The Feng Tian division and Qinglan sect, that flesh-eating monster. Someone. Chen Taizan suddenly growled, akin to a frenzied leopard, springing to his feet. The iron chain snapped taut, his gaze fixated on the moving shadow at the entrance of the crevice. Silence enveloped them. Even Zhao Heihu ceased his sifting. Lu Hanyan instinctively pulled back toward Ling Chun, her fingertips glinting with cold light once more. It's me. Do not strike. It's a comrade. A terrified voice, tinged with a sob, pierced the stillness. A figure, mired in mud and blood, stumbled forth, the captain of the Xuanjia guards, half of his armor rent asunder. He approached like a wretched stray, collapsing at Ling Chen's feet, repeatedly bowing in supplication. Your Majesty, have mercy. Spare my life. I, Zhao Heihu, willingly submit. Truly submit. I beseech your Majesty for mercy. Grant me a chance to live. With blood streaming from his forehead, fear gripped him as the haunting screams of his comrades echoed outside, accompanied by the unsettling sound of the ancient monster grinding its teeth. The loyalty to the court was utterly crushed, leaving only a primal instinct for survival akin to that of a maggot. The crevice grew increasingly silent, save for the sound of Zhao Heihu's bowing and his labored breaths. Lu Wujiao's murky old eyes flicked between Zhao Heihu and Ling Chun, and suddenly, He broke into a grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth, resembling a cunning old fox. General Zhao is wise to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. Excellent. Truly splendid. His Majesty has just ascended the throne, a prime moment for employing capable individuals. General Zhao, your familiarity with the paths of the Feng Tian division and the hounds outside is invaluable at this juncture. He then turned his gaze towards Ling Chen, his voice dripping with temptation. Your Majesty, destiny has aligned, and assistance has arrived. With the courage of General Chen, the wisdom of General Zhao, and this old minister's modest foresight, how could we possibly fail to uncover the legacy of the emperor? Legacy? Zhao Heihu abruptly lifted his head, his bloodied face revealing a glimmer of avarice. Your Majesty, do you truly know where that celestial relic is located? Ling Chen remained silent, fixated on Lu Wujiao's fervently distorted expression. This old charlatan, with mere words, had ensnared a terrified subordinate into his dubious scheme, and Ling Chen felt as if he were being roasted over a fire. Your Majesty, Lu Hanyan began, her voice tinged with a resigned numbness. Given the circumstances, Mother, I beseech you for but one thing. She raised her gaze to Ling Chen, her eyes reflecting a chaotic amalgamation of emotions: fear, despair, ultimately converging into a mother's unique, unwavering determination. Marry, swiftly, immediately, at once. Ling Chen was utterly bewildered. What was the connection here? They had been discussing ascension and the search for relics, and now the conversation had abruptly shifted to marriage. Lu Hanyan gripped Ling Chen's wrist with astonishing strength. Listen to Mother. You must marry. It must be someone of significance, preferably a scion of an ancient lineage bearing a legacy of spiritual veins. The sooner, the better. My lady, what is the meaning of this? Lu Wuji was equally taken aback. Why? Ling Chen was even more confused. Chenner, the essence within your sea of consciousness, and your father are not things mere mortals can possess. That is, the blood of the emperor, the blood of Xuanqiong is awakening. Imperial blood is overwhelmingly potent. Without a matching powerful spiritual vein to nurture it, it will reduce you to ashes, just as your father is now. As she spoke, a shiver ran through her body, as if she recalled something profoundly terrifying. Blood backlash. Lu Wujiao felt a chill, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. My lady, are you suggesting that the Master's spirit is so muddled because the imperial blood is awakening too rapidly without a corresponding spiritual vein to calm and harmonize it? What else could it be? Lu Hanyan retorted sharply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He is not possessed by any malevolent spirit. He is on the verge of being overwhelmed by the very power awakening in his bloodline. Currently, Chen finds herself untroubled, for that object, the mirror, has been suppressing her. However, when the imperial blood awakens further, and the mirror can no longer contain it. Her words trailed off. Yet the assembled crowd grasped the terrifying implication. Ling Chen would follow in his father's footsteps, perhaps facing an even graver fate. A chill swept over Ling Chen's feet, and even the fragment of the reincarnation mirror in his sea of consciousness seemed to quiver in response to his dread. Imperial blood? Reduced to ashes? What kind of absurd boon is this? How should one respond? Chen Taizhan fell into a state of urgency, his eyes wide as saucers. Find her. Immediately. Lu Hanyan declared with unwavering resolve. We must locate a woman bearing an ancient, pure spiritual vein and have her absorb a portion of the imperial blood into her spiritual essence. It is the only way. Otherwise, Chen will surely perish. Are you not capable of discerning the heavenly secrets? Which families in the vicinity of the burial of immortals possess such women? We must act swiftly. Lu Wuji was forced back a step by Lu Hanyan's piercing gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He hastily flipped through the tattered tome, Tianji Yin, his fingers trembling as they skimmed the pages, muttering to himself, spiritual vein, ancient, pure, harmonized with imperial blood. Got it. He abruptly halted, a dazed expression transforming into one of brilliance as he exclaimed, 3 Li to the east, Ji Luo Valley. Within resides a secluded clan, the Dantai family, descendants of the ancient water deity. Their women naturally possess the pure water spiritual vein, the most gentle and pristine, able to harmonize with the overwhelming and dominating essence of the imperial family. The Dantai clan? Zhao Heihu interjected suddenly, his expression peculiar. I know of them. That family is most peculiar. They guard a decrepit water pool and seldom venture out. Previously, the Feng Tian sought to invite their clan's healer. Yet several individuals fell ill inexplicably before reaching the valley. Indeed, it must be them, Lu Wujiao exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement, his spittle flying. The pure water spiritual vein. Without a doubt. Heaven bless His Majesty. This woman shall undoubtedly be the Empress, capable of resolving His Majesty's urgent plight. Sees her? Chen Taizhan inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. In such circumstances, the meaning of the term invite was unmistakable. Lu Wujio's expression hardened, radiating righteousness. What do you mean by sees? His Majesty is the reincarnation of the Xinkong Emperor, bestowed with divine mandate, master of reincarnation. A mere woman from a secluded clan. Serving the heavenly emperor and sharing the imperial blood is her destined fortune, the utmost honor for her entire clan. We are here to welcome the Empress. Oh. Welcome. Yes, welcome. Zhao Heihu hastily nodded, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles. His Majesty is blessed beyond measure. If that Dan Tai woman could serve His Majesty, it would be as if our ancestors were blessed. I shall lead the way to escort His Majesty to receive the Empress. Ling Chen surveyed the absurd scene before him, a charlatan babbling about divine will, a fierce soldier pondering how to extend an invitation, and a fallen soldier lavishly flattering. While his mother was tacitly endorsing the banditry to save his life. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet found his throat constricted, as if blocked. Refuse it. Lu Hanyan's eyes were filled with palpable fear and despair. The backlash of imperial blood, reduced to ashes. This threat loomed like a sword above. Lu Hanyan clutched Ling Chen's cold hand tightly, her voice imbued with an undeniable determination and a barely perceptible tremor. Chen'er, there is no time left. Regardless of your identity as the reincarnation of an imperial sovereign, all I know is that you must survive. General Chen, General Zhao, Brother Lu, this task is entrusted to you. Please ensure the swift return of this young lady from the Danai family. Chen Taizhan clasped his fists, the chains clinking. Rest assured. My lady, I shall do everything in my power to bring the Empress back. Zhao Heihu pounded his chest in assurance. Leave it to me, I will guarantee its success. Even Lu Wujio's aged face flushed with excitement. I shall calculate the most suitable route and timing, ensuring absolute precision. Your Majesty, do remain calm. The Empress will return in the imminent future. Watching the three of them emerge from the crevice with fervor, disappearing into the shadowy depths of the burial of Immortals Ridge. Ling Chen felt as though the world was spinning. He leaned against the cold stone wall, gazing at his mother Lu Hanyan's weary and anxious profile. Then looked down at his own hand, pale as snow. Within his sea of consciousness, fragments of the reincarnation mirror were riddled with cracks, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Seizing the Empress? The Xinkong imperial sovereign's journey began with a kidnapping to resolve the crisis of existence. Could this path to immortality be any more absurd? Chapter 5. The marriage. The lingering echo of welcome, Emperor and Empress had yet to dissipate when Chen Taizhan and Zhao Heihu, akin to two famished wolves catching the scent of blood, plunged deeper into the dense, miasma-laden woods of the burial Immortals Ridge. Lu Wujiao clutched the tattered heavenly mechanism. Muttering cryptic directions, her waxen visage illuminated by the dim light, resembling a harbinger of doom, leaning against the frigid stone wall. Ling Chen felt an icy chill seeping through his very bones. What was this? The backlash of imperial blood, reduced to ashes? What in the world was happening? Others traversed realms to cultivate immortality, either receiving divine powers from the heavens or being graced by ethereal beauties. Yet he found himself ensnared by a band of lunatics who thrust him onto the throne, ultimately relying on a hostage empress for his survival. The grandeur of the Xuanqiang emperor had crumbled to nothingness. Lu Hanyan settled beside him, draping a somewhat intact old Taoist robe around his shoulders with awkward movements. Avoiding his gaze. Instead, her eyes fixated on the lifeless expanse beyond the rock crevice, where the immense treetops fragmented the sky into disjointed pieces. Her voice rasped like sandpaper. Chen'er, do not blame your mother. She only wishes for your well-being. Her hand felt icy, trembling slightly. Ling Chen parted his lips, yearning to voice his grievances, yet found himself choked with emotion, unable to utter a sound. Who could he blame? The inexplicable imperial blood that had fallen upon him? Or his father, who perpetually abandoned him? Perhaps this wretched fate itself? Time crawled in the oppressive silence, punctuated only by Lu Wujia's rustling pages and the stifled gasps of Sun Keizi. A wounded soldier in Zhao Heihu's ranks, each second akin to a dull blade slicing flesh. Uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps half a day, the thick, inky darkness outside finally stirred. A heavy dragging sound accompanied by muffled sobs, rather than footsteps. Chen Taizhan's towering figure was the first to squeeze through the narrow crevice. Resembling a moving iron wall, bearing a slight figure draped in a vast, muddy, grass-strewn robe, revealing only a head of damp, seaweed-like hair. His movements were slow, even clumsily deliberate, Following closely was Zhao Heihu, whose expression bore a mix of pride and trepidation, wielding a sharpened wooden stick stained with deep brown blood. Behind him trailed a similarly disheveled soldier clad in dark armor, both men supporting a young maid dressed in a short blue tunic. She appeared as pale as parchment. Her lips bloodied from biting, her eyes wide with the terror of a startled fawn, her body trembling incessantly. "Your Majesty, I have not failed you," Zhao Heihu exclaimed, collapsing to his knees, his voice cracking with excitement and exhaustion. "We have brought her, the daughter of the Danai family, and a maidservant to accompany her." Lu Wujiu sprang to her feet, her murky eyes suddenly ablaze with a terrifying brilliance, fixating on the figure wrapped in Chintai's embrace, exclaiming, "The pure water spirit vein! Indeed, even from afar, I sense this gentle, ethereal aura. Heaven bless the Emperor! Heaven bless the Imperial Court!" Chintai's did not acknowledge Zhao Heihu's flattery, nor did he respond to Lu Wujiu's words. He gently placed the girl down, his movements so delicate that they belied the large, flowing black robe he wore, which had been pulled aside to reveal a face marred by mud yet still strikingly beautiful. Appearing no older than 15 or 16, her finely drawn features were tightly shut, long eyelashes adorned with droplets of unshed tears and moisture, her complexion pale, as if translucent, resembling a fragile porcelain beauty. What would have happened to her? Lu Hanyan hurried forward, her voice tinged with anxiety. This was her son's glimmer of hope. "Return her, madam." Chintai's spoke in a low tone, tinged with barely perceptible annoyance. "This girl, her temperament is too fiery. Upon seeing us by the cold pool outside Luo Valley, she lunged in head first. When we finally retrieved her, she was choking terribly, frightened and panicked, and fainted away." The cold pool? Ling Chen's mind buzzed at the mention. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, the fragments of the silent reincarnation mirror trembled abruptly. A chill, sharp yet curiously soothing, emanated from the unconscious girl, drifting gently into his awareness, as if his veins, stirred by the imperial blood, were suddenly met with a refreshing mist in a parched desert, providing a moment of respite. The pure water spirit pulse. Ling Chen's heart trembled with shock. Lu Wujiu, that old madman, had indeed hit the mark. Lu Wujiu had leaned in closely, reaching for the girl's wrist to ascertain her condition, but Chintai's furrowed his brow and instinctively stepped in to block him. "Master Lu, she has just been rescued. She is still frightened." Lu Wujiu glared in displeasure. "I merely wish to check for any damage to her spirit pulse." "Silence all of you," Lu Hanyan commanded sharply, crouching down to gently probe the girl's breath and pulse. Thankfully, it was merely shock from the cold water. She had temporarily lost consciousness. "General Chen, you acted rightly. She is unharmed." She exhaled in relief, turning to the trembling maid who had been propped up nearby. "You, come here. Take good care of your young mistress." The maid, pushed by Zhao Heihu, stumbled to the girl's side, trembling as she wiped the mud from her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, which she desperately swallowed back to suppress her cries. Ling Chen's gaze, however, was irresistibly drawn back to that pallid face, and the stirring within the reincarnation mirror intensified. The agitation and heat emanating from the imperial blood seemed to be soothed by an unseen hand as he drew closer to the girl. The yearning that surged within his bloodline, accompanied by an inexplicable pity, swelled in his chest. Was this truly his empress? The unknown girl he had pulled from the cold pool, now rendered unconscious by fear? "Your Majesty." Lu Wujiu approached once more, his face brimming with uncontainable excitement. "The auspicious moment is upon us. The signs of the imperial blood's agitation are evident. We cannot delay. Although this place is modest, it is a suitable setting for the dragon lying in the depths. Your Majesty must now perform the rites of the Duke of Zhou, harmonize the yin and yang, and soothe the imperial blood." What? Ling Chen abruptly raised his head, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around him. "Here, in front of me, before a lifeless maiden, emerging from the depths of water, are we to perform the rites of the Duke of Zhou? Could it be that the miasma of the buried immortal ridge has clouded your judgment?" Lu Hanyan's expression also shifted in shock, though a fleeting struggle flickered in her gaze. Brother Lu spoke wisely. "Chenner, we cannot delay. Should the imperial blood spiral out of control?" "Mother." Ling Chen's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with incredulous fury and a hint of panic that even he was unaware of. She is still unconscious. What are you, beasts?" The words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Ling Chen beheld the madness in his mother's eyes, a willingness to sacrifice everything for her son, and then turned to the frail girl on the ground, feeling a chilling dread seep from his heart to his limbs. "Your Majesty, this is of utmost importance." Zhao Heihu chimed in, wearing a forced smile. The Empress is indeed fortunate, a great blessing. Once this night passes, may she enjoy robust health. And as the esteemed Empress Dowager, how splendid it would be. Zhao Heihu signaled to another injured soldier to assist. Get away. A thunderous roar erupted within the narrow rock crevice. Chen Tieshan's towering figure suddenly shielded Ling Chun and the unconscious girl. His bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at Zhao Heihu and Lu Wuji, the half-broken iron chain in his grasp rattling ominously, a potent aura of bloodlust emanating from him. Who dares to lay a finger on her? I will shatter your skulls. He stood like an enraged lioness, fiercely guarding her lamb. Zhao Heihu trembled in fright, retreating hastily. Lu Wuji was likewise intimidated by Chen Tieshan's formidable presence, his words caught in his throat. Lu Hanyin observed the furious Chen Taizan, then her son, whose complexion had turned ashen and whose chest heaved violently, before her gaze fell upon the fainted girl from the Danai family. The madness in her eyes gradually faded, revealing a trace of exhaustion and confusion. Her lips parted, but ultimately, her shoulders slumped in defeat. Silence engulfed the rock crevice, a suffocating stillness. Only the unconscious girl emitted faint breaths, accompanied by the muffled sobs of a maidservant. Ling Chun clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. As the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness trembled subtly, transmitting chaotic thoughts. The searing heat of the imperial blood intertwined bizarrely with the cool aura of the girl, and he beheld the traces of dried tears on her pallid face. Her closed eyelashes as delicate as butterfly wings. Ascend to the throne? Empress? Harmonizing the imperial blood? To hell with the Xiankong imperial rule. He suddenly lifted his gaze. His voice hoarse yet resolute, echoing with a sense of irrevocable determination. Whoever utters the word immediately again, his gaze swept over Lu Wuji and Zhao Heihu, finally resting upon his mother's face, articulating each word with precision. I shall sever all ties here. Chapter 6. The shadow puppet. The tense stillness within the crevice shattered with a resonant crash from Ling Chun, severing the silence like a fragile glass. Lu Wujiao stood agape, resembling a fish out of water, while Zhao Heihu recoiled, his eyes darting anxiously, scarcely daring to breathe. Even Lu Hanyin was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on her son's ashen face, her lips trembling, yet she refrained from pressing him further. Only Chen Taizan, maintaining a rigid posture, slightly relaxed. The sound of clinking chains echoing softly. He remained a stalwart tower, positioned protectively before the unconscious girl from the Dantai family, awaiting the awakening of the lady. Lu Wujiao felt as deflated as a punctured ball, his complexion paling further as he withdrew, clutching his tattered book tightly, murmuring to himself about auspicious times and heavenly will. Lu Hanyin, sorrowfully seated, shifted her gaze between Ling Chen and the pale girl on the ground, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Time crawled in the oppressive atmosphere. While the maid named Xiaoman trembled as she wiped the mud from her mistress's face, silent tears cascading down. Ling Chen leaned against the frigid stone wall, the shattered mirror in his consciousness quieting slightly, as the searing heat of imperial blood seemed subdued by a fleeting breath of coolness. Yet, the absurdity and weight in his heart thickened like the miasma of the burial mountains, growing ever more suffocating. The girl lay on the ground for an extended period, emitting faint whimpers, her long lashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Those orbs, as clear as freshly melted snow, shimmered with a glimmer of light seeping from the crevice, yet they were filled with terror and confusion. She suddenly flipped over, instinctively retreating until her back pressed against the cold stone wall, at which point she discerned several unfamiliar, disheveled faces before her. Miss, you have finally awakened. Xiaoman rushed forward, her voice choked with sobs. Xiaoman, the girl's voice was barely audible, laced with a rasp from her harrowing ordeal, as her gaze swept across the assembled company, ultimately resting on the man closest to her. He was a towering figure, reeking of blood and exuding a palpable aura of menace, prompting her instinctive desire to retreat further. Do not be afraid, my lady. Chen Taizan spoke softly, his tone awkward and clumsy. We do not wish to harm you. Even as he uttered these words, he felt their lack of conviction. Lu Wujiao edged closer, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Your Majesty, you have awakened. It is I, Lu Wujiao, your humble servant. This is His Majesty, the reincarnation of the Xuanxiong Emperor. You are the Empress, the chosen one blessed with the pure water spirit vein. The girl's gaze followed his pointing finger to Ling Chen, and he felt a flush of heat surge to his face, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Empress? Your Majesty? Is this old fool mad? Her expression shifted from bewilderment to shock. ultimately settling into a look of incredulity directed not at Lu Wujiao, but rather at Ling Chun. In her clear eyes, fear was replaced by a chilling scrutiny. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft yet resonant like ice striking stone. Xuanqiong Emperor, reincarnated? A faint, cold smirk graced her lips, a hint of disdain slipping through. All I know is that I am Dantai Meng from Qingluo Valley, and you are the mountain bandit who sent these people to seize common women. The three characters Mountain King pierced through Ling Chen's heart like a needle. Ling Chen wished to defend himself, yet his throat felt as if it were obstructed. What could he possibly say? I am not the Mountain King. I am merely a hapless emperor, crowned against my will. I seized you solely for survival. To utilize your spiritual veins to temper my imperial blood, a fate worse than that of the Mountain King. Lu Hanyan observed his awkward expression and could no longer restrain herself. Miss Dantai, this situation is one we were compelled to undertake. My son, he possesses. She hesitated, fearing that revealing the truth about the imperial blood would further frighten the girl. Compelled? Dantai Meng interrupted, her voice still gentle, yet laced with a chilling sharpness. Is it also compelled to forcibly seize a weaker woman? She cast her gaze over Zhao Heihu's ingratiating countenance, then over Lu Wujiao's tattered book, finally resting on Ling Chen's face. Have you, sir, ever encountered the concepts of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? The law of kings bears a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. Do you comprehend its significance? Ling Chen's face flushed with embarrassment, her words striking him like a slap. He took a deep breath, suppressing his agitation and the inexplicable anxiety that surged within him. Meeting Dantai Meng's icy gaze. Miss Dantai, he spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, I must apologize for today's events. I do not dare forget propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, nor the law of kings. If you wish to depart, once the situation outside is calmed, I shall endeavor to escort you back to Qingluo Valley. Upon uttering these words, he felt the emptiness of his promise. Escort back? With the Fengtian division, Qinglan sect, and an unknown monstrous figure lurking outside, they could scarcely maintain their own footing, let alone ensure her safe return. Dantai Meng regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of trust, filled only with frozen mockery and wariness. She fell silent, clutching the trembling Xiaoman even tighter, as if this little girl were the only thing she could hold onto in this dire predicament. The air within the crevice plummeted to a freezing point as Lu Wujiao anxiously tugged at his hair, while Lu Hanyan glared at Ling Chen with a furrowed brow. Qin Taizan stood like a sentinel, glaring at Zhao Heihu. At that moment, Sun Keizi, huddled in a corner and weeping over his broken leg, suddenly sniffed and cried out in a voice that sent chills down their spines. The water's changed. Something is coming from that pool outside. It smells foul. Everyone was taken aback. Almost simultaneously, a chilling, damp sensation pervaded the air, like an invisible tide. As it surged into the crevice, the entire space felt as if it had been sealed off from breath and sound. The air turned viscous and heavy, mingled with a pungent fishy odor and the stench of decay. Outside the cold pool, a terrifying sound echoed, reminiscent of countless wet entities slithering through the mud, producing a rustling noise. Chun Tieshan's complexion shifted dramatically. He swiftly picked up a half-broken chain from the ground and bellowed, "Stay alert." Zhao Heihu and another injured soldier sprang into action, drawing their worn short knives, their faces as pale as parchment. Lu Hanyan instinctively pulled Ling Chen back, while Dantai Meng embraced Xiaoman, her entire being tensing up in an instant. Her eyes, clear and luminous, revealed a genuine fear for the first time. As she was acutely sensitive to that ominous scent, her face growing paler than before. Within Ling Chen's sea of consciousness, the desolate fragments of the cycle mirror suddenly erupted with an unprecedented intensity, a fierce warning piercing through his mind. The sense of impending doom was more pronounced, more lethal than when he had faced the Xuanjia guards, the Qinglan sect, or that ancient monster. The mirror's illusory reflection spun wildly, revealing a swirling abyss of pitch-black water, thick as ink. Within that water, countless pale, distorted shadows silently approached them, lurking within the crevices of the rocks. It was the Yin puppet. Lu Wujiao's voice trembled, and the heavenly mechanism in his arms also quivered. The resentment transformed from the drowned souls in the cold pool of the burial Immortals' ridge. To touch it is to meet death. It's over. It's truly over. Chapter 7. The manifestation of the Emperor. The words In Kuei struck like two blocks of ice, plunging into the hearts of everyone present. Lu Wujiao clutched his tattered, heavenly machine transmutation, trembling more than autumn leaves, his lips repeating a singular phrase, "It's over." Once entangled, there is no escape. The chilling dampness intensified, the air thick with an acrid, putrid stench that invaded their nostrils, clinging to their skin. The sound from the cold pool outside grew nearer, a rustling that crescendoed into a cacophony, sending shivers down their spines. Qin Tieshan's visage was as unyielding as wrought iron. A half-length chain clanging against his sturdy arm, while his other hand gripped a rusted dagger salvaged from the corpse of a Xuanjia guard. Its blade aimed at the writhing darkness of the crevice. Everyone, retreat. Lock your ears, the wails of this specter can ensnare souls. Zhao Heihu and another wounded soldier were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, nearly dropping their weapons, their faces as pale as freshly plastered walls, inching deeper into the shadows. Miss. Xiaoman clung desperately to Dan Tai Ming's arm, her voice devoid of pitch. Dan Tai Ming's complexion had turned several shades paler, almost ghostly, her lips tightly pressed together. Fear spreading like ink across a clear canvas. Yet within that abyss, a flicker of strange light danced, as if this chilling malevolence heightened her sensitivity, causing her to tremble slightly and clutch Xiaoman tighter. Lingchen felt the shattered mirror in his mind searing with an alarming heat, as though a red-hot branding iron was pressed against his very soul. The fractured surface of the mirror reflected a horrifying scene that nearly froze his blood, countless bloated, pallid figures submerged in the viscous, ink-like waters, all with long, wet black hair, silently surging toward the crevice. In their hollow eye sockets, two ghostly green flames flickered ominously. A soft, almost imperceptible wail, seemingly drifting from the depths of the underworld, pierced through the stone walls, infiltrating every ear with a chilling resonance steeped in resentment and coldness. Block your ears. Qin Taizan bellowed, his voice cracking in desperation. Yet it was too late. The nearest figure, the limping son, was there, cradling his severed leg and moaning. At that moment, the hair-raising wails penetrated his ears. He froze, his expression of terror solidifying, his gaze becoming vacant and dazed. Yet an oddly peculiar smile cracked at the corners of his mouth, as if caught between weeping and laughing. From his throat emanated a ghastly sound. And clutching his severed leg, he staggered toward the chilling, shadowy opening. Son, come back. Zhao Heihu cried out in dread, attempting to pull him back. But his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. Lu Wujiao shrieked, he has been ensnared, her voice tinged with despair. Just as Sun S's hand was about to brush against the viscous darkness of the crevice, buzz, an invisible, chilling, and boundless pressure suddenly erupted without warning in the depths of Ling Chen's consciousness. On the frantically rotating shards of the reincarnation mirror, a blinding bronze light suddenly burst forth, radiating not warmth but a frigid chill, as if it could freeze time itself. It bore an ancient and unmatched might, akin to an emperor entombed for eons. Awakened by a swarm of ants, opening its eyes to behold the myriad worlds. As the light swept across, the cold dampness and rustling sounds that had infiltrated the crevices vanished in an instant, like snow under the blazing sun. Even the strange smile on Sun Keizi's face froze. His hollow eyes filled with terror, which swiftly morphed into overwhelming agony as he clutched his head and screamed wildly. Beyond the crevice, the dense rustling sounds abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling silence filled with countless sharp, resentful wails, as if myriad spirits were retreating in fear. The brilliance flickered and then faded. The shards of the reincarnation mirror once again dimmed, slowly hovering in the depths of Ling Chen's consciousness, as if drained of all strength. The terrifying imperial might dissipating into nothingness. Silence enveloped the crevice, broken only by Sun Keizi's pained groans and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Everyone stood as if petrified, their fearful gazes fixed upon Ling Chen, as if he were a monstrous entity. The terrifying power that had briefly dispelled the shadowy puppet emanated from this young man. The first to react was Lu Wujiao, who fell to his knees, his forehead striking the cold rubble, his voice trembling with excitement. The imperial might. It is the manifestation of the emperor. Blessings upon your majesty, blessings upon the imperial court. Your majesty is the destined one. His eyes, locked onto Ling Chen, burned with near-manic fervor. Qin Tieshan's hand trembled around his blade, his fierce gaze fixed on Ling Chen, filled with shock, reverence, and an unrecognized sense of belonging. The pressure just now had stirred a dormant mark deep within his soul, causing it to warm slightly. Zhao Heihu and the remaining soldiers were utterly petrified, their eyes on Ling Chen reflecting a primal fear, a fear that surpassed even that which they felt when confronting the shadowy puppet. Their knees buckled, and they followed Lu Wujiao in bowing deeply. Lu Hanyan looked at her son, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The pressure felt reminiscent of her husband's presence, an aura that had emanated from him when his blade shattered, even more potent and ancient. Imperial blood, the reincarnation mirror. Was this truly her son? In Dan Tai Ming's clear eyes, the previously dim light suddenly brightened as she stared intently at Ling Chen. as if wishing to dismantle him to uncover the source of his soul. No, it could not be. The source of such miraculous power was impossible. When the commanding aura had swept over her, her own gentle purifying spirit pulse inexplicably resonated with it, dissipating the cold dread that had gripped her heart. Ling Chen was equally bewildered, his consciousness echoing in an empty void, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror falling silent as if that cataclysmic moment had merely been an illusion. Yet, the lingering chill at the fisher's mouth had truly dissipated, and Sun Kezi continued to moan in agony, the gazes of those around him only heightening his unease. Clearing his throat, he broke the eerie stillness, his voice somewhat feeble. "Everyone, rise. That thing has retreated?" "Yes, it has retreated," Lu Wuzhou exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. "The might of His Majesty is overwhelming. How could a mere shadowy specter dare approach? This is splendid news. Truly splendid." Ling Chen, uninterested in the old charlatan's delirious ramblings, approached the fisher and peered outside. The darkness remained impenetrable, the miasma heavy and suffocating, an oppressive silence enveloping the area, as if the previous assault had never transpired. Only the lingering scent of blood in the air served as a grim reminder of the peril they had just faced. He withdrew, still shaken by the encounter. "This place is indeed unsuitable for prolonged stay. Gather your belongings." He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure, his tone resolute and unwavering. "We must depart as soon as dawn breaks and the miasma recedes slightly." No one voiced dissent. Following the recent events, Ling Chen's words carried an undeniable weight. The fissure became a flurry of activity once more, yet this time it felt more oppressive and uncanny. Lu Wuzhou clutched his tattered book, fervently observing every move Ling Chen made, while Chen Taizan silently inspected his weapon, glancing at Ling Chen with profound reverence. Zhao Heihu and his companion huddled together like quails, scarcely daring to breathe. Lu Hanyan assisted Xiaoman in tending to the unconscious Sun Kezi, her expression etched with worry. Dantai Meng leaned against the frigid stone wall, with Xiaoman nestled beside her. The two remained silent, yet Dantai Meng's gaze lingered on Ling Chen, imbued with an almost intangible curiosity, a scrutinizing exploration that hinted at a flutter of emotions she herself could not comprehend. As Ling Chen sought a drier spot within the fissure to rest, he had barely leaned against the stone wall when a voice, clear and refreshing as a mountain spring, floated to his ears. "This is a fine place to sit." The tone was soft yet resonated clearly. "That power earlier, was it your imperial blood?" Ling Chen turned abruptly to meet Dantai Meng's gaze, which seemed to penetrate the very depths of his soul. She stood close enough that he could sense the cool moisture clinging to her. The fear that had once marred her delicate, pallid features had faded significantly, replaced by a calmness bordering on sharpness. "It is not mine," Ling Chen instinctively denied, his voice dry. "It belongs to that broken mirror." He could not fathom why he responded this way. Perhaps he had indeed expended all his energy in that fleeting moment. Or perhaps there was something so pure in her gaze that he suddenly wished to forego any pretense before her. A broken mirror? Dantai Meng's elegant brows furrowed slightly, as if a realization dawned upon her, a flicker of understanding glimmering in her eyes. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror. So that is it. She paused momentarily, her voice subdued to a near whisper, exuding an air of calmness that seemed almost instinctual. "I overheard the conversation between the diviner and your esteemed mother regarding the backlash of the imperial blood, which must be tempered with the pure waters of the spiritual vein. Is that correct?" A shiver coursed through Ling Chen's heart, and a wave of burning embarrassment washed over his face, compelling him to nod in response. Dantai Meng observed his awkward demeanor in silence, her clear eyes devoid of mockery, only revealing a fleeting glimmer of understanding. After a brief moment of contemplation, she unexpectedly broke the silence with words that resonated like thunder. "If I were to assist you in harmonizing the imperial blood, addressing the urgent crisis at hand." She paused slightly, her gaze locking onto Ling Chen's eyes, articulating each word with clarity. "Would you be able to make a blood oath to quell your inner demons? And once the danger has passed, find a place to settle and live, allowing both of us the freedom to part ways without further disturbances?" Chapter 8. Inner demons. The pair of eyes belonging to Dantai Meng, as clear as a bottomless well, fixated intently on Ling Chen, embodying a depth that seemed to conceal profound mysteries. The dim light filtering through the crevices illuminated her pale visage, which bore an ethereal translucence. The words "blood oath of inner demons" struck Ling Chen's heart like a chilling shard of ice, simultaneously cold and unyielding. Her terms were laid bare, almost cruel in their clarity. She offered to temporarily merge her pure water spirit vein with his imperial blood, in exchange for his everlasting freedom. On the surface, it appeared equitable, even tinged with an air of benevolence. Yet, within Ling Chen's heart, a sense of suffocating dread took hold, as though he were choking on a thorny bundle of frozen straw. To swear this blood oath meant wagering everything, his own existence, his future, and every conceivable connection to the Xianqiang Emperor, on the word of this young girl. Could he truly vow to refrain from interference forever? Was such a promise genuine? Outside loomed the Fengtian division, the Qinglan sect, and the malevolent specters that would inevitably descend upon the burial Immortal Ridge. Surviving this ordeal would be nothing short of miraculous. He opened his mouth, but his throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand. The word yes lingered tantalizingly on his tongue, yet refused to escape his lips. Fragments of the reincarnation mirror trembled within his sea of consciousness, transmitting a surge of impatience, as the suppressed heat from the depths of his imperial blood threatened to resurface. What is it? Dan Taimeng's brows arched ever so slightly, her voice maintaining its customary calm, yet laced with an imperceptible hint of inquiry. Was the act of vowing this oath too burdensome? Or did Ling Gongzi desire more than mere temporary relief from pressing troubles? Her words pierced through the tangled web of emotions within Ling Chen's heart, a chaotic mix he dared not examine too closely. His face flushed with embarrassment. He felt as if he could vanish into the very ground beneath him. What did he truly seek? Above all, he wished to survive, to escape the clutches of this wretched fate. Yet, the specter of the Emperor and the burdens of imperial blood and the reincarnation mirror ensnared him like an invisible net, drawing tighter with each passing moment. Ling Chen barely managed to utter a syllable when, suddenly, boom. A torrent of overwhelming heat erupted from the depths of his being, far more ferocious than before, akin to a dormant volcano erupting with unbridled fury. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness let out a mournful wail, the cracks on its surface widening ominously. An unbearable warmth suffused his entire body, causing the veins beneath his skin to bulge and glow a terrifying shade of dark red. Ling Chen could not suppress a cry of anguish, his form curling into itself as his hands gripped the icy ground, nails splintering and blood spilling forth. His bones felt as if they were melting away, his very soul igniting in flames. The world around him darkened, engulfed in an inferno of despair. Chenair. Lu Hanyan let out a piercing scream, rushing forward in an attempt to embrace him, only to be repelled by an invisible wave of searing heat. Your Majesty. Chen Tieshan's eyes widened in desperation, yearning to advance but being thwarted by the oppressive heat. Lu Wujiao, utterly terrified, clutched the heavenly mechanism and shrieked, "The imperial blood has backfired. It's completely out of control. It's over. His Majesty is about to be consumed in flames." The crevice was instantly thrown into chaos, the specter of death looming more vividly than ever before. In that critical moment, Dan Taimeng suddenly dashed to Ling Chen's side, her figure exuding an ethereal chill. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched herself toward him, not towards a figure engulfed in flames, but rather as if she were diving onto a scorching iron. Her delicate, alabaster hands, imbued with a cool touch akin to jade, struck against Ling Chen's fevered forehead and heaving chest like a bolt of lightning. A soothing warmth surged forth, reminiscent of the gentle melting snow of early spring, coalescing into a pure stream of power that flowed from her palm into Ling Chen's body, nearly bursting from the intensity. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, it possessed a peculiar, penetrating tranquility. Wherever it traveled, the rampant imperial blood seemed to be soothed by an unseen hand, transforming chaotic destruction into a tumultuous yet ordered existence. A muffled groan escaped Ling Chen's throat, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Instinctively reaching out to grasp Dan Taimeng's icy wrist with all his strength, this refreshing chill became his last beacon of hope. Dan Taimeng shivered slightly at his burning grip, a flicker of pain crossing her bright eyes. Yet, she bit her lip resolutely, refusing to withdraw her hand. Instead, she placed her other hand atop it, intensifying the flow of her pure water spiritual energy. Her complexion rapidly paled, beads of cold sweat forming at her brow. Clearly, this act of channeling was no trivial feat for her either. Two forces clashed violently within Ling Chen, intertwining and merging, fiery and frigid, domineering and gentle, like a dance of ice and fire. The dark red veins on Ling Chen's body gradually receded, his tempestuous form calming down, save for the heavy breaths that bore witness to the peril he had just faced. Silence enveloped the crevice as onlookers held their breath, captivated by this breathtaking and enigmatic scene. Lu Hanyan covered her mouth, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Lu Wujiao's murky eyes widened in disbelief. mindlessly murmuring about the harmony of yin and yang, the return of the emperor and empress, the will of heaven. Chen Taizan clenched his fists, his fierce gaze fixated on the intertwined hands of the two. Zhao Heihu and the others dared not draw a breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, whether mere moments or an eternity. At last, the violent heat within Ling Chen was subdued, retreating deep within his veins. The shards of the reincarnation mirror dimmed slightly, the cracks deepening further. Ling Chen collapsed to the ground as though he had fallen from the heavens. His body drenched in sweat, resembling one who had just been pulled from the depths of water. He clung tightly to Dan Taimeng's wrist, as if it were a lifeline tethering him to existence. Exhausted, Dan Taimeng swayed slightly, her pallor betraying her fatigue, making it nearly impossible for her to stand. Xiaoman rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, to support her. With great effort, Ling Chen lifted his head to meet Dan Taimeng's equally weary, yet clear and composed gaze. Her wrist, held in his grip, had turned a deep crimson, perhaps even bruised, and the profound sensation of life and death still resonated deep within his soul, the pain of imperial blood burning through him like a searing brand. If not for her. But there was no if. A wave of immense dread and an indescribable emotion surged within him. He released her wrist. His voice hoarse and unrecognizable, infused with the weariness of surviving a great calamity and an acceptance of fate. Very well. I swear. He attempted to rise, biting down hard on his tongue, a trickle of faint golden blood escaping the corner of his mouth, fixating on Dan Taimeng's eyes. He pronounced each word with deliberate clarity, his voice low yet laden with significance, echoing in the stillness of the rocky crevice. Let the heart's demons serve as a mirror, and the blood oath as my proof. Ling Chen vowed, today, I shall honor the grace bestowed by Miss Dan Tai in harmonizing the pure water spirit vein, first alleviating the peril of imperial blood backlash. Once the crisis is averted and a refuge found, I shall ensure that Miss Dan Tai and her servant are free to depart, never to be disturbed again. Should I breach this oath? He paused, sensing the fragments of the wheel of reincarnation within his consciousness responding to the power of his promise, and slowly uttered the final words. As if branding them into his very essence, may the imperial blood burn, the wheel of reincarnation shatter, my body perish, my path extinguished, and may I eternally fall into the abyss. As the last syllable resonated, an invisible shackle seemed to descend in the void, binding Ling Chen's true spirit and the shards of the wheel of reincarnation, instilling a weighty and solemn sense of confinement deep within his soul. Dan Taimeng gazed at the faint golden streak of blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling the unique gravity of the oath, and her tense body relaxed slightly. She nodded, her voice tinged with a subtle vulnerability. Remember your words. With that, she turned her gaze away from Ling Chen, allowing Xiaoman to assist her in retreating to the rock wall, closing her eyes to recuperate, as though the harrowing encounter had never transpired. Ling Chen leaned dejectedly against the cold wall, closing his eyes and feeling the temporary stillness of the imperial blood within him and the cracked mirror in his consciousness. He was alive, yet the cost was a heavy shackle placed upon himself. Chen Taizan quietly approached, tearing away a clean piece of his inner garment, clumsily attempting to bandage Ling Chen's bleeding fingers. Meanwhile, Lu Wujiao, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, bowing in the direction of Ling Chen and Dan Taimeng. Heaven's will. Heaven's will. The emperor and empress returned to their rightful place. The balance of yin and yang restored. The imperial court's revival is within sight. Hope indeed. Ling Chen wearily opened his eyes, observing his bloodied and mangled fingers. He glanced at the pale, meditative visage of Dan Taimeng, then at the excited yet incoherent Lu Wujiao. A profound sense of absurdity and powerlessness enveloped him once more. Chapter 9. Tears of the Red Candle in the fleeting moment of establishing the blood oath of the inner demons. Ling Chen felt as though his soul had been impaled by an icy spear, a chilling and binding sensation that was nearly impossible to escape. He gasped, the golden flames consuming the chaos within him, gradually doused drop by the soothing, cool spiritual blood. At last, like a tamed ferocious dragon, he reluctantly retreated back to his dantian, the blinding golden light receding from his skin like a receding tide, revealing the scorching remnants and a scene of devastation. Though the excruciating pain lessened, it was replaced by a profound weariness and the frigid shackles of his soul. Collapsing onto the cold, damp earth, he found himself drenched, unable to discern whether the moisture was sweat or the steam rising from the burnt spiritual blood, with each breath drawing a painful gasp from his chest. The situation for Dan Taimeng was even direr. She slumped to the side, her left palm revealing a grotesque wound, forcibly torn open, with icy blue spiritual blood seeping out, staining the fabric encircling the injury crimson. Her complexion was terrifyingly pale, as if she were a translucent specter. Her lips devoid of color, her body trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Yet, the only aspect that remained unchanged was her eyes, hauntingly bright. Fixated intently on Ling Chun, watching to see if he still lived, and whether the words etched into his soul remained steadfast. "How are you?" Ling Chun croaked, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Dan Tai Meng offered no reply, merely a series of rapid breaths as she endeavored to muster a semblance of strength. She raised her uninjured hand, the tips of her fingers glowing with a faint, nearly imperceptible icy blue aura, trembling as it pressed against her left hand's wound. The surging blue light slowly contracting and solidifying. She was engaged in a desperate self-rescue, exhausting her dwindling spiritual energy. The dilapidated room was eerily silent. The oil lamp long extinguished, leaving only a pale sliver of moonlight seeping through the cracks of the broken window, illuminating the wisps of white mist in the air. "They're coming." A voice from outside suddenly pierced the stillness, low and trembling, laced with tears. "Miss, young master, please wake up. There are many people outside, a dark mass. Lu Fingzi is kneeling out there, reciting something about the might of the Emperor. General Iron Tower, Black Tiger Head, they're awake too. They're all looking this way." Xiaoman's voice was filled with sheer terror, clearly startled awake by the commotion inside and the overwhelming imperial aura. Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng were struck with alarm. Ling Chen strained to push himself up, but every fiber of his being ached as he inhaled sharply. The aftermath of the imperial blood surging within him, coupled with the sense of confinement brought on by the blood oath of the inner demons, rendering him as frail as a mortal. A glint of determination flickered in Dan Tai Meng's eyes. She struggled to rise, yet her legs faltered, causing her to collapse once more, cold sweat beading on her brow. "No, we cannot allow them to enter. If they do, they will see the chaos. They will see us in this state, especially my wound and the icy blue blood on the ground. What will that scoundrel Lu Wujiao think? And what of Chen Taizan? The fragile balance precariously established through blood and promises from last night will shatter in an instant." Ling Chen gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as he crawled with great effort to the door, bracing his back firmly against the dilapidated wooden barrier. "Stop them. Tell them. Just say I am fine. No one is allowed to enter." Outside, Xiaoman's voice trembled with a hint of tears, followed by her quivering yet determined tone. "Everyone, please step back. The young lady and the young master are resting. No one should disturb them." Indeed, the outside world echoed with Lu Wujiao's sharp and fervent calls. "Your Majesty, the majesty of the Emperor is overwhelming." Chen Taizan, with a blend of steadiness and suspicion, inquired, "Your Majesty?" Inside, Ling Chen's voice rose with urgency. "Step back. Those who defy the order shall be punished." The commotion outside ceased abruptly, evidently intimidated by the mention of punishment, coupled with the previous despairing imperial aura. Lu Wujiao's shouts transformed into fervent sobs, accompanied by the sound of kneeling and bowing. After a brief silence, Chen Qieshan's muffled voice responded. "Understood. The subordinate shall obey." Footsteps and whispers gradually receded, though they did not dissipate entirely. Ling Chen sensed the presence of individuals outside, akin to a pack of wolves waiting for a chance near a beast. He leaned against the door, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking through his tattered inner garments. For the moment, it seemed he had managed to obstruct them. Straining to turn his head, he gazed towards the corner where Dan Tai Meng sat crouched. The moonlight illuminated her figure, outlining her curled form like a wounded creature tending to its own wounds in solitude. "Can you still move?" Ling Chen's voice was hoarse and dry. Dan Tai Meng did not meet his gaze. She merely lowered her head, a faint icy blue glow enveloping her left hand where the wound lay, attempting to staunch the bleeding. After a long pause, she nodded slightly, a motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Dawn was approaching. Ling Chen stared at the faint white light beyond the window, murmuring, "We need to tidy up." She inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain and weakness coursing through her body. Her right hand opened, and a more distinct icy blue aura formed at her fingertips, imbued with a chilling essence as it slowly swept over the scorched marks on the ground. With a soft hiss, the charred earth was cloaked in a layer of white frost, concealing the evidence. Ling Chen, battling through the pain, utilized his hands and tattered cloth to smooth over and wipe away the damp stains. The two remained silent, the room filled only with their labored breaths and the faint chill of the frost magic. Time slipped away in the quiet yet pressing atmosphere. Just as Dan Tai Meng employed her frost magic to temporarily obscure the last remnants of suspicious traces The gray morning light filtered through the window. Leaning against the door, Ling Chen felt his strength waning. Dan Tai Ming, expending her final breath, leaned against the cold earthen wall, closing her eyes as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. Suddenly, outside came Lu Hanyan's hoarse, weary, and undeniable voice urging them, "Chenner, Ming'er, it is time to rise. Please come out." Ling Chen's heart sank abruptly as he gazed at Dan Tai Ming, who slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met in the dim light, both filled with a heavy sense of urgency and a hint of mutual understanding. Ling Chen took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. "Understood, mother. I shall attend to it at once." Leaning against the doorframe, he endured the ache throughout his body and gradually rose to his feet. He walked over to the bedside, carelessly tossing the only somewhat thick, musty quilt onto the thatched dragon bed, casting a glance at the traces on the floor that had been feebly concealed. He gritted his teeth and approached, kicking the tattered mat further aside in an attempt to cover the last suspicious corner. After completing this task, he turned to Dan Tai Ming. She was watching him intently, attempting to rise, but failing due to her unsteady condition. Instinctively, Ling Chen reached out to assist her. However, Dan Tai Ming's expression suddenly shifted to one of keen wariness and coldness, akin to a startled hedgehog bristling with quills. She swiftly evaded his hand, grasping the cold earthen wall for support, her left hand, hidden within her voluminous sleeve, again oozing faint traces of blood. Ling Chen's hand hovered in the air for a moment before he awkwardly withdrew it. The fragile bond forged in the shadows of life and death the previous night, amidst their shared concealment, shattered instantly in the face of this chilling vigilance. The blood oath of the heart demon lingered. She was both the remedy for his affliction and a captive bird destined for release. Nothing more. Ling Chen silently approached the door, unfastening the latch. With a creak, the worn wooden door swung open. Outside, the first light of dawn broke. Lu Hanyan stood at the forefront, her complexion pale, her eyes sunken yet sharp, akin to an eagle. She swiftly scanned Ling Chen's face before glancing at Dan Tai Ming behind him, her brow furrowing slightly. Lu Wujiao knelt a few paces away, his forehead smeared with dirt, his sickly face displaying a morbid fervor and reverence. Upon seeing Ling Chen, he instinctively bowed. "Your Majesty." Last night, the Imperial might. Qin Taizan stood behind Lu Hanyan, his towering figure resembling an iron tower, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Chen, then peering into the room, his nostrils flaring as if catching a scent. Behind him, Zhao Heihu hunched his shoulders, his eyes flickering with a blend of trepidation and servility. Xiaoman stood timidly beside Lu Hanyan, her eyes reddened as if tears had stained her cheeks. Upon catching sight of Dan Tai Ming, she hesitated, yearning to approach. "Mother." Ling Chen's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lu Hanyan's gaze finally settled on him, a look capable of piercing through his fatigue and unveiling his facade, delving deep into his soul, exposing the frozen vow etched in blood at the very core of his being. She said nothing, merely sighing wearily, her voice so soft that scarcely anyone could hear it. Chapter 10. The descent into the dragon's abyss. A cerulean light filtered through the cracks of the window, illuminating 37 flying swords that hovered ominously above the valley's entrance. The cold gleam emitted from the sword tips resembled the flickering tongues of venomous serpents, casting a spectral glow across the entire gorge. The sounds of battle receded into the distance, replaced by a waft of sanguine scent carried by the wind. Ling Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his flesh. Though the fury within him lay dormant for the moment, it threatened to consume him at any instant. "Chenner." Lu Hanyan's icy palm rested upon his hand. She did not need to continue. Ling Chen understood her unspoken words. Endure. To survive, one must bear all. In the corner, Dan Tai Ming leaned against the damp stone wall, while Xiaoman huddled at her feet, trembling as she hugged her knees. Dan Tai Ming's complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, her breath shallow and rapid. The recent exertion to suppress his imperial blood had taken a considerable toll. Suddenly, Dan Tai Ming lifted her gaze, her cold eyes locking onto Ling Chen's. Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, wariness, exhaustion, and perhaps a hint of resignation. Bang! The wooden door burst open, allowing a chill laden with dew to sweep inside. Lu Wujiu seemed to have been thrust through the entrance, his Taoist robe smeared with dirt and grass, as though he had crawled out from a grave. Following closely behind was Qin Taizan, whose imposing figure blocked much of the threshold, his mountain cleaver stained with dark crimson clots of blood. "Your Majesty, heaven's blessing, heaven's blessing," Lu Wujiao exclaimed, collapsing at Ling Chen's feet, his waxen face convulsing with excitement as he pointed toward the dawn light breaking through the window. The purple aura of dawn heralded a change. The position of the celestial body shifted, and a breach appeared in the murderous formation of the Qinglong sword array. This was a providential path to survival, a divine sign for the imperial bloodline. Lu Hanyan stepped forward. Her voice taut. Speak plainly. Can we escape? Chen Taizan replied with a voice like thunder. Yes. Behind the valley lies the soul-cleaving gorge. Follow the cliff for 3 miles, and you can circumvent the Dragon's Abyss. The mention of the Dragon's Abyss caused a jolt in Ling Chen's heart. This name ranked among the top 3 on the roll of forbidden places in the records of the Fengtian division. Rumored to be the site of the ancient Dragon's Fall, a realm perpetually shrouded in miasma, where no cultivator had ever emerged alive. Nonsense. Zhao Heihu, curled up in the corner, suddenly erupted, his face paling. That is the ghastly gateway to the underworld. Do you mean to feed me to the shadow puppets? I would rather face off against the little demons of Qinglong's sect. Face off? Chen Tieshan's eyes widened in disbelief, his grip tightening on the hilt of his blade. There are 37 flying swords overhead. At least 3 foundational cultivators of the Qinglong sect are arrayed against us. Do you wish to pit your mere 200 pounds against them? Zhao Heihu was left speechless, his eyes rolling back in exasperation. Yet Lu Wujiao appeared to be brimming with fervor, his withered hands flailing as if grasping at the very essence of life, his mouth frothing with excitement. The Dragon's Abyss. A place of both great peril and fortune. The heavenly mechanism states, in the land of the Dragon's Fall, the imperial blood returns home. Your majesty carries the blood of the Shinkong emperor. This is destiny's decree, and you shall surely turn calamity into. Enough. Ling Chen roared, the fire within him surging. He had endured enough of this nonsensical fate. How do we proceed? He fixed his gaze on Chen Taizan, deliberately bypassing the frenzied Lu Wujiao. Now, Chen Taizan declared with unwavering certainty. The Qinglong sect is currently recuperating. The next wave of sword rain will arrive in no more than half an hour. Elderly individuals, women, and children, along with Zhao Heihu, must retreat first. I shall remain behind with the National Master. The term National Master escaped his lips as though he had tasted something foul. Upon hearing the command to stay behind, Lu Wujiu's fervor waned slightly, and instinctively, he shrank his neck. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he puffed out his emaciated chest once more, rasping, I am willing to sacrifice everything for your majesty. The dim light of day barely pierced through the clouds, the valley below was damp and shrouded in mist. And the retreating troops resembled a dying earthworm, curled up in the crevices of the steep cliffs. An elderly man leaned on his staff. A woman carried a wailing child on her back, while older children struggled with bags that were half filled with leaking grain. Several wounded soldiers supported each other, their every step crunching the gravel beneath them. Silence enveloped the group, broken only by heavy breaths and muffled sobs. Ling Chen found himself engulfed in the throng. Each step felt as though he were treading on scorching coals. The imperial blood within him stirred restlessly, while Dan Tai Meng stood slightly behind him, supported by Xiao Man. She moved slowly, her steps unsteady, beads of cold sweat glistening on her forehead, her lips pressed tightly together. Speak if you cannot endure, Ling Chen rasped, without turning around. A faint, disdainful snort came from behind him. Lu Hanyan clutched her son protectively, her vigilant gaze lingering on every approaching figure. Her eyes were fixated on her waist, where a short dagger, poisoned like a viper, lay concealed. Hurry, hurry. What are you dawdling for? Or will you wait for the Qinglong sect's flying swords to collect your corpses? Zhao Heihu's raucous voice boomed ahead, wielding a broken spear, pushing the elderly women and the troop forward. A coarse earthen jar was hurled to the ground with a crack, spilling a thin porridge of wild vegetables everywhere. The old woman stared blankly, tears of murky sorrow streaming silently down her cheeks. Ling Chen halted abruptly, gazing at the puddle of mud mixed with porridge before him, his stomach churning violently. Just days ago, jars had been arranged on his home stove, steaming with warmth. Move. Lu Hanyan yanked him sharply, her nails digging into his arm. There was no room for compassion at this moment. The group squeezed into a narrow black fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, the heavy scent of decaying leaves and damp earth almost suffocating. Above them, ancient vines loomed, their roots hanging down like countless dead serpents. A shrill, inhuman scream suddenly erupted ahead, accompanied by a foul, rancid wind that rushed towards them. Ingode. It's the Ingwe. A piercing cry shattered the stillness. The crowd erupted into chaos, cries, shoves, and falls echoing all around. Ling Chen felt a chilling, death-laden gust rushed towards him, and in his vision loomed a colossal shadow, writhing and composed of mud and decayed bones, devoid of a face, save for a gaping maw filled with spiral, razor-sharp teeth. Your Majesty! Chen Taizan roared, his voice reverberating like thunder, as a blade of shimmering light sliced through the darkness. striking the writhing shadow with the force of a mountain splitting apart. With a sudden pop, the viscous, foul-smelling black sludge erupted, and the creature emitted a piercing screech as it was hurled backward by an immense force, crashing heavily against the stone wall. Chen Taizan stood resolutely before the narrow crevice. His mountain-cutting knife angled towards the ground, the blade fracturing further as the thick black liquid dripped down its edge. His chest heaved violently, and his palm was torn, blood trickling down the handle of the knife. "Move," he commanded without looking back, his voice rasping like sandpaper against iron. "Stay close to the left side of the rocks. Avoid those vines." The crowd surged forward, jostling against one another. As Ling Chun was pushed past Chen Taizan, he caught sight of the split shadow puppet on the ground. Astonishingly still alive, countless slender, white bony claws protruded from the shattered muck, frantically clawing at the earth. To the dragon's abyss. Zhao Heihui, carrying an unconscious old man, appeared as pale as a corpse, muttering nervously, "It's over, entering this cursed place. There won't be a bone left to spare." Ahead, the path suddenly opened, only to become suffocating. A thick, grayish miasma rolled like a living entity, obscuring all sight. The air was tainted with a sharp stench of sulfur and decay, and through the haze, the jagged outlines of monstrous stones emerged, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. An eerie silence enveloped the area, an oppressive stillness that rendered even the wind mute. Lu Wujiao collapsed at Ling Chun's feet. Fixated on the roiling miasma, his bony fingers calculating rapidly, a morbid flush appearing on his sallow skin. "This is it. This is the Dragon's Fall Emperor's land. Your Majesty. Your blood is calling." Ling Chun clutched his chest suddenly. As he stepped into the miasma, a peculiar sensation exploded from his heart. It was not pain, but an ancient, desolate voice, as if awakened from a millennia-long slumber. A cracked fragment of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness trembled slightly, emanating a faint yet exceedingly clear golden light. A shattered vision intruded upon his mind unbidden, amidst the swirling miasma. A familiar figure clad in a tattered blue official robe, stumbling forward. "Father!" Ling Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he raised his gaze, piercing through the churning gray-white miasma, locking onto a specific direction. Behind him, Zhao Heihui and a few remaining soldiers exchanged furtive glances, their hands hovering anxiously over their knife hilts, their eyes flickering as they regarded Ling Chen's silhouette, akin to a pack of hesitant hyenas contemplating their next meal. "What are you staring at?" Chen Taizan bellowed, his bloody mountain-cutting knife striking the stone with a clang, sparks flying. His coppery eyes darted over the remaining soldiers before settling on Zhao Heihui's pallid face, his lips curling into a sinister grin. "You lot, keep your wits about you. Wherever His Majesty goes, through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I shall carve a path. Who dares test whether the soil of this dragon's abyss can bury a man?" The miasma surged silently, consuming his figure and stealing away all anxious gazes. Chapter 11. The exhaustion of the spiritual veins. As the chill from Dan Tai Meng's fingertips departed from Ling Chen's wrist, she collapsed, her entire body rendered powerless. Ling Chen gazed at her pallid countenance, his heart feeling as though it were suffocated by a damp cotton wad. "This is a sign of the exhaustion of the spiritual veins," exclaimed Lu Wujiao, his fingers trembling in shock. Chen Taizan kicked aside a severed dragon rib, commanding sternly, "On guard. Keep a vigilant watch on all living beings within 100 miles." In the depths shrouded by miasma, a colossal shadow pulsated slowly, akin to a dormant heart. Dan Tai Ming curled up upon the frigid fossilized dragon scales, her form slender as parchment. Xiaomin, with fragments torn from her garment, dipped them in the water seeping from the rock crevices, repeatedly wiping the beads of sweat from Dan Tai Ming's forehead. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered a prayer audible only to herself. Ling Chen stood 3 paces away, his fingers unconsciously digging into the coarse rock wall. At that moment, the chill that seeped into his fingertips felt more subdued than ever before, reminiscent of a candle flickering in the wind. In the instant she withdrew, he distinctly saw the glimmer in her eyes extinguish abruptly. Ling Chen's throat felt parched. How much longer could she endure? Lu Hanyin crouched beside Dan Ming, her fingers resting on the delicate pulse of her wrist, her brow knitted in a tight frown. The sleeves of her faded purple robe, now muddied, were disregarded. "The source of the spiritual veins is exhausted," she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper, each word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. "It is not merely a depletion. It is, your imperial blood has been tainted." Ling Chen's mind resonated with a dull thud. Tainted? The contents of the heart demon blood oath were clear, freedom restored once the crisis was averted. But if the spiritual veins were compromised? Nonsense. A shrill cry erupted from the corner as Lu Wujiao clutched his copy of the heavenly mechanism, his waxen face alight with fervor. The Empress possesses the ancient bloodline of the water god, perfectly complementing His Majesty's Xuanqiang imperial blood. A match made in heaven. This exhaustion and taint must be. It must be the malevolent aura here that is eroding her. Qin Taizhan remained silent, his stature like an iron tower, blocking the passage deeper into the abyss. At his feet lay a bloodied mountain-cutting knife, embedded within the rubble, its blade now marred with additional gashes, smeared with a viscous, dark green substance of an unknown creature. His bell-like eyes shifted towards the frail and elderly huddled in a corner of the cave, then to the few soldiers from the Fengxianxi, who exchanged furtive glances and whispered among themselves, lingering on Zhao Heihu's ashen face. Zhao Heihu flinched under their gaze, instinctively retreating further into the crowd. We should not linger here. Chun Tieshan's voice rasped like grinding stones. The miasma is toxic, and the shadows are difficult to eradicate. Deep within the dragon's remains, something is awakening. As his words fell, a deep, muffled resonance echoed from the earth below, reminiscent of an ancient heartbeat. Thud! The cave trembled slightly. Fragments of stone cascading down. A suppressed sobbing arose from the crowd. Lu Hanyan suddenly stood, her gaze sharp as a blade, piercing through Lu Wujiao. Where is your heavenly mechanism? Where is your path to survival? Spare not a word. I shall first offer you as a sacrifice to this cursed abyss. Lu Wujiu drew in his neck, flustered as he hurriedly flipped through the pages of Tianji Yin, his withered fingers swiftly tracing over the tattered leaves, his lips murmuring incoherently. The land of the dragoness fall. The imperial blood returns home. Vitality. The vitality should be. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze, his murky eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance, fixating on Ling Chun. Your Majesty, your blood. It guides you. Go. Go to the Dragon Heart. The Dragon Heart is the sole source of vitality. The court discussion unfolded within the vast hollow of the colossal dragon skull, with the sky above resembling a gigantic ribcage of fossils, and beneath lay the ancient, dark gray earth. Outside the cave swirled a miasma of gray and white, like a murky veil. Ling Chen leaned against a fractured dragon tooth, a chill creeping up his spine. Lu Hanyan drew close, her hand resting steadily at her waist. Qin Taizhan stood resolutely with his sword, resembling a guardian blocking the entrance to the eye socket. Lu Wujiao knelt at Ling Chen's feet, holding Tianji Yin with a quivering body, animated by fear and excitement. Zhao Heihu and several defectors huddled in a corner, their eyes flickering like rodents in the shadows. Your Majesty. Lu Wujiao's voice echoed softly in the vast emptiness. Nay, I sense the heavenly mechanism. The imperial star is dim, yet the purple aura darkens at the Dragon Heart's location. Your Majesty must hasten to heed the celestial timing. The Dragon Heart? Qin Tieshan's brow furrowed deeply. The miasma ravages, a gathering place for the shadow puppets. Are you not leading His Majesty to death? General Qin, tread carefully. Lu Wujiao's neck stiffened, his waxen face nearly flushed with indignation. What is written in Tianji Yin is that the Dragon Heart gathers the essence of the true dragon. Your Majesty possesses imperial blood, perfectly suited to absorb the dragoness energy, harmonizing yin and yang. In due time, the imperial blood will stabilize, and the misfortunes of the Empress shall naturally be lifted. Zhao Heihu could not suppress a low curse. Nonsense. Under Chun Tieshan's razor-sharp glare, he quickly retreated. Ling Chun paid no heed to their quarrel. All his focus was on the fragment of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness. Ever since he had stepped into the eye socket of the dragon skull, the surface of that fragment had been emanating a faint glow through its web-like cracks, as if it were resonating with a peculiar, yearning pulse. The direction, precisely towards the Dragon Heart Lu Wujiao had mentioned. The fragment conveyed a faint yet familiar sensation that caused his heart to momentarily halt. Father? Have the scouts been dispatched? Ling Chen suddenly inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. Qin Taizhan was taken aback, then nodded. They've set off. Old Wu has taken 3 swift individuals, heading east and south for 10 miles. Zhao Heihu. Zhao Heihu jolted, hurriedly responding. Yes? Here. Qin Taizhan decisively commanded, take 2 men westward, to investigate the areas where the miasma is thin. Should any anomalies arise, signal immediately with a flare. Zhao Heihu wore a pained expression as he gazed at the swirling toxins outside the cave, then at the black-green sludge covering Qin Tieshan's mountain cleaver, ultimately resigning to a mournful demeanor. Understood. Accompanied by 2 pallid defectors, he cautiously made his way into the gray-white mist beyond the cave. Your Majesty. Lu Wujiao knelt slightly and declared, the direction of the Dragon Heart has been determined. Time waits for no one. delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Especially if the Hounds of the Fengtian Division or Qinglan sect catch the sin of imperial blood. Lu Hanyan interrupted coldly what lies within the dragon heart. Speak plainly. Lu Wujiao hesitated, his gaze flickering. The secrets of heaven are inscrutable. It merely reveals great misfortune and great fortune, a matter of life and death, which is rather vague. Lu Hanyan's voice was icy and piercing. Are you asking my son to venture forth at the risk of his life? Mother. Suddenly, Ling Chen grasped Lu Hanyan's taut arm. He raised his gaze, sweeping past Lu Wujiao's fervent expression, over Qin Tieshan's furrowed brow, and finally resting upon the desolate, all-consuming gray at the cave entrance. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness burned with an intense warmth. That faintly familiar sensation flickering like a candle in the wind, gripping his heart tightly. To the dragon heart. The three words fell like a stone upon the cold dragon skeleton, resolute and unquestionable. Qin Taizhan clasped his fists and struck the ground with the hilt of his blade. I am willing to lead the charge. Lu Wujiao was filled with elation, his forehead knocking against the hard earth. Your Majesty is wise. Truly, it is the will of heaven. In the shadows of the corner, a subdued soldier cautiously lifted his head, glancing at Ling Chen before quickly bowing it again. His fingertips, stained with mud, silently crushed a tiny black symbol bug, no larger than a sesame seed, hidden beneath his fingernails. The group trudged through the thick miasma. Resembling a centipede on the brink of death, Qin Taizhan swung his mountain-cutting knife against the obstructive dark vines, the sound of the blade shattering resonating continuously. Lu Wujiao held aloft a piece of luminous green fluorite, trembling as he illuminated the treacherous, slippery fossils of dragon vertebrae beneath their feet. Ling Chen walked at the center. Each step upon the cold, ancient dragon bones sending waves of imperial blood surging within him, resonating with the nearly imperceptible, archaic pressure left by the colossal dragon skeleton beneath. Provoking intense, searing pain, Dan Tai Ming lay upon a makeshift stretcher woven from vines, carried by two women. Xiao Man gripped the edge of the stretcher tightly, her face pale. As they ventured deeper, the air thickened with the stench of sulfur and decay. The dragon bones grew increasingly grotesque and twisted, as though the dragon had endured unimaginable suffering and struggle before its demise. Dark red patches began to appear on the rock walls, remnants of dried blood exuding a nauseating metallic scent. Stop! Qin Taizhan suddenly roared, his burly form taut as a bowstring. The mountain-cutting knife stood firm before him, its tip pointing towards the deep, shadowy left. Everyone froze. Silence enveloped them, save for the silent flow of miasma. Ling Chen felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness quivering violently, erupting with an unprecedented blinding golden light. A fleeting yet vividly clear image crashed into his mind. Within the darkness, countless pale, pupilless eyes abruptly opened, densely packed, akin to an inverted river of stars. Run! Ling Chen's roar and the instinctual warning from his heart erupted simultaneously. A primal roar echoed from all directions, a foul wind sweeping through the thick miasma. The rock face, the ground, and the overhead interweave, filled with pale shadows surging like a relentless tide. These shadows lacked fixed forms, resembling an amalgamation of countless decaying corpses, writhing and tumbling, extending a multitude of bony, skeletal arms. The shadowy figures have increased in size 100-fold compared to before. The cry of Qin Taizhan is drowned out by a horrifying roar as he brandishes his shattered mountain-cutting blade, its frenzied gleam morphing into a blood-red tempest, crashing violently against the advancing pale wave. Splatter, splatter. Thick black sludge and shattered white bones explode like a torrential downpour. The crowd descends into chaos. Wails, screams, and shoving erupt all around. An elderly woman, tripped and pulled into the surging pale tide by several skeletal hands, vanishes without a trace, unable to utter a cry. Miss. Xiao Man's piercing scream slices through the turmoil. As the woman carries the stretcher of Dan Tai Ming, she is violently struck aside by an oncoming shadowy figure, causing the stretcher to tilt precariously. The unconscious Dan Tai Ming slips like a feeble leaf into the unfathomable darkness below. Dan Tai Ming. Ling Chen's eyes widen in fury. His body instinctively lunges forward before his consciousness catches up. His fingertips nearly graze the hem of her drifting garment. Yet, suddenly, the ground gives way beneath him. The dragon bone, decayed and fragile, collapses under the weight, shattering abruptly. The sensation of weightlessness seizes him instantly. Thick darkness and bone-chilling cold surge up from below. Amidst the chaos, he sees Lu Hanyan's face turn ashen, witnesses Qin Taizhan frantically hacking through the sea of corpses, observes Lu Wujiao curled up in a crevice, screaming in terror, and Zhao Heihu scrambling away in a frantic retreat. The last glimpse is of that swift, white figure plummeting into the abyssal chasm. And within the sea of consciousness, a fragment of the shattered reincarnation mirror, pulsating wildly with golden light, reveals a spectral figure clad in tattered azure robes, seemingly lifting its gaze. Father. Chapter 12. The shallow pool. The dragon abyss plunges deep, with massive dragon ribs jutting into the rock face, forming a natural vault. Chen Taizan, accompanied by his men, bound the severed ebony vines to the dragon bones, constructing a series of crooked shelters. The miasma outside was blocked by the rocky layers, and water seeping from the crevices accumulated into a shallow pool, shimmering with a silvery light. The dragon essence spring. Lu Wuju dashed to the poolside, overwhelmed with joy. The text of Heaven's mechanism stated that it could temper. His words were abruptly cut short as Chen Taizan kicked him away. If you wish to perish, then drink. Are there not white bones beneath the water? At the bottom of the pool lay several skeletons of the living, each bone adorned with peculiar blue moss. Ling Chen paid no heed to the bickering. He knelt in the largest shelter, gazing at the unconscious Dan Taiming on the animal skin mat. Frost clung to her eyelashes, and her breath was nearly imperceptible. Xiaomian used a piece of cloth soaked in dragon essence and spring to wipe her forehead, the fabric instantly freezing hard, shattering into icy fragments. Cold. Dan Taiming suddenly moaned instinctively, her fingers spasming to grasp Ling Chen's garment. The bone-chilling cold emanating from him spread through the fabric. Frost coated half of his sleeve, and he swiftly tore off a portion of his robe to wrap around her trembling hand, the cloth visibly forming a layer of ice. She is absorbing the dragon's malice. Lu Hanyan's voice was laced with frost. A slender bone needle silently pierced Dan Taiming's neck. The dragon's malice seeped into her marrow, and even the divine could not save her, rather than allowing Dan Taiming to become fodder for the undead. Mother. Ling Chen grasped her wrist tightly. The bone needle was mere millimeters from her skin. Her pure water spirit meridian sought to save itself. Ling Chen focused on the faint blue glow pulsing at her forehead. The dragon's malice was chilling. Her instincts were consuming the imperial blood's venom. Lu Hanyan's gaze wavered. The bone needle still not retracted, drinking poison to quench thirst. Once the spirit meridian is thoroughly tainted, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from outside the shelter. The vines. The vines have awakened. Ling Chen rushed outside, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Dense, dark red vines surged from the fissures in the rock wall, coiling around a woman who was drawing water. The vines bore barbs, and the woman's body visibly shriveled at an alarming rate, her complexion turning a ghastly pallor. Blood flowed back into the vines, which glowed with an eerie crimson light. Duck. Chen Taizan's thunderous roar echoed. The robust figure leapt high, his cleaving mountain knife wielded with the force to shatter stone, crashing down toward the crowd beneath the gently swaying massive dragon rib. Boom, crack. The clash of knife and bone sent sparks flying amidst the debris, raining down like a torrential storm. The rib, as thick as a house beam, was forcibly severed at one end. A foul black liquid gushed from the break, splattering the faces and heads of those below as the broken rib crashed down, pulverizing several ensnared vines into a mushy pulp. Those unwilling to become mere corpses hurriedly sought refuge beneath the dragonbone framework. Upon landing, Chen Taizan, with the knife dripping black liquid, bellowed angrily at the terrified crowd. The crowd surged into the depths of the colossal dragon skeleton, their cries echoing in the sparse vine-laden environment, where robust bones intertwined like a forest, forming a barrier. Ling Chen cradled the ice sculpture of Dan Taiming, following closely behind Lu Hanyan as they rushed towards the nearest pterosaur skeleton. Xiaomian clutched a corner of Dan Taiming's garment tightly, stumbling along. Your Majesty. Zhao Heihu tumbled and rolled to Ling Chen's side, clutching several cracked pieces of black jade, his face streaked with tears and snot. It's all over. It's all over. The concealment array I just set up has been shattered by the dragon's wrath. He pointed toward the billowing grayish-white miasma beyond the dragon's arch, his voice trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Before the array was destroyed, the last flicker of transmission revealed that the Qinglan sect's sword ships, 3 of them, were still over 100 miles from the dragon's abyss, and moreover, his eyes widened in terror as he gazed into the deepest darkness within the dragon's skeleton, where something was violently striking against the seal of the dragon's heart. As if to affirm his words, a thunderous boom resonated from the depths of the dragon's skeleton, a sound so deep it seemed to halt hearts. The underground space quaked violently. Fragments of rock cascaded from above. The dark red vines coiling around the dragon's bones writhed like a disturbed nest of serpents. Lu Wujio. Qin Taishan sees the wandering sorcerer attempting to blend into the crowd, his voice sharp and commanding. A path. This is the last time I ask you. Lu Wujio, clutching the heavenly mechanism, contorted his waxen face, etching crimson lines across the tattered pages. Disaster. Great disaster. The dragon's heart is restless. Its malevolent aura surging, and Qing Lan is encroaching. There is no chance of survival. He suddenly lifted his gaze. His murky eyes locking onto the sleeping Dan Taiming and Ling Qin's arms, erupting with a dreadful light. Water, water. Your Majesty. The spiritual veins of the Empress are the only variable. The seal of the dragon's heart must be unlocked with the blood of the Xian Xiong Emperor and guided by the pure water spiritual vein. This is the last glimmer of hope. Ling Qin looked down at Dan Taiming, a faint blue light shimmering at her brow, pulsating with the rhythm of the abyss. Flickering like a candle, the cold body pressed against his chest, and even the frenzied imperial blood seemed to calm slightly. He raised his gaze, piercing through the swirling blood vines and shattered rocks, peering into the devouring depths of the dragon skeleton, where the fragments of the cyclical mirror in his consciousness burned with intensity, chaotic images swirling violently, the soaring sword light, the collapsing giant city, and the pair of dragon eyes, ignited with dark golden flames, slowly opening within the seal. To the dragon's heart, Ling Qin's voice, though soft, pierced through the chaos. He embraced the cold woman in his arms, stepping over the shattered corpses of the blood-sucking vines, advancing into the roiling darkness. Qin Taishan, clear the way. Lu Wujio, point the direction. Mother. He paused, shielding her. Lu Hanyin gazed at her son's resolute back, at the ethereal blue bone needle between her fingers, and finally steeled herself, inserting the needle back into her hair, following him like the wind. From her sleeves, 2 short daggers, steeped in deadly poison, slipped forth. Qin Taishan remained silent, his bloodied mountain knife slicing through the vines as he forged ahead, each swing leaving deep scorch marks upon the rock face. Lu Wujio crawled and rolled in pursuit, his emaciated fingers moving rapidly, nervously reciting, 3 to the left, 7 to the right. Step away from the fire, avoid the water pit. Your Majesty, watch out for the bone spurs beneath your feet. Zhao Heihu observed a group of die-hard followers advancing towards the abyss, watching as fragments of rock cascaded from above and the blood vines coiled ominously nearby. With a mighty roar, Zhao Heihu bellowed at the remnants of soldiers, and the frail huddled beneath the dragon's bones. Those who wish to live, follow me. Step in the footprints of the national master. One misstep, and you shall become a desiccated corpse. Within the dimly lit dragon skeleton tunnel, the imperial blood within Ling Qin's chest grew increasingly heated. The figure in his arms, Dan Taiming, seemed to sense something, instinctively leaning closer to him. The faint blue light upon her brow, though small, shone stubbornly, resembling the last flicker of a star amidst the encroaching darkness. Ahead, within the impenetrable blackness, the faint sound of clanking chains could be heard. Chapter 13. Dragon bones. The chill of the dragon's blood spring grazed against Ling Qin's fingertips as he scooped a spoonful of water. Suddenly, the surface erupted with violent waves, revealing a multitude of blood-red skulls that writhed in reflection, emitting silent screams. Your Majesty. Qin Taishan's towering figure burst through the vine curtain of the hut, his mountain-cutting blade smeared with dark ichor. The spies of the Black Shaman sect have infiltrated the dragon bones. 3 have been slain, but one in a black robe escaped. He spread his large hand, displaying a black paper crane that had been cleaved in 2, its eyes glimmering with an eerie red light. In the corner of the hut, the frozen Dan Taiming trembled violently, her blood mark flickering ominously. She was absorbing the dragon's malevolence and the emperor's blood, seething with toxic energy. Lu Hanyin's face turned ashen as she swiftly drew a ghostly blue bone hairpin and plunged it fiercely into a nearby rock crevice. With a piercing sound, the hairpin sank 3 inches into the stone, and toxic smoke billowed forth, mingling with the surrounding grayish-white miasma. For half a stick of incense, Lu Hanyin intoned coldly, her voice like frost. The miasma will dissolve the golden elixir. Those who wish to survive must hold their breath. Panic erupted among the frail and elderly beneath the dragon's skeletal structure. Women tightly covered their children's mouths and noses, while the remnants of soldiers tore their garments to soak in water, shielding their faces. The golden elixir is of no use. The Black Shaman sect is here. The cursed ghost coffin has arrived. Just now, it was the 100 ghosts' knock on the door incantation. Break the earth vein's protective formation. Zhao Heihu cried out as he rolled over, clutching several cracked dark iron array plates. The dragon's malevolence is too fierce. The concealment formation cannot withstand another assault. As if in response to his lament, A deafening roar reverberated through the entire dragon bones, shaking the very ground. The rocky summit fractured, and stones the size of grinding wheels plummeted like a torrential rain. The dark red vines writhed violently around the giant bones, splattering foul liquid everywhere. The grayish-white miasma was torn apart by an invisible force, revealing shadowy figures emerging, each clad in black robes, floating like vengeful spirits in midair. At the forefront, 3 figures stood, each standing upon a massive obsidian coffin. From the cracks of the coffin's lid, countless pale arms rhythmically beat upon the wood, producing a nauseating thud, 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 with each echoing sound. Zhao Heihu's array plate cracked further. The ghost coffin knocks at the door. All 3 coffins have arrived. Lu Wujiao, clutching the heavenly mechanism, huddled beneath a broken bone, his waxy face contorted in despair. It's over. The earth vein will surely collapse. The dragon's malevolence will flood in. And everything will change. Damn it. Qin Taizan kicked the diviner aside, his bloody blade aimed at the miasma's opening in the sky. His roar overpowering the coffin's muffled sounds. Archers, douse them in oil. Smash the stones. Lu Wujiao, bring that broken jade pressing against the coffin lid. 1 explosion for each. A few remnants of soldiers scrambled to retrieve rusted military crossbows, clambering up the high spine of the dragon. A canister of inferior oil and sulfur powder spilled from an earthen jar. Lu Wujiao trembled, pulling out 3 pieces of tortoiseshell jade inscribed with runes from his greasy robe. Pain twisting his mouth. This is the Tao-suppressing jade of the heavenly mechanism sect, the 3 talismans of suppression. Curse your ancestors. Qin Taizan seized the moment, his arms muscles bulging like iron, and with a fierce throw, he hurled it towards the miasma-laden gap. Zhao Heihu, ignite. Zhao Heihu gritted his teeth, extracted a fire stick, blew on it until it glowed, and tossed it onto the stone wall soaked in flammable oil. Boom. The crimson flames surged upwards, accompanied by toxic smoke. 3 pieces of tortoiseshell jade crashed into the crowd of black-robed figures. Bang, bang, bang. A blinding white light erupted. The tumultuous surge of spiritual energy struck like an invisible hammer, violently colliding with the ghastly white arms that were striking the coffin lid. A chilling, inhuman wail erupted. The 3 ghostly coffins shook violently, their lids instantly covered in a web of cracks. The sounds of impact ceased. Chaos ensued among the black-robed figures at the gap. Now is the moment. Qin Cheshan's body launched forward like a cannonball. The mountain-cutting knife trailed a searing, crimson glow as he charged fiercely towards the miasma gap. Follow me and slay these 3 who bear the coffin. A dozen remaining soldiers, invigorated by this fierce aura, roared as they raised their battered weapons and followed suit. Ling Chen remained still, fixated on the 3 ghostly coffins outside the miasma gap. Within his consciousness, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror trembled wildly. Countless images surged forth. Ruins of the crumbling city, blazing dragon banners, the seams of coffin lids, and dark golden dragon scales entwined with black mist flitted by. The patterns of the dragon scales perfectly matched the cracks at the edges of the reincarnation mirror fragments. Chin'er. Lu Hanyan's fingertips felt icy as she gripped his arm tightly. Do not act rashly. Departing from the dragon heart, Qin Taizan may be able to stall. But we cannot escape. Ling Chen's voice was calm as he pointed at the 3 ghostly coffins, marked with blood-red cracks. What lies within is not an evil object, but fragments sealed by the dragon heart. Lu Hanyan's pupils constricted sharply. Thunderous roars erupted, an impact tenfold stronger than before resonated from the abyss beneath. The entire dragon skeleton dome seemed to tremble as if grasped by a giant. Large sections of the rock face crumbled. A massive phantom of a bronze giant door, inscribed with mysterious runes, flickered through the swirling miasma. From the gap of the door protruded a single dragon claw, engulfed in dark golden flames. Roar. The ancient dragon's roar mingled with the sound of breaking chains surged forth from the depths of the earth. An overwhelming pressure akin to a tsunami approached. Qin Taizan, charging towards the gap, suddenly halted. The crimson glow on his blade dimmed instantly. Several remaining soldiers collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths and noses. The suspended black-robed figures seemed struck, spewing blood. The lids of the 3 ghostly coffins exploded with a thunderous crash. Beneath the rain of shattered wood and blood, dozens of dark golden dragon scale fragments, entwined with black mist, shot forth. As if endowed with life, they transformed into streaks of light, piercing into the vanishing phantom of the bronze giant door in the miasma. Among them, the largest fragment, emitting a piercing shriek, hurtled towards him. Ling Chen, before he could even catch a glimpse of the fragment, felt the terrifying dragon's might that could incinerate the 8 desolations pressing down upon him, causing his bones to groan. "Your Majesty." Lu Wujiao's voice pierced the air, filled with an extraordinary anguish. Lu Hanyan, clad in a purple silk robe, her garments billowing, wielded twin poison daggers, crossing them protectively in front of Lingchen. In a sudden motion, Lingchen pushed his mother away. It was not out of bravado, but rather an unprecedented longing and sorrow emanating from a shard of the reincarnation mirror within the sea of consciousness. He stood resolute against the oncoming fragments of dragon scales. Unwavering and undeterred, his fingers poised like a sword, piercing fiercely into his own brow. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with his skin, buzz, the shard of the reincarnation mirror rose as an ethereal apparition from his forehead. Countless delicate golden rays erupted from the mirror's surface, weaving into a net that surged toward the dark golden stream of light. The dark gold collided with the golden radiance in an instant. There was no tremendous sound, only a silent ring of light that swiftly expanded, centered around Lingchen, obliterating all in its path. Where the ring traversed, crumbling stones hung suspended in midair. Splattered blood formed a curtain of water. Qin Tieshan's astonished scream was halted, and Lu Hanyan's advancing figure froze, while the dragon claws struggling in the abyss and the bronze gate seemed to be captured within a frozen tableau. In the profound silence, only Ling Chen's consciousness roared. As countless fragments of memories not belonging to him surged into his mind like a tsunami, the inferno consuming the city, the shattering stars, and finally, in the last moment, a hand covered in deep black dragon scales pressed the bloodied shard of the reincarnation mirror forcefully into a child's brow. "Father." The seal, the key. An ancient, weary voice imbued with immeasurable authority resonated deep within Ling Chen's soul. "Take her to the dragon's heart." The ring dissipated. Time resumed its flow. Bang. Ling Chen crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. A dark golden dragon scale mark etched upon his brow, gleaming radiantly. The largest shard of the sealing fragment floated calmly before him, ensnared by countless golden rays, as gentle as a weary bird returning to its nest. At the breach of the miasma, there was utter silence. All the figures in black robes, including the 3 coffin bearers, stood like puppets stripped of their souls, fixated on the dragon scale imprint on Ling Chen's brow. Qin Taizhan was the first to react, aiming his mountain-splitting blade at the dazed black-robed figures, a primal growl resonating from his throat. "What are you still dawdling for? Chop them to pieces and feed them to the vines." Chapter 14. The blood of the Emperor, a searing pain, pierced my brow as if seared by a branding iron, while the ethereal shadows of dark golden dragon scales danced upon my skin. Each tremor sent jolts of agony through my skull, as the dragon skeletal remains beneath me continued to collapse, with stones the size of grinding wheels scraping against my ears and crashing down, splattering foul, black mud. "Protect the escort." Qin Tieshan's thunderous roar drowned out the tumult. The cleaver, a mountain-slicing blade, whirled with crimson afterimages, shattering the half-severed dragon spine that plummeted toward us. "Retreat to the dragon's heart, Fisher. Quickly." The crowd wailed as they surged toward the deep, gaping chasm in the rock face. A few women, slightly slower in their flight, were ensnared by human-shaped blood vines, dragging them into the darkness, their screams abruptly silenced. "Stop them." The leader of the black-robed figures, shrouded in miasma, bellowed, as 3 pallid bone spikes shot from his sleeve, piercing through the toxic smoke to strike at Qin Tieshan's back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 ethereal blue bone pins struck first, shattering the bone spikes with precision. The toxic smoke and bone dust erupted, forcing the black-robed leader to retreat. Lu Hanyan's purple silk robe billowed as she deftly grasped 3 poisoned pins, her gaze frosted with intensity. "Advance another step, and I shall make you experience the taste of marrow erosion." Ling Chen refrained from glancing at the carnage behind him. His focus remained steadfast on the 3 exploded ghostly coffins. The largest fragment of dark golden dragon scale floating before him, its golden filaments wrapping around it like the gentlest of embraces. Other fragments flew like meteors, half plunging into the illusory bronze giant door shrouded in miasma, while the other half was ensnared midair by those in black robes. "Seal. Seal it." Zhao Heihu crawled frantically to a shard of the coffin lid, his eyes bulging in disbelief. The inner side of the fragment bore an intricately embedded piece of dark golden dragon scale, palm-sized, its edges razor-sharp. More astonishingly, beneath the scale, sinewy muscles pulsated faintly, as if alive. The Black Sha sect had wickedly forged a living dragon scale into the coffin lid. Boom! The dragon claw, struggling from the abyss, tore through the illusion of the bronze giant door, and a massive claw engulfed in dark golden flames extended outward, exuding a dragon's might that scorched the very earth. Its target, the largest shard of the seal directly before Ling Chun. "Your Majesty, be careful," Lu Wujiao cried out sharply, before the dragon claw could descend. The overwhelming pressure rendered Ling Chen's knees weak, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. In his arms, Dan Tai Ming suddenly gasped, the blood mark on her brow glowing fiercely. A chill erupting from her body that enveloped both of them in a cocoon of ice. "We cannot retreat." The fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness shrieked, unleashing a torrent of chaotic images, his father's bloodied hand, shattered stars, and that soul-searing roar. "Take her to the dragon's heart. Chen Taizan." Ling Chen's voice eclipsed the dragon's roar. Defying the apocalyptic pressure of the descending claw, he boldly stepped forward, his blood-stained right hand reaching fiercely for the floating dragon-scale fragment above. "Clear the path. By your command." Chen Tieshan's eyes blazed crimson, the mountain-slicing blade emitting an unbearable wail. He did not even attempt to evade, his towering figure transformed into a blazing red meteor, trailing a long line of crimson fire as he charged headlong into the phantom claw that rushed toward him. It was not a collision, rather. As the image of the dragon claw flashed across Chen Tieshan's mind in the reincarnation mirror, a scene erupted like a thunderous explosion, the obsidian battle armor. A dragon banner stained with blood, and he knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Xian Armor Guard Chen Taizan, willing to cleave this path for the Emperor." The clash of blades produced no thunderous sound, only a blinding flash of light as Chen Taizan collided with the ancient mountain, his arms contorted, and the shattered mountain blade crumbled inch by inch. Yet his robust figure managed to momentarily halt the dragon claw. Now was the moment. The instant his fingers made contact with the fragments of dragon scales, a hum resonated. The dragon scale mark on his forehead unleashed an all-encompassing dark golden radiance. The dragon scale fragments transformed into a stream of light, forcefully crashing into his brow. Excruciating pain, a soul-rending agony. Ling Chun felt as if his head might explode. The dark golden and crimson torrents clashed violently within his veins. The shards of the reincarnation mirror emitted a mournful wail, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread instantaneously. An unprecedentedly vivid image materialized in his mind. Behind the burning bronze giant door, a bound dragon skeleton ensnared by chains. At the heart of the dragon, there lay a shattered, massive sword adorned with intricate arcane runes. "A key." An ancient voice thundered within his soul. The sword hilt. Bang. Ling Chun fell heavily to one knee, his fist gripping the rocky ground, blood spurting from his fingertips. The dragon scale brand on his forehead shifted from dark gold to crimson, resembling a searing brand. He abruptly raised his head, his blood-red gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, ultimately landing on the tome heaven's mechanism cradled in Lu Wuju's arms. "The book." Ling Chen's voice rasped like sandpaper. "Tear it open." Lu Wuju froze momentarily, instinctively shielding the tattered tome. "Your Majesty." "This is the heaven's mechanism sect." "Tear." Chen Tieshan's bloodied hand reached forth. The sound of tearing reverberated as the cover and first page of heaven's mechanism were violently ripped away, yellowed pages fluttering about. On the back of the first page, a dark golden blood pattern depicted a shattered giant sword that was identical to the one in Ling Chen's mind. The sword key was hidden here. Lu Wuju couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Guard the tome." Lu Hanyin shouted sharply, wielding a poison needle to repel the approaching figures in black robes. Ling Chun staggered to his feet, the crimson brand on his forehead scorching the air. With each step he took, a molten footprint marred the rocky ground. He did not glance back at his pursuers, but instead lifted the frozen Dan I Ming encased in ice and made his way toward the dark dragon heart fissure in the rock wall. "Chen Taizan, I am here." The one-armed man gritted his teeth, tearing at his clothing to reveal his wound, biting down on the makeshift bandage, his single eye gleaming fiercely. "Clear the area." "Understood." Chen Taizan grinned, his blood-stained teeth gleaming white. He bent to retrieve the shattered blade tip, the muscles of his single arm taut like iron. No longer was there a grand charge, only a red whirlwind, leaving a trail of afterimages as it surged into the throng of black-robed figures. Where the broken blade passed, blood and flesh sprayed. Lu Hanyin unleashed a flurry of poisoned needles, sealing off the flanks. Lu Wujiao trembled as he picked up the page adorned with the image of a sword key, scrambling to chase after Ling Chun. Zhao Heihu, witnessing the figure amidst the crowd who carved a bloody path through the rain, glanced toward the swirling darkness emerging from the fissure. Gritting his teeth, he dragged along 2 dazed remnants of soldiers. "Follow me, tread in the footsteps of the national master, and if you lose your lives, do not blame me." The crack allowed passage for only one, the chilling wind biting through to the bone, reeking of sulfur as it rushed towards him. The air was filled with the metallic moans of clanking chains. The moment Ling Chen stepped into the dark night, the crimson light from the dragon scale imprint on his forehead flared brilliantly. In his embrace, the icy shell seemed to resonate with Dan Taimeng's awareness. Instinctively curling into a ball, the blood patterns on her brow faded, leaving behind a faint blue light that flickered defiantly, shimmering in the abyss of darkness. Behind them, Chen Taizan blocked the entrance of the fissure, his broken blade embedded in the ground, the corpses beneath him forming a small mountain. Only 7 or 8 figures in black robes remained, clutching bloodied artifacts, circled around Chen Taizan with uncertainty, none daring to approach even a step closer. Chen Tieshan's single eye swept across the crowd, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Who among you wishes to be the first to feed the dragon? Chapter 15. The Xuanjia guards as the biting cold wind surged through the crevice. The icy shell enveloping Dan Taimeng shattered with a crack. Ice crystals tumbled from the tips of her eyelashes, yet her pale fingers remained as swift as lightning, infused with a faint azure glow, accurately striking the scorching dragon scale imprint upon Ling Chen's brow. With a hiss, the clash of ice and fire erupted, white vapor billowing forth. Ling Chen stifled a groan, his crimson-hued eyes glinting with a trace of blood, as the imperial blood and dragon essence within his veins clashed recklessly, momentarily forced back by the chilling air. You. Ling Chen lowered his head, the cold light in Dan Taimeng's eyes glowed ominously in the darkness, her voice as soft as a sigh. The heart demon blood oath. I have yet to obtain the antidote. Outside the crevice, the roar of Chen Taizan drowned out the clashing of metal. He raised a dragon vertebra as wide as a half-door, still dripping with black blood, while a dozen ragged soldiers, barefoot and in tattered trousers, scrambled together, hastily assembling a half-destroyed triangular formation. Within the center of the formation, a sinister aura wafted, hinting at a shadowy figure clad in dark armor flickering past. The Xuanjia guards? The black-robed leader, stepping upon a coffin, suddenly halted, his face betraying confusion. Even the wretched dogs of the burial Immortal Ridge dared to. Before he could finish, the rock above shattered with a thunderous boom. 3 streaks of azure sword energy pierced through the miasma, descending like divine punishment. The Qinglan sword vessel. Zhao Heihu clutched his head, fleeing in all directions. These women are even attacking their own. The sword energy indiscriminately swept through. The blood-red banners of the black-robed leader's formation were instantly shattered into 2. The dragon bone formation set by Chen Taizan was also affected by the residual waves, as 2 ragged soldiers were obliterated into blood mist without a sound. Withdraw the coffins. First, eliminate this pack of imperial hounds. The black-robed leader howled in despair. 3 dilapidated, ghostly coffins retreated violently, blood seeping from their bases, coalescing into a massive ghostly hand that reached for the sword rain. In the chaos, Lu Wujiao tumbled into the crevice, his waxen face swept by a residual sword wave, singeing half of his mustache into a charred, smoking remnant. He clutched tightly to a page from the Tianji Yin, adorned with a broken sword, his voice splintered. Your Majesty, the 100 ghosts knocking on the door formation of the Black Sha Gate is drawing upon the dragon bones from the earth. The dragon heart seal must be burned as fuel. As if affirming his words, a deep, sorrowful wail echoed from the dragon bone abyss. The dark red moss upon the rock face withering madly, crumbling to ash. Vines entwined around the massive bones thrashed violently, siphoning their essence into the air, pouring it into the 3 ghostly coffins. The cracks upon the coffin lids began to slowly close. At the bottom of the abyss, the sound of chains snapping echoed like a torrential downpour. The enormous claw, ablaze with dark golden flames, lunged out once more, digging fiercely into the rock face. The phantom of the bronze giant door flickered rapidly, with greedy swallowing sounds emanating from the crevice. The key. An ancient dragon's roar reverberated in Ling Chen's mind. Tinged with impatience, the sword hilt returned to its place. Ling Chen suddenly gazed at the design in Lu Wujiao's embrace. Upon the pattern of the broken sword, one of the 7-star runes at the hilt was resonating with intense heat, precisely at the location of the blood mark on Dan Taimeng's forehead. Without hesitation, Ling Chen grasped Dan Taimeng's fingertip, stained with blood, and pressed it forcefully against the glowing rune on the sword diagram. Dan Taimeng cried out in agony as the blood mark on her forehead cracked open, and a drop of blue-golden blood seeped out, landing precisely on the rune. At that moment, as the blood drop fell into the rune, the broken sword pattern on the paper stirred. A shadow of a dark golden sword surged into the sky. Disregarding the layers of rock, heading straight for the enormous door glimmering with a bronze light deep within the miasma, wherever the sword shadow passed. The invisible force siphoning the dragon's bones from the earth abruptly ceased. 3 ghostly coffins exploded. The leader in the black robe spewed blood and was sent flying backwards. The dark golden dragon claw, which had extended into the abyss, also retracted sharply. Now is the time. Ling Chen roared as he carried the already exhausted Dan Taiming. Charging towards the deepest part of the fissure, with the dragon scale imprint on his forehead resonating with the sword diagram, leaving a distorted path of light before him. Stop him. A sharp voice rang from the Qinglan sword boat. 3 sword rays detached from the black-robed figures, darting towards the fissure like venomous serpents. Let me through. Chen Chushan's single red eye blazed as he wielded the colossal dragon spine bone directly against them. The collision between the dragon spine and the bone sword caused the former to crack inch by inch. And although Chen Taizan's torso was cleaved apart by the sword energy, he still managed to brace himself against the collapsing bone mountain. Go. Lu Hanyan's poison needle shot forth, repelling the black robe's side attack. Zhao Heihu let out a startled cry as he dragged the limp Lu Wujiao, desperately pursuing the path of light. At the end of the path of light lay a vast chasm of molten lava, with scorching waves of sulfuric gas surging and roiling. At its center floated a dilapidated bronze altar, upon which stood a colossal sword shadow, covered in cracks and entwined with chains. The sword tip was embedded in the heart of a coiled, ancient dragon corpse. At the heart of the dragon corpse, the very dragon scale from Ling Chun's forehead was embedded. As the sword shadow returned to its place, the real sword hilt atop the altar burst forth with an all-consuming brilliance. The chains shattered inch by inch. The scales at the heart of the dragon corpse trembled violently. Not enough. The dragon's roar echoed within Ling Chen's soul. Purification water. Merge. Ling Chen lowered his head, cradling the barely breathing Dan Taiming, the blood mark on her forehead gradually fading. With only the bluish tip of his finger pressing firmly against her dragon scale on the forehead, he suddenly placed her at the edge of the altar. One hand gripping the sword, the bloodied hand tightly clutching the cold hilt, while the other pressed heavily against the dragon corpse's heart, where his own scale lay. At the moment his fingertip brushed against the reverse scale, boom. The entire chasm of molten lava transformed into a sea of light. The torrent of imperial blood and dragon's wrath surged into Ling Chen's body through the sword hilt and dragon scale. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror emitted a mournful wail. Cracks spreading wildly, instantly engulfing the entire mirror surface. Countless fragments of images exploded. The final scene freezing upon his father's bloodied hand pressing the reincarnation mirror into the infant's forehead behind him. A dark golden colossal sword, entwined in black mist, piercing through his chest. The sword of the Qinglan sect. Ling Chen's mouth and nose bled profusely, his body shattering like fragmented porcelain. Yet, his hand, tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, bulged with veins, refusing to relinquish its hold. Dan Tai. Dream. Beside the altar. The young girl strained to raise her finger. The last flicker of pure blue light, like a faint candle flickering in the wind, tremulously pointed towards Ling Chen's heart. Beyond the sea of light lay the entrance to the rift, where Chen Taizhan braced himself against a fractured dragon vertebra. Gazing intently into the molten cavern from which the beam of light erupted, his mouth frothing with blood. It was worth it. Only 3 azure sword rainbows remained behind him, as the ghostly coffin's blood claw violently shattered his silhouette. Chapter 16. Qinglan the lava altar crumbled. Ling Chen knelt on one knee, his left hand gripping the hilt of the immense sword that pierced the dragon's heart, while his right hand pressed against his chest, where a palm-sized, dark golden dragon scale throbbed violently. With each expansion, it tore through flesh, and scalding dragon blood gushed through his fingers, billowing smoke upon the altar. A low, beastly growl escaped his throat, as the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness emitted a piercing wail of impending shattering. Amidst the chaotic shards of memory, the image of his father being pierced by the Qinglan greatsword flickered incessantly. At the edge of the altar, Dan Taiming's fingertips lost their azure glow, plunging her into unconsciousness. Chinner. Lu Hanyan suddenly lunged forward, the poison bone hairpin unhesitatingly aimed at the thrashing reverse scale. Clang. The moment the hairpin touched the dragon scale, it disintegrated into powder, and the terrifying dragon might rebounded, scorching Lu Hanyan's entire arm, sending her flying as she coughed up blood. Your Highness, Xiaoman cried out, rushing to catch her. At the fissure's entrance, the clashing of metal abruptly ceased. Chen Tieshan's robust body was pierced through by 3 Qinglan long swords, nailing him to the rock. His single eye widened in horror, his left hand, stained with blood, had wedged a broken segment of the dragon's spine into the narrowest part of the fissure, effectively blocking the path. Blood flowed along the skeletal patterns, evaporating into a crimson mist upon the searing ground. General Chen. Zhao Heihu's voice trembled. He gazed at the bone mound obstructing the passage, then at the remaining 5 or 6 figures in black robes across the molten lake, confronting 3 Qinglong female cultivators, all severely injured, their gazes sharp as poison daggers. Descend. Zhao Heihu suddenly howled like a wraith, his bloody broken blade crashing to the ground as he crawled forward, kicking the bloodied face of the black-robed leader. Under the astonished gaze of the Qinglong female cultivator, he snarled, "Listen here, you spawn of the Black Sha sect, immediately cast down your artifacts and kneel before my master, the Xuanqiang Emperor, or else." He abruptly raised his head, forcing a sycophantic smile towards the opposing Qinglong female cultivators. "Or else the immortal ladies will slice you lot to pieces with a single stroke of sword energy." Shameless. The leader of the Qinglong female cultivators glared frostily, her sword technique suddenly summoning forth. "Immortal ladies, take it slow." Lu Wujiao cried out hoarsely, scrambling madly towards the altar's edge, clutching the shattered remnants of the Tianji Yen. His emaciated fingers trembling as he pointed at the wildly pulsing reverse scale on Ling Qin's chest, his sallow face contorted in fervent excitement. The dragon scale recognizes its master. The imperial blood returns to its rightful place. This heralds the resurgence of the Xuanqiang Emperor's dominion. This is destiny. This is heaven. Boom. The entire lava cavern violently trembled, and the colossal sword phantom at the altar's center emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Its surface instantly covered in a web-like pattern of cracks, at the point where the dragon's heart was pierced. The reverse scale belonging to Ling Qin suddenly broke free from its confines, transforming into a dark golden streak of light that crashed fiercely against Ling Qin's wildly beating heart. "Ah!" Ling Qin roared skyward, his body arching like a top bow. The dragon scale mark on his forehead, the reverse scale on his chest, and the reincarnation mirror fragments in his consciousness erupted simultaneously, annihilating all light. The mingling of the dragon's might and the imperial blood's malevolence erupted like a tangible tsunami, radiating outward. The first to bear the brunt was the lava lake. The magma, oppressed by an unseen force, swiftly retreated underground, causing the lake bed to fracture. The black-robed man and the azure-clad female cultivator, locked in a standoff, seemed struck by a colossal hammer, their magical artifacts dimming abruptly as they both spat blood and were hurled backward. Zhao Heihu was flung against the rocky wall, crashing down heavily. At the epicenter of the explosion, Ling Qin gradually straightened. Amidst the tattered remnants of his robe, dark golden dragon scales fused with his flesh. A fearsome dragon head coiling above him, ancient runes swirling at his brow, and the once vibrant crimson in his eyes faded to a depth of eternal ice. He lowered his head, gazing at the ethereal image of the colossal sword clenched in his right hand. His fingertips stirred gently, with a resonant hum. The immense sword's illusion let out a dragon's roar, the cracks along its blade sealing instantly. A terrifying sword energy surged skyward, tearing 100-foot gash in the void. Heavenly light, accompanied by falling rubble, thundered into the breach. The imperial weapon has awakened? Lu Wujiu leaned against the altar, his voice trembling. Ling Qin did not glance at him. His gaze swept over the desolate battlefield, Chun Taizhan upon the Bone Mountain, the unconscious Lu Hanyan, and the enemies crawling up from the opposite bank of the lava lake, finally resting upon the feeble form of Dantai Ming in his arms. He bent down, brushing his fingers, now stained with dragon blood and ash, over the dim blood mark on her brow. "The contract," echoed in a motionless voice in the void. "Continue." The celestial light pierced through the miasma, illuminating the chaotic depths of the dragon's remains. Zhao Heihu cradled his broken ribs, limping as he directed a handful of remaining soldiers. "Tighten the bonds. The women of Qinglong sect are using spirit-binding locks. Those scoundrels of the Black Fiend sect have severed tendons." On the opposite bank of the lava lake, 3 female cultivators of Qinglong bore ashen faces, their wrists and ankles shackled with black chains inscribed with runes. The black-robed leader fared the worst, his tendons sliced, dragging himself along the ground like a lifeless dog. Lu Wujiao knelt before the bone mountain of Chun Taizhan, trembling as he wiped the blood from the dragon bones with a torn robe, muttering nervously, "Loyal and valiant, dying to protect the Lord, should be honored in the ancestral temple. This is heaven's decree. The nation's fate is but a farce." Zhao Heihu spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, pointing at the enormous rift in the canopy torn open by sword energy, his face a mask of despair. "Ancestors. With this gash, all manner of monsters from the burial of Immortals Ridge will come sniffing around. We stole the dragon's heart, but have become live targets. General Zhao, be cautious with your words." Lu Wujiao suddenly lifted his head, his waxen face bearing a sickly flush. Your Majesty's dragon scales have returned, and the imperial weapon has awakened. This is the Horn of Escape. Zhao Heihu erupted in fury, urging, gather what we can. Dragon marrow crystals, earth fire essence gold, and those 3 shattered ghost coffin fragments. Yes, even pry away the coffin boards. Exceptional materials for crafting defensive artifacts. Under his command, the remaining soldiers began to scavenge the battlefield, leaving no half-dragon scale embedded in the rocky wall untouched. Upon the altar, Lu Hanyan stirred awake. Her right arm searing with pain, yet seemingly unaware, she struggled to collapse beside Ling Chun. Chinner, your body. Ling Chun looked down. A dragon's head and scales coiled ominously upon his chest, their fierce hue devoid of any bloodshed. The tempestuous imperial blood and dragon essence within his chest maintained a dispassionate equilibrium, reminiscent of a dormant volcano. Unperturbed, he revealed not a trace of emotion in his voice. His gaze fixated on Lu Hanyan's charred right arm, where a faint wisp of dragon energy escaped from his fingertips, caressing the wound. The charred and necrotic tissue visibly sloughed away, unveiling tender, new skin beneath. Lu Hanyan's pupils constricted. This dragon energy could merely stem the bleeding. Ling Chen retracted his hand, casting his glance towards the unconscious Dan Taiming, cradled in Xiaoman's arms. How was her condition? The spiritual veins were depleted, the dragon essence invading her marrow. Lu Hanyan's expression was laden with complexity. Unless one were to uncover the ancient water deity's remnants, otherwise, it will be found. Ling Chen interrupted her thoughts, bending down to lift the unconscious girl into his arms. The movement provoking a dull ache from the newly sprouted dragon scales upon his chest, yet he remained oblivious to the sensation. Your Majesty, Lu Wujiao crawled up the altar, triumphantly raising a half-charred turtle shell as if presenting a treasure. I found this beside General Qin's remains. It must be the general's undying spirit that protects this relic. The turtle shell bore blood markings delineating geographical features, with a vermilion dot at its center indicating water abode. The Qing Lua water abode? Lu Hanyan gasped in astonishment. The secret realm guarded by the Dan Tai clan for 3 centuries? Zhao Heihu, sharp-eyed and quick-eared, approached swiftly, his gaze alight with intrigue. A secret realm? What treasures might it hold? Ling Chen's gaze traversed the turtle shell, resting upon Lu Wujiao's fervent yet humble countenance, before finally drifting towards the swirling miasma outside the gaping fissure in the dome. In the distance, the sound of swords slicing through the air and the wailing of malevolent spirits echoed faintly. Zhao Heihu, present. Zhao Heihu jolted, counting the personnel. Lu Wujiao, I am here. Lead the way. Ling Chen, holding Dan Taiming, traversed the cracked altar towards the radiant fissure that allowed the light of day to spill in. The tattered robes fluttered in the searing wind, and the dragon head scales upon his chest shimmered with the cold, dark gold in the light. To the water abode. We seize it. Chapter 17. Dragon Scale. Zhao Heihu pried the dragon scale from the coffin lid, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This treasure could fetch an entire city. Lu Hanyan pressed a poisoned hairpin against Wang Wenhua's throat. One misstep on the path to the water palace, and you shall be skinned alive. The dragon scale pattern on Ling Chen's chest began to spread, igniting a spark with each breath he took. Beyond the fissures of the dome, the wailing of the ghost cry sword could be heard distinctly. Careful, ancestral spirits. This dragon scale is still attached to flesh. Zhao Heihu bent over, cautiously prying the dark golden dragon scale embedded in the rock wall with a broken blade, the sinewy edges of the scale quivering slightly with his movements. Nearby, the remnants of soldiers dragged a battered ghostly coffin, its lid shedding scales that accumulated in a coarse clay bowl, glimmering with a dark golden hue. What should we do? Zhao Heihu, those scoundrels from the Black Shaman sect are closing in. What to do? Zhao Heihu did not look back. The tip of his blade lifted a small, blood-stained dragon scale into the bowl. The dragon's blood is spilled on the ground. I'll make those rascals drink it all. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a gambler. A single dragon scale could fetch 300 high-quality spirit stones in the black market. I could exchange it for a magical artifact. Just wait until But he would not live to see that day. A cold female voice interrupted his reverie. Lu Hanyan held 3 ethereal blue poisoned hairpins in her left hand, while her right hand pressed a bone pin against Wang Wenhua's Adam's apple. Her charred right arm hung limply, fresh flesh revealing a tender red hue. Lead the way. One misstep at the water palace entrance. The pin pricked the oily skin, a trickle of black blood winding down. I shall let you taste the agony of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Wang Wenhua's trousers dampened again, his voice cracking in despair. Spare me, O divine maiden. The water palace. It requires the pure water vein of the Dantai family to open the door. I only know a bit about geomancy and cannot. Why should I keep you alive? Lu Wujiao, clutching the damaged heavenly mechanism, kicked Wang Wenhua's knee. Please, I can be of use. Wang Wenhua collapsed to the ground, trembling as he retrieved a palm-sized tortoise shell from his bosom, its edges charred and marked with bloodstains. This was taken from General Qin's body, pried from between the bones. The last entrance to the water palace is less than 30 miles away. Lu Hanyan reached for the tortoise shell, tracing the rough surface where dark red bloodstains formed a rugged terrain, with a spot of cinnabar red resembling blood at its center. Her pupils constricted. The blood pattern bore a striking resemblance to the forbidden diagram beneath the ancestral hall of the Dan-I family in Chi Luo Valley. Chinner. Lu Hanyan gazed towards the edge of the altar. Ling Chun leaned against the broken bronze sacrificial pillar, the dragon-scaled armor coiling around his collarbone. The dark golden patterns shimmering with each breath, emitting sparks with every rise and fall. In his embrace, Dan Tai Ming resembled a wisp of wind. Her bloodstain at the center of her brow, faint, as if barely visible. Half a day. Ling Chen's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper against iron. She cannot endure much longer. But this entrance. Lu Hanyan gripped the tortoise shell tightly. The end of the blood pattern led to a dead swamp. Poisonous miasma permeated the air. Even an iron hawk would turn to water upon entering. We must take the death door. Ling Chen cradled Dan Tai Ming, the movement tugging at the dragon scales on his chest, dragon blood dripping onto the searing ground, hissing and rising in a plume of blue smoke. Your Majesty is wise. Lu Wujiao suddenly collapsed, his forehead striking the ground with force. The blood patterns transformed into deadly energy, signaling a rebirth from death. This was the long-lost secret technique of blood cart reversal from Tianji Yin. May General Qin's spirit protect us. Zhao He, who observed the dragon blood seeping through the rock wall, his throat bobbing, ultimately stomping his foot in determination. Let's gamble. Brothers, charge. Use the coffin lid as a shield. Coat the blade in dragon blood. I shall see what is more venomous than living dragon blood. The swirling grayish-white miasma was cleaved open by fragments of the shattered city's ghostly coffin. Zhao He, who led the charge, 2 coffin lids strapped to his back. The rune-engraved black coffin absorbing much of the toxic assault. 4 battered soldiers imitated him, hastily embedding the pride dragon scales into their leather armor, trembling as they followed behind. Lu Hanyan's poisoned hairpins circled around, their ethereal blue light pushing back the blood-sucking vines, while Lu Wujiao clutched the tortoise shell, his emaciated fingers trembling as they traced the blood patterns. Left 3, turn right at the blood fig to avoid the tremor killer. Ling Chen walked at the center, Dan Tai Ming in his arms as light as a feather. The dragon scale patterns on his chest crawled up to his jaw, each breath releasing a gust of searing white vapor. In his sea of consciousness, fragments of the reincarnation mirror were relentlessly washed by streams of dark gold and crimson, the fissures deepening further than before. Stop. Zhao He, who suddenly halted, his voice trembling. Ahead, the grayish-white miasma abruptly split open, revealing not a path, but a bottomless abyss. The murky green mire seemed endless, thick bubbles bursting to release a ghastly green toxic smoke, while several half-submerged skeletons clung to rusted armor, their hollow eye sockets gazing at the heavens. Was the end of the blood pattern here? Zhao He, whose legs quaked. Lu Wujiao fixed his gaze on the tortoise shell, his waxen face pale. Blood cart reversal. The gate of death. The gate of death lies in the mire. His bony finger abruptly pointed toward the center of the swamp, where a distorted remnant of a stele faintly emerged, the mud roiling violently beneath it as if to burst forth, becoming a massive whirlpool of death. Zhao He, who cursed furiously, "Are you toying with me? Jump in to feed the toxic loach. Jump." Ling Chen's voice was calm and unwavering. He lowered his gaze, the blood pattern on Dan Tai Ming's brow subtly shifting, as if a fleeting illusion. If you jump, then jump. A soldier, overwhelmed, discarded the fragment of the coffin lid, declaring, "I would rather fight the black evil gate." He then turned and fled. With a swift thrust, a ghostly blue poisoned hairpin preemptively pierced his nape. The soldier collapsed, his body covered in a layer of icy blue frost, his scream frozen in silence. Lu Hanyan retracted her hand, 3 poisoned hairpins immobilizing the soldier. Who else? In the stillness, only the sound of bubbling toxic mire could be heard. I will scout ahead. Zhao He, who suddenly shouted, hurling the coffin lid into the toxic mire. The dark coffin floated atop the viscous sludge, astonishingly not sinking immediately. He clenched his eyes and gritted his teeth, leaping onto the coffin lid. As his boot made contact with the coffin, A piercing sound of metal corrosion echoed, the specially made thick-soled leather boots emitting curling smoke. Ah! Zhao Heihu's face trembled with pain, yet his body remained steadfast, his single arm raised high, wielding the shattered armor-piercing blade. Its half-broken dragon scale hilt pointing towards the remnants of the monument in the swirling vortex. Beneath the monument, there was something. Ling Chen stepped forward. The dragon scale patterns on his chest glowing, the air around him distorting as scorching waves of heat repelled the noxious miasma. Cradling Dan Tai Ming, he stepped onto the floating coffin lid. Scalding dragon blood flowed down his pant leg, the dark green toxic fluid hissing as it recoiled. Lu Hanyan carved a path with her poisoned hairpin, forcing back the entwining toxic vines. Lu Wujiu dragged the limp Wang Wenhua, tumbling and scrambling onto another fragment of the coffin lid. The closer they approached the vortex's center, the stronger the pull became. The monument was now within reach. The ancient seal script engraved upon it, though blurred, still faintly displayed the words Water Eye. The key. Ling Chun gazed at the pale visage of Dan Tai Ming in his arms and suddenly placed her icy hand upon the monument. Buzz. A final glimmer emanated from the blood mark on Dan Tai Ming's brow, causing the monument to tremble. The vortex at its base abruptly ceased its rotation. The viscous toxic fluid parting to reveal a slanting, moss-covered bronze staircase, a chilling mist intermingled with spiritual energy rushing towards them. It worked. They had truly succeeded. Zhao Heihu was ecstatic. Ling Chun abruptly looked up. From the direction of the dome's fissure, 3 azure sword energies pierced through the miasma, descending like relentless maggots towards them. While in the distance, ghostly claws, coalescing from congealed blood, lunged towards the coffin lid upon which they stood with a mournful wail. Retreat, Lu Hanyan commanded coldly. Her poisoned hairpin suddenly erupting into 3 streams of ethereal blue light, striking the sword energies. Without hesitation, Ling Chen ascended the bronze staircase. And just as his toes touched the moss, the girl in his arms jolted violently, a spurt of dark blue congealed blood spraying onto his dragon-scale chest. Blood. The blood pact rebounded. Lu Wujiu exclaimed in alarm. The water palace seal was draining her spiritual essence. Ling Chen looked down. The blood that dripped from Dan Tai Ming sizzled upon contact with the dragon scales, transforming into countless ice-blue runes that frantically burrowed into the scales. An unimaginable chill surged up his arm, colliding violently with the raging dragon's wrath within him. Boom. The excruciating pain of the clash between ice and fire caused his vision to darken. The shards of the reincarnation mirror emitted a mournful cry as they neared collapse. Amidst the chaos, the horrific image of his father pierced by the Qinglun giant sword resurfaced. Yet, at the sword's hilt, a familiar aura of pure water spiritual vein was entwined. Qing, Lan. The last flicker of humanity in Ling Chen's eyes turned to ice. As he tightly embraced the rapidly cooling girl, stepping onto the crumbling bronze staircase, plunging into the unseen abyss, a bone-chilling, murderous intent surfaced for the first time on the face concealed by the dragon scales. Chapter 18. The right arm in a fierce battle of bitter cold and searing pain coursing through his veins. Ling Chun lowered his gaze to behold the dragon-scaled armor upon his chest, now ensnared by a web of icy blue patterns. The blood spat forth by Dan Tai Ming surged forth like a living talisman, frantically burrowing into the crevices of the scales. With each intrusion, the breath of the girl nestled in his arms waned ever so slightly. Release her. Lu Hanyan bellowed, her charred right arm recklessly gripping Dan Tai Ming's shoulder. She is siphoning dragon essence to sustain your life. Just as her fingertips grazed the surface, buzz, the icy blue runes flared to life. And Lu Hanyan was struck as if by lightning, her entire right arm encased in a thick layer of ice. The blood oozing from her wounds crystallizing into vivid scarlet ice shards. Mother. Ling Chen's gaze, once frozen with murderous intent, cracked open. He tightened his embrace around Dan Tai Ming, pressing her frigid form against his searing dragon scales. The icy blue runes and the dark golden patterns began to merge slowly, forging a strange equilibrium. Shared fate of the Empress and Emperor, the blood vessel in reverse, so it is. So it is. Lu Wujiao cackled madly while clutching a fragment of a turtle shell. Your Majesty, quickly enter the main chamber. The water palace's tidal resonance can restore the spiritual veins. Sword energy cleaved through the mist, the piercing shriek ringing in his ears. 3 azure rainbows descended like venomous serpents. The shattered bronze steps crumbling beneath the onslaught of sword energy. Block the coffin. Zhao Heihu howled, tumbling and scrambling to overturn the fragments of dragon-scaled coffin boards embedded in the ghostly casket. The obsidian coffin spun and collided with the sword rain, splintering into sawdust. Yet the dark golden radiance erupting from the shattered dragon scales repelled the sword's might. In that fleeting moment, Lingchen, cradling Dan Taiming, ascended the final collapsing step and plunged into the swirling curtain of water at the tunnel's end. Silence enveloped them. The anticipated sensation of plummeting into water was absent. Beneath his feet lay warm, jade-like blue stone tiles, the air thick with the briny yet pure essence reminiscent of the deep sea. A vast dome glittered with countless luminous pearls, soft blue light cascading down, illuminating the lively water-carved reliefs upon the walls, great whales swimming, dragons playing with pearls, and a sunken crystal palace in the abyssal blue depths. This place, devoid of toxic marshes, brimmed only with the overwhelming, almost tangible pressure of the water spirit. The tidal birth hall Lu Hanyan, her right arm encased in ice, followed closely, her pupils constricting. Could this be the water eye core mentioned in the Tai family's secret scripture? Before she could finish her thought, Dan Taiming and Ling Chen's embrace suddenly trembled violently, the bloodline upon her brow flickering rapidly. Every pore of her body exuded tiny beads of blood, and her pristine white garb was instantly stained a delicate red. The vast spirit energy within the water palace surged forth like a torrent, transforming into a visible blue vortex. Wildly rushing into her form, return the spiritual veins to their source. Lu Wujiao rushed forward, his frail hand trembling as he reached towards the blue vortex. The heavenly mechanism bears record just as his fingertip brushed the vortex's edge, he was violently hurled away by the raging water spirit, crashing heavily against the relief wall. Blood streaming from his mouth and nose. With a muffled groan, Lingchen felt nearly half of the vast reservoir of water essence within Dan Taiming's body forcefully infused into his meridians, colliding violently with the pure water essence and the ferocious blood of the Dragon Slaughter Emperor. The excruciating clash of ice and fire caused darkness to envelop his vision, however. The icy blue runes upon his dragon scales glimmered ever more brilliantly. The fragment of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness emitted a strained groan, its previously torn edges gradually stitching themselves back together. The backlash of the blood contract had transformed into a spiritual bridge. Lu Hanyan gasped in shock, realizing she was utilizing his dragon essence to stabilize the surging spirit veins. From the direction of the passageway, the sound of sword energy crashing against the water curtain echoed ominously, causing the azure waters to ripple violently as three sword-wielding figures forcefully entered. In the rear, a claw tainted with foul blood tore through the mist, the sinister visage of the black-robed leader flickering in and out of view behind the ripples. Zhao Heihu, block the door. Lu Hanyan commanded sharply, her left hand poised with 3 remaining poison needles, ready to strike. Use your life to block it. Zhao Heihu, with a mournful expression, cowered in the corner. Suddenly, he caught sight of a fragment of tortoise shell that had fallen from Lu Wujiao. A droplet of vermilion resembling blood dripping upon the brightest night pearl in the dome above. The gambler's ruthless determination overshadowed all else. He darted forward, seizing the tortoise shell and swinging it with all his might towards the pearl. Don't Lu Wujiao's scream faltered in her throat. As the tortoise shell collided with the pearl buzz, a deep resonance instantly reverberated throughout the Hall of Tides. The flowing reliefs of water on the 4 walls abruptly froze. As the giant whale swung its tail and the dragon raised its head, streams of water erupted from the reliefs, weaving a haunting blue net that enveloped the entire hall. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The first 3 Qinglong female cultivators to charge forward were struck by the water net, their protective sword aura shattering like paper. Lethal water arrows shot forth from their bodies, enveloped in a mist of blood. The lead female cultivator looked down in disbelief, discovering a gaping hole the size of a bowl in her chest. Her body swayed before collapsing. Following swiftly were a pair of blood-tainted claws, also ensnared by the water net. This time, they transformed into a foul-smelling white vapor, and the black-robed leader, half immersed in the water curtain, was horrified by the unfolding scene and retreated in fear. The water net gradually constricted, pulling the lifeless bodies of the 3 Qinglong cultivators into the reliefs of the wall. Beneath the belly of the giant whale relief, 3 struggling crimson silhouettes faintly emerged. Silence once again enveloped the grand hall, broken only by the howling of the swirling water essence surrounding Dan Taiming and Ling Chen's suppressed groans of pain. Zhao Heihu lay limply on the ground, gazing at the intact tortoise shell in his hands, then up at the luminous pearl above. Suddenly, he broke into a foolish grin. Old Chen General Chen has manifested. Lu Hanyan's tense shoulders gradually relaxed as she concealed her poison needles within her sleeve. She approached Ling Chen, her frozen right arm dragging behind her, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Dust, your dragon scales. The intricate dragon head pattern on Ling Qin's chest had transformed entirely into a bizarre totem of intertwined dark gold and icy blue. The heart's markings of Dan Taiming may began to fade, her breathing, though frail, finally stabilized, yet she remained in a state of unconsciousness. The ethereal energy infused into his body was being ravenously consumed by the shards of the reincarnation mirror, the cracks on its surface visibly mending at an alarming rate. No harm done. Ling Qin's voice was somewhat hoarse as he attempted to release his embrace, the moment his fingers left Dan Taiming's back. The dragon scale totem on his chest ignited with pain. The girl let out a soft groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, prompting him to tighten his hold around her. The icy blue and dark gold patterns flowed slowly along their closely intertwined skin, as if they were extensions of one another. Lu Hanyan gazed at the two entwined in her son's embrace, her expression laden with complexity, ultimately manifesting as a nearly inaudible sigh. She picked up the tortoise shell that triggered the Water Mansion's restrictions, her fingertips brushing against the scarlet marks beside the words Water Mansion, the key to the Qing Lua Water Eye. She lifted her gaze towards the submerged crystal palace etched within the depths of the grand hall. The true treasure lay there. Following her line of sight, Ling Qin observed the shards of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness quiver slightly, the scene abruptly retracting. In a forgotten memory, amidst the flames that engulfed the city, his father's blood-stained hand pressed the reincarnation mirror into her tiny forehead at the moment of her birth. The reflection revealed the depths of the flames, revealing a shattered crystal palace. He walked, cradling Dan Taiming, step by step over the warmth. Jade bricks, moving deeper into the ethereal blue. His expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow. Only the totem entwined on his chest pulsed in rhythm with the girl's gentle breaths. Chapter 19. Bloodshed. Ling Qin cradled Dan Taiming in his arms. Each step felt akin to treading upon the sharpest of blades. The icy blue and dark golden totems burned fervently against his chest, while the girl's featherlight breath grazed his ear, carrying with it a hint of metallic tang. The smooth azure bricks reflected the ethereal shimmer of the domed ceiling, as if one were strolling through an underwater galaxy. A weighty pressure of water spirit bore down upon the hearts of all present, the air thick with a briny and refreshing essence that seemed to cling stubbornly. Lu Hanyan dragged her right arm, ensnared beneath a thick layer of ice, where faint droplets of crimson could be discerned beneath the glacial surface, each step echoing like the crunch of shattered ice. Lu Wujiu clutched a fragment of tortoise shell, stained with cinnabar, his emaciated fingers caressing its surface repeatedly, his eyes fervently fixated ahead. At the end of the grand hall, the intricately carved crystal palace, submerged in the depths of deep blue, loomed ever closer, with colossal whales and dragon-like creatures sculpted from flowing water gliding alongside, poised to burst forth at any moment. The spires of the crystal palace refracted a mesmerizing, fragmented halo under the luminous sheen. It was there. Lu Hanyan's voice, laced with labored breaths, revealed the agony that rendered her countenance even paler than Dan Taiming's. The core of the Qi Lua Water Eye. The key lies within. She glanced at the tortoise shell in Lu Wujiu's grasp, the glaring red cinnabar akin to blood. In Ling Qin's sea of consciousness, the fragment of the reincarnation mirror, now partially restored, trembled once more. Flames of a burning city, a father's bloodied hands pressing against a child's icy brow. And within that mirror lay the crumbling crystal palace engulfed in flames. The imagery eerily overlapped with the sculpted relief before him. He quickened his pace. "Your Majesty, wait for me." Zhao Heihu tumbled and rolled after him, a foolish grin plastered across his face, a smile born from the brink of death. Clutching the tortoise shell that had nearly shattered the pearl, as though it were his talisman. As they neared the crystalline relief, merely 10 paces away, an unexpected upheaval occurred. At the entrance of the passage, a violent disturbance rippled through the tenuous azure water curtain, akin to an ice sheet shattered by a colossal boulder, collapsing with a thunderous roar. It was neither the blade's edge nor the claw of a specter. Instead, a viscous, foul, dark red pillar of blood surged forth, reeking of decay and corruption, resembling a massive serpent that forcefully breached the protective water curtain, hurtling towards the assembly with unabated momentum. Before the blood pillar could arrive, an acrid wind assaulted their senses, accompanied by the hissing of corroding spiritual energy. "Dodge." Lu Hanyan's pupils constricted, her voice a fierce growl as she swung her only available arm. The 3 verdant poison hairpins, which hung at her side, transformed into 3 streaks of emerald light, slicing through the air and accurately targeting the forefront of the blood pillar. Thud, thud, thud. The poison hairpins pierced the sanguine column, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, creating ripples before being enveloped by the foul blood. The blood pillar's speed remained undiminished, a harbinger of destruction barreling forward. Its target was unmistakable, directly aimed at Ling Chun, who, with Dan Tai Meng in his embrace, found it difficult to evade. Damn it! Zhao Heihu's foolish grin froze in place, his instincts kicking in as he hurled the tortoise shell at the blood pillar with all his might. A sharp red gleam of cinnabar flashed across the tortoise shell in the bluish light. In that moment of impact, the vermilion red light suddenly erupted, not as an attack, but as a formation of a delicate membrane wall, fragile as cicada wings, yet possessing an oddly stable quality that perfectly shielded the blood column. A sharp, corrosive sound echoed as the tainted blood relentlessly eroded the pale red membrane, causing the crimson glow to swiftly dim. The tortoise shell emitted a mournful wail, as cracks from the black spider rapidly spread across its surface, resembling a web in the blink of an eye. Yet, this seemingly insignificant barrier granted Ling Chun a fleeting moment of life and death. Clutching Dan Tai Meng, he propelled himself with his powerful legs, covered in dragon scales, unleashing a shocking force that made him seem to teleport, moving 3 feet in an instant. Boom! The foul blood column grazed the edge of Ling Chun's garment, violently crashing into the massive whale sculpture behind him. The hard jade wall was immediately corroded, creating a vast pit from which black-red sludge flowed, causing the entire Tai-born hall to tremble violently. Several luminous pearls from the dome fell, shattering upon impact and scattering a mist of eerie blue light. A figure stepped through the shattered water curtain and the pervasive stench of blood, slowly entering the grand hall. Neither a graceful woman in azure robes nor a sinister figure in black robes, this person was extraordinarily tall, clad in tattered, obsidian-heavy armor, from which viscous, tainted blood dripped, sizzling as it corroded the ground. A terrifying, ghostly mask obscured his face, with only his eyes visible, devoid of emotion, glaring ahead with an abyss-like darkness fixed upon his adversary. In his left hand, he wielded a grotesquely twisted long blade, caked in tainted blood, while his right hand was shrouded in a roiling mass of corrupted sanguine light. Indeed, it was the very blood column he had just expelled. The Xian armor guard. Zhao Heihu recognized the beastly pattern of the pylon etched upon the tattered armor, his voice trembling with utter fear. No, it's a ghost. A wretched thing from the black mist. Lu Wujiu crouched on the ground, clutching his head. As the tortoise shell shattered, he resembled a stray dog, repeatedly uttering the words. It's over. The blood fiend has entered my body. A puppet. It's over. Lu Hanyin fixed her gaze upon the ghostly figure. A wave of excruciating pain coursing through her icy right arm, her teeth chattering. This is no ordinary Xian armor guard. He has been infected by the black fiend's toxic mire, transformed into a walking source of filth. Lu Hanyin despaired, declaring that creatures thoroughly corrupted by filth were nearly impossible to eliminate by conventional means, for the tainted blood was exceedingly poisonous, resulting in decay upon contact. The ghostly figure's gaze, cold as a probing needle, glided over the terrified Zhao Heihu, then swept past the despondent Lu Wujiao, ultimately locking onto Ling Chun, who held Dan Tai Meng. In his unfathomable eyes, there flickered a faint glimmer, a trace of Chun Tieshan's struggle, quickly drowned by the overwhelming filth and murderous intent. He raised his right hand, now smeared with tainted blood, and the viscous crimson light began to coalesce, compressing and buzzing with a deafening resonance, targeting none other than Ling Chun. Chinner, release her. Flee now. Lu Hanyin let out a piercing scream, acutely aware of the strange connection between her son and the girl from the Danai family. At this moment, survival was the utmost priority. With her remaining left arm, she formed a seal, recklessly channeling her residual spiritual energy, even drawing from the frostbitten wound of her right hand. Streams of blood oozed from the icy fissures, transforming into 3 more solid emerald-green poisonous rays, which surged once again towards the ghost-faced figure. This was a desperate gamble. Mother. No. Ling Chun roared in fury, the burning pain emanating from the totem on his chest akin to a tearing sensation. To release Dan Tai Meng was tantamount to extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for the girl in his arms. The imperial blood, barely suppressed by the water spirit's power, would swiftly incinerate him to ashes once deprived of the pure water's spiritual pulse's nourishment. The ghost-faced figure paid no heed to the incoming poisonous rays. Foul bloodlight coalesced before him spontaneously into a distorted shield. The poisonous rays pierced the blood shield, only to be silently absorbed. His bloodied hand, imbued with terrifying power, had already locked onto Ling Chun. In a moment of peril, the last vestige of hesitation in Ling Chen's eyes morphed into madness. Not only did he refuse to abandon Dan Tai Ming, but he also clutched her even tighter, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. The dark golden and icy blue totemic radiance surged explosively from his chest, the turbulent dragon killing imperial blood coursing recklessly, eager to confront the impending filth. Fragments of the reincarnation mirror screamed sharply within his consciousness, the recently mended cracks threatening to burst open anew. At that moment, a deep, resounding hum, reminiscent of the primordial depths of the ocean, unexpectedly reverberated throughout the Tideborn Hall. The sound originated from the vast Crystal Palace relief. The Crystal Palace, submerged in the sapphire abyss, erupted with a brilliance that was not blinding but rather a profound and pure azure, embodying the depth and stillness capable of encompassing all in existence. The light swept across the entire hall, brushing past the ghost-faced figure's alarm, the desperate Lu Hanyan, and the despairing Zhao Heihu and Lu Wujiao. Ultimately, the tangible light enveloped the tightly entwined Ling Chen and Dan Tai Ming with a gentle yet irresistible flow. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The foul blood light that the ghost-faced figure was about to unleash fizzled under the immense blue radiance. Hissing like ice melting beneath the scorching sun, boiling, evaporating, and shrinking in a frenzied manner, he emitted a sound that was not quite human, filled with anguish and rage. The poisonous rays shot by Lu Hanyan dissipated without a trace in the blue light. Zhao Heihu and Lu Wujiao stood stunned, paralyzed by this miraculous illumination. Under the protective glow, Ling Chen felt the once cold and rigid Dan Tai Ming stir slightly in his embrace, prompting him to lower his gaze. The girl's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, slowly quivering. Her long-closed eyes were illuminated by the azure light, finally opening. Within her gaze, there was no longer the previous clarity or frailty, but an expanse of boundless, deep azure ocean. Within this profound ocean stood a majestic crystal palace exuding an ancient, desolate aura. Her lips parted slightly, uttering a cold, ancient syllable that resonated like an echo from the depths of the sea. Open. As the syllable fell, the grand crystal palace relief at the center radiated outward like ripples in water. A colossal vortex formed from a pure azure glow manifested clearly before everyone's eyes, accompanied by the distant sound of tidal waves and a more potent, rich essence of water. The door has opened, Lu Wujiao murmured, entranced. Go. Lu Hanyan was the first to react, shouting towards the vortex, her last vestige of strength pushing the dazed Zhao Heihu towards it. This was the sole opportunity, the moment when the ghostly creature was subdued by the blue light. The ghostly figure, too, seemed to sense this, unleashing a piercing roar as it resisted the purifying force of the blue light. Its bloodied hand rose once more, not forming a single column of blood as before, but instead spreading its fingers wide, unleashing 5 venomous streams of corrupted blood, shooting directly towards Ling Chen and the recently awakened Dan Tai Ming, whose eyes still held a trace of deep-sea confusion. The speed was greater than before, the toxicity more potent. Your Majesty, be careful. Zhao Heihu stumbled towards the vortex, witnessing the harrowing scene, his heart shattering. As Ling Chen beheld Dan Tai Ming open her eyes, a surge of new power coursed through his chest, miraculously calming the excruciating pain of their collision. He watched as the 5 dark, venomous blood streams surged forth, his own eyes reflecting the fierce brilliance of dragon scales as he clutched Dan Tai Ming and prepared to plunge into the vortex. Yet, those 5 streams of corrupted blood were alarmingly swift, nearly brushing against their backs. In that fleeting moment, a figure lunged fiercely from the side. It was Lu Hanyan. She summoned her last ounce of strength, hurling her entire body, along with her bloodied right arm encased in thick ice, against the 5 streams of foul blood. Determined to create a wall of flesh and blood for her son, and the last flicker of hope cradled in his arms. Mother! Ling Chen's anguished roar was heart-wrenching. Thud, 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 thud. 5 muffled impacts pierced the air, evoking an uncomfortable sensation. The tainted bloodlines pierced Lu Hanyan's body without hindrance. As her frozen arm made contact, it shattered, the black, corrupted blood surging into her wounds like a living entity, sending her flying like a tattered doll in the wind, crashing violently to the ground, leaving a shocking pool of black-red in her wake. Lu Hanyan's body trembled violently, her face instantly shrouded in a deathly black mist, and her eyes, gazing at Ling Chen, were filled with affection, concern, and a hint of, finally having accomplished something for his solace. Go. She expended her last breath, her lips moving silently, leaving only the shape of the words. The ghostly figure raised its bloodied right hand once more, the bloodlight coalescing further. The suppression of the blue light seemed to gradually wane. Ling Chen's mind was a blank slate. The final expression and gaze of his mother as she fell were seared into the depths of his soul like a red-hot branding iron. The totem on his chest, adorned with icy blue patterns, flickered wildly, yearning to suppress the tempestuous surge of the dragon-slaying emperor blood that threatened to boil over. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from him. And in an instant, dragon scales erupted across half of his face as golden light and crimson fury intertwined violently within his eyes. He ceased to regard the terrifying ghoul or his mother, whose fate hung in the balance. Instead, he clutched the recently awakened Dan Taiming, whose gaze still bore the depths of the ocean's mist, tightly in his arms, transforming her into a blazing meteor that charged headlong into the swirling blue vortex. Stop him! The ghoul bellowed as bloodlight coalesced into a colossal, tainted claw that lunged toward the vortex. Zhao Heihu, in a final desperate act, rolled and tumbled into the whirlpool. Lu Wujiao suddenly awakened, frantically attempting to dive in as well. However, boom! The massive, tainted claw struck the vortex's entrance. The clash of foul energy and the ethereal force of water erupted in a blinding light and powerful shockwave. Lu Wujiao was nearly caught by the terrifying backlash. Flung away like a kite severed from its string, crashing against a distant sculpted wall, spewing forth blood, his fate uncertain. The swirling blue vortex, under the assault of the tainted claw, twisted and shook violently, its light flickering as if on the verge of collapse. Beneath the ghoul's mask, a glimmer of malice and triumph flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand again, summoning more foul blood to prepare for the final blow to the passageway. Just as the passage was about to disintegrate completely, deep within the vortex, Dan Taiming, cradled protectively by Ling Chen, suddenly opened her deep ocean-like eyes, illuminating with an otherworldly brilliance. She lifted her pale, delicate hand toward the entrance of the vortex, gently brushing through the air. There was no cataclysmic force, only an invisible stream of frigid, pure water, flowing from the depths of the ancient sea, emanated from her fingertips, silent and serene. This ethereal water met the gigantic tainted claw hurled by the ghoul. Hiss! It was as if a searing iron had plunged into ice water. The tainted claw, along with the ghoul's filthy, writhing right hand and half of his dark armor, became encased in ice, not merely frozen, but the malevolent energy within the foul blood was obliterated, disintegrating into the smallest crystalline dust. Aya! The ghoul emitted a heart-rending scream, inhuman and tortured, as his frozen half shattered and crumbled. The murky darkness in his eyes surged with fear for the first time. However, this fear was fleeting. The invisible stream of water, undeterred, glided over the ghoul's form. Crackle! Crackle! The chilling sound of freezing echoed ominously. In the blink of an eye, the towering ghoul and the bronze mask upon his grotesque visage transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture of ethereal blue, while the swirling darkness within was completely encapsulated, solidified into an eerie frozen figure. In the next moment, the ice sculpture quietly crumbled, transforming into a cascade of shimmering blue powder that softly descended, merging into the ground's slate bricks, vanishing without a trace. Only a few shattered fragments of dark armor and a twisted bronze ghoul's visage remained, bearing witness to the terrifying presence that had just been. At this juncture, the swirling blue vortex passage, after one final violent undulation, could no longer withstand the tripartite pressure from within and without. With a resounding pop akin to a colossal bubble bursting, it disintegrated into nothingness. All that remained was the ethereal blue luminescence from the dome, gently illuminating the chaotic remnants of the tidal hall, casting light upon the blinding black and red beneath Lu Han Inn, illuminating the uncertain fate of Lu Wujiao on the distant wall, as well as the three indistinct, writhing figures of crimson shadows beneath the belly of the carved giant whale on the wall. Silence reigned. Only the lingering essence of water flowed, resonating with a sound that was almost imperceptible, reminiscent of the deep sea's sigh. Chapter 20. The Phantom Face. Damn it. Brothers, the brothers will not return. It is all my fault. Had it not been for my greed for the spiritual spring of the earth vein, insisting on venturing into the Black Wind Gorge, Lao Chun and Lao Zhao would not have. Chun Taizhan knelt on the ground, his towering frame hunched over, fists clenched tightly as he struck the smooth azure stone bricks with ferocity. His knuckles cracked, and the blood seeping through his fingers mingled with his tears, spreading in concentric circles on the ground. This was a man bold enough to confront the Phantom Face, yet now he trembled like a withered leaf in the wind. Ling Chun stood before the grand relief of the Crystal Palace, the intertwined ice blue and dark gold totem on his chest subtly rising and falling. The breath of Dan Taiming in his arms had faded to a barely perceptible whisper, yet remained remarkably steady. He looked down at Chen Taizhan, and an icy weight settled in his heart, akin to a sodden clump of cotton soaked in ice water. On one hand, he felt relieved that Qin Taizan and his men had refrained from plundering the mortal villages, thus avoiding immeasurable bloodshed. On the other hand, witnessing the mere dozen battered and dazed men remaining, and the few seriously injured writhing under the pressure of makeshift spiritual talismans while emitting pain cries, his heart felt as if it were being sliced by a knife. 67 robust cultivators and body refiners had ventured out, yet only 19 returned, including the half-man, half-ghost figures sprawled on the ground. Huang Zhushan's meager resources had been nearly depleted. Behind each name lay a whole family, wailing wives and children, desperate parents. In this perilous journey of uncertainty, losing the pillar of support was akin to receiving a death sentence. Ling Chen felt something churn in his throat, ultimately manifesting as a heavy sigh. This defeat was not merely a consequence of battle. Who could have foreseen that Qin Taizan and his group, in search of the spiritual spring to replenish the depleted spiritual energy of the Spirit Valley, would stumble upon the outlet of the bone-eroding black mist? This was no naturally occurring poison. Within that black fog drifted countless beasts and the remnants of cultivators, their minds completely eroded by filth, stripped of reason. Blades could not pierce it, and spells were rendered ineffective. Even a mere touch of the black mist's toxic blood would lead to assimilation. Qin Taizan, burning his own essence to carve a path, managed to escape with a handful of men. The cost was high. 2 trusted body-refining brothers he had taken along were consumed by the roiling black mist while shielding him, not even a scream escaping their lips. General Qin, please. Return and rest. Ling Chen's voice rasped, the totem on his chest radiating a searing pain, a response to his turbulent emotions. Qin Taizan looked up, his face marred by blood and tears, revealing an abyss of anguish and bewilderment. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately uttered nothing. A soulless shell was supported by 2 equally lost men, staggering towards the side hall designated for tending the wounded. Lu Wujiao clutched the nearly disintegrating tome, heavenly mechanism transformation. His visage as pallid as that of the deceased, murmuring incantations. Black calamity ascends, tainting the spiritual axis. A dire omen, indeed. Zhao Heihu, with but a single arm dangling, bore a deep gash upon his face, exposing bone and seeping dark blood. Leaning against the frigid sculpted wall, he stared blankly at the pool of blood, a dark red stain belonging to Lu Han, his body occasionally convulsing. Bai Yunqi, the diminutive and slender former celestial soldier, had lost his usual sharpness, crouching nearby, repeatedly wiping the chipped blade of his longsword with the tattered cloth, his fingers turning pale. Your Majesty. Lu Wujiao finally ceased his mutterings, his voice hoarse. General Chun met a dismal defeat, yet he returned bearing a deadly revelation. That black mist is spreading, and at an alarming rate. Even through the water curtain, I can scent its foulness, a true stench of corruption. This water palace's defenses may hold for a moment, but they cannot last an eternity. The black mist corrupts all, should it encroach upon this place. The unspoken conclusion is clear to all present. Ling Chen's heart plummeted. His mother, Lu Han, grievously wounded and on the brink of death, had been encased in a block of ice formed by the core power of the water palace, temporarily suspended in a corner beneath the surface. A thin layer of bluish ice barely preserving her breath. Lu Wujiao too had sustained internal injuries, Qin Taizan incapacitated, Zhao Heihu half destroyed. The young soldiers of the Imperial Guard? In the face of such a cataclysm, they were hardly fit to serve as cannon fodder. Outside, the terrifying black mist encroached, while inside, the wounded languished and morale crumbled. A food crisis? Such concerns were trivial now. The gravest peril was that they might not even escape this tie-borne hall, to perish within these submerged ruins, or to await the infiltration of the black mist, transforming everyone into grotesque abominations. They could not afford to wait. Bai Yunqi suddenly lifted his gaze, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. This water palace, this crystalline relic, did not the secret text speak of the heart of the water eye? Surely there must be an escape, or something to combat this menace. He gestured toward the immense, softly glowing blue crystal palace relief ahead. An escape? Power? Old Qin and the others, did they not gamble their lives? That accursed entity can corrupt golden core cultivators, with our meager numbers and limited cultivation. What could we possibly use to resist? Venturing out would surely lead to death. Yet, it was better than waiting for death to claim them here. I shall march forth to meet my demise. I intend to live for a few more days. Zhao Heihu, now with only one arm, waved excitedly as he shouted. Enough. Ling Chen interjected quietly, though his voice was not loud. It possessed a peculiar penetrating force. causing the totem upon his chest to emit a faint glow. Instantly, the two disputants fell silent. Ling Chun cradled Dan Tai Meng in front of a magnificent crystal palace relief. Within the sea of consciousness, the nearly restored fragments of the reincarnation mirror resonated gently with the relief. The father, hands stained with blood, pressed the reincarnation mirror into the child's forehead. Flames within the mirror consumed a crystal palace. The eerie scene overlapped before his eyes. An escape might truly exist. Ling Chun slowly spoke, unconsciously caressing Dan Tai Meng's cold face. However, the key lies within her. He glanced down at the sleeping girl in his arms. Her once deep oceanic eyes now tightly shut. That she must awaken for it to happen. Zhao Heihu's expression was mournful, and Lady Lu as well. At that moment, Lu Wujiu, who had been fixated on the shattered tortoise shell fragments on the ground and the heavenly mechanism in his hands, suddenly revealed a glimmer of clarity in his murky old eyes. Wait, he seemed to discover something, crawling over to the dark red bloodstain belonging to Lu Hanyan. Disregarding the filth, and dipped his fingers into the not yet fully congealed black blood. He rushed to the crystal palace relief. Trembling as he smeared the drop of tainted blood into an inconspicuous corner of the relief, a small indentation that appeared merely decorative with wave-like patterns. Hiss. As the drop of tainted blood touched the indentation, it emitted a piercing sound, releasing a faint wisp of black smoke, and that indentation suddenly began to glow. This was not a blue light, but rather a dim, nearly imperceptible silver luminescence, as if the light possessed a life of its own. Slowly creeping along the intricate patterns of the relief, heading straight for the sunken crystal palace at its center. What is this? Ling Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and Lu Wujiu trembled with excitement, pointing at the spreading faint silver thread, then at the ancient, blurred patterns on the page of the heavenly mechanism in his hand. Your Majesty, behold, impure blood guides the way, the abyssal gate opens, the old minister has realized that ghostly creature is a source of filth. The blood on Lady Lu has mingled with its tainted power, and this impure blood is actually the key to unlocking the true core. It is part of the key. As if validating his words, the faint silver luminescence finally struggled up to the very base of the crystal palace within the relief. Buzz. From within the relief emanated a voice deeper and more ancient than the one that had previously opened the passage to the secret realm. The entire massive relief of the crystal palace seemed to awaken like a slumbering behemoth, with its surface shimmering in a deep blue glow, pulsating like a breath, flickering in and out. A force, more potent and grand than the earlier resurgence of spiritual veins, gradually spread like a torrent from the primordial era. Crack. A faint yet crisp sound echoed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, an extremely tiny, nearly imperceptible portal relief on the lowest tier of the crystal palace within the relief revealed a slender crack glimmering with silver light. The door has opened a sliver? Bai Yunqi's voice trembled. It is not merely a crevice. Lu Wujiu fixed his gaze upon the fissure, his expression contorted. It was the Yuanqi, a passage leading to the core of the water eye, the Guishu Ci. Though it was but a wisp, the essence leaking from within was the true innate Gui water essence. An essence capable of purifying all things and nourishing the very source. Your Majesty, at the very least, it could suppress the corrosion and injuries upon them, perhaps. It might even awaken the Empress. A glimmer of hope, a faint light in the depths of despair. Yet, a sudden chill gripped Ling Chen's heart. The ethereal, silvery innate Gui water essence, drifting from the fissure like a slender spirit serpent, did not float towards the gravely injured Lu Hanyan. Nor did it approach the tormented and screaming Dan Tai Meng. Instead, it moved toward the wounded souls restrained by spiritual talismans, their skin riddled with swirling black mist, crying out in agony. More precisely, it was directed towards Zhao Heihu, who bore the most severe injuries, with scales beginning to emerge on half of his body, his throat emitting hissing sounds. The sole remaining eye of Zhao Heihu, filled with fear and pain, was now fixated upon the drifting silvery essence, and within his pupils, a tainted black glimmer flickered, striking like a serpent. This is bad. Ling Chen's expression shifted dramatically. Although the innate Gui water essence had the power to purify, the corruption within Zhao Heihu and the others was intertwined with their flesh, blood, and souls. If one sought to purify this power, the likely outcome would be to provoke the taint, causing it to erupt and transform Zhao Heihu and the others into even more terrifying monsters. Stop it, Ling Chen bellowed, rushing towards Dan Tai Meng, but it was too late. The wisp of silvery essence dove into Zhao Heihu's mouth, gaping wide in pain, like a shark enraged by the scent of blood. Hiss! Zhao Heihu's body arched violently, as if struck by an invisible colossal hammer. The remaining arm clawed desperately at his throat and chest, and the black mist writhing beneath his skin began to boil, as if cold water had been thrown into a hot frying pan. The talisman suppressing him emitted hissing sounds, igniting without flame, and in that instant, they were utterly dissolved. A cloud of ash. Roar. A roar, utterly inhuman and filled with unimaginable agony and brutal desire, erupted from Zhao Heihu's now distorted throat. The single surviving eye was completely shrouded by the foul black mist, and the wounds on his skin split open, oozing thick, putrid blood. The mutated scales began to visibly spread across his body with alarming speed, accompanied by a foul aura more violent and chaotic than that of a ghoul. It erupted like a storm within the silent Chaosheng Hall. Just as hope flickered into existence, they were plunged back into despair. The greatest crisis had not receded. It had ignited among them. Chapter 21. The choice. The inhuman roar of Zhao Heihu reverberated within the Tideborn Palace, mingling with the stench of blood and the desire for destruction, sending sharp pains through the eardrums of those who heard it. He had undergone a complete transformation. His skin was marred by cracks, oozing thick, black, foul-smelling blood that surged forth like a living entity, saturating his entire being. The only visible eye left was a void, consuming everything in its path with pure darkness. Mutated scales erupted wildly, crackling ominously, quickly spreading across his neck and arms, advancing toward his chest. The chaotic and turbulent miasma felt like a tangible tempest, threatening to uproot anyone standing in its presence. The light of hope was instantly engulfed by darkness. With a ferocious growl, the mutated Zhao Heihu, now a foul beast, swung his remaining arm with force, his blood-soaked claws crashing down upon the nearest severely injured man, reducing the spirit talisman to mere ashes. Stop him. Ling Chen's eyes widened in fury, his chest tattoo ablaze with fear and anger. Instinctively, he sought to shield Dan Tai Meng behind him, only to find their chest tattoos pulsing urgently, drawing them together, rendering him unable to loosen his hold. As they were forcibly separated, a tearing sensation from the tattoos made his vision blur, and Dan Tai Meng gasped for breath. Damn it, we must fight back. The quickest to react was Bai Yunqi, his eyes flashing with determination. With a resonant hum, he thrust his jagged sword, imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy, toward the ribcage of the foul beast with reckless abandon. Clang! Sparks flew. The sword met an impenetrable barrier, leaving only a faint white mark. The recoil sent Bai Yunqi staggering back, his grip on the sword slipping away. The foul beast, indifferent to his attack, unleashed a claw completely enveloped by the vile blood and scales, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Aiming straight for Bai Yunqi's heart, a blur of motion that left only an afterimage. Dodge! Came a hoarse roar. It was Chen Taizan. This man, who moments ago had seemed like a mere shell of a being, ignited with fierce resolve upon witnessing his former comrade transformed into a monster, poised to slaughter their companions. Like a rampaging bull, he barreled into the dazed Lu Wujiao, his towering form crashing into the side of the foul beast with an unyielding ferocity. Bang! The sound of the collision echoed ominously. Chen Taizan was forced back several steps, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, yet the foul beast staggered as well. Its intended lethal strike against Bai Yunqi veering off, only managing to tear several deep gashes into Bai Yunqi's shoulder. Bai Yunqi rolled aside, howling in agony. The foul beast, now enraged, abandoned its pursuit of Bai Yunqi, its abyssal black eyes fixating on Chen Taizan, emitting a low, guttural growl as viscous blood and saliva dripped from its jagged maw, corroding the ground beneath. My lord, we must find a way. Lu Wujiao clutched a fragment of turtle shell, rolling on the ground with the heavenly mechanism, desperately seeking refuge behind Ling Chun, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This creature is impervious to blades and bullets. Contact with it means certain death. Ling Chun, clutching Dan Tai Meng, retreated swiftly, his chest insignia howling as if possessed. The imperial blood within him stirred restlessly, provoked by the vile aura surrounding them. Ling Chun fixated on the foul beast before him, then glanced at the shimmering silver rift recently torn into the Crystal Palace's relief. The path to vitality lay ahead, yet it was obstructed by the terrifying monstrosity. Divert its attention. Ling Chun shouted to Chen Taizan and the struggling Bai Yunqi. The rift. We must plunge into the rift to find our salvation. He had to take a gamble, hoping that the innate Gui Shui essence could either rescue them or at the very least suppress the filth. The rift? Chen Taizan wiped the blood from his face, noticing a slender crack emerging on the relief, and comprehension dawned upon him. Bai Yunqi, wake up. Get up. Be the bait. Chapter 22. The longsword by Yunqi clutched his shoulder, grimacing in pain, yet the instinct for survival dominated his consciousness. He grasped the fragmented longsword from the ground and, summoning the last of his strength, hurled it towards the foul beast before turning to flee in the opposite direction of the abyss. The shard struck the beast's scales, producing a metallic clang that momentarily captured its attention, its dark eyes fixated on the fleeing by Yunqi. Now was the moment. Chen Taizan let out a fierce roar, charging forward rather than retreating, his entire being akin to a cannonball as he collided once more with the foul beast. This time, he invoked the ultimate blood-burning secret technique, his veins protruding beneath his skin, glowing with an unnatural crimson light. Bang! The impact was even more violent. The foul beast was sent soaring, crashing violently against the distant mural wall, which trembled under the force. Chen Taizan, however, spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his energy waning as he collapsed to the ground. The price of burning blood was exorbitantly high. Charge! Ling Chen seized the fleeting opportunity. The totem upon his chest radiated an unprecedented brilliance, resisting the backlash of imperial blood as he embraced Dan Tai Ming, unleashing a burst of maximum speed, transforming into a blurred figure racing towards the shimmering silver abyss. Lu Wujiao scrambled after him, barely keeping pace. Roar! The flung foul beast emitted a thunderous roar, its foul blood splattering like water as it regained its footing. Clearly, it recognized Ling Chen's intent, disregarding Chen Taizan in the distant by Yunqi. With all 4 feet firmly on the ground, its hind legs beginning to mutate, it charged with a terrifying speed towards Ling Chen, exuding a carnage-laden aura reminiscent of a true beast. The filthy claw was less than 3 feet from Ling Chen's back. The shadow of death loomed ominously. Ling Chen could even sense the icy, putrid stench wafting from behind him. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his strength into his legs, the totem's light nearly bursting forth from his body. In his arms, Dan Tai Ming's long eyelashes trembled violently once more. At the very moment the foul claw was about to make contact with Ling Chen's back, buzz. In the corner, quietly lying beneath a layer of faint blue ice, Lu Hanyan. Beneath her body lay a pool of black-red blood, and from the frozen block emanated a mingled aura of foul energy reminiscent of ghostly figures, suddenly stirred as if drawn by some powerful force, swirling violently. Hiss! Numerous strands of black-red blood, finer than a hair yet immensely refined, surged forth from the foul blood as if they were living entities, arriving just in time. They did not aim for Ling Chen, but instead ensnared the foul beast's claw that lunged towards him. Sizzle! Like oil splashed on snow. That mass of black-red blood was a more refined and domineering form of foul power, corroding the surface scales and tainted blood of the foul beast, penetrating deep into its very marrow. A chilling, tremulous wail escaped from the vile beast, causing its body, poised to pounce, to momentarily hesitate. Its claws, ensnared by threads of crimson, quivered violently, emanating thick clouds of ebony smoke. In this fleeting moment of interruption, Ling Chen, cradling Dan Tai Ming, propelled himself with resolute ferocity into the swirling abyss that exuded an ancient and desolate aura. Chapter 23. Devouring. The body was immediately engulfed by the flowing silver light. Meanwhile, Lu Wujiao let out a desperate scream, throwing himself into the fray with all his might. The foul beast frantically tore away the black-red bloodline that had ensnared its claw. Yet that bloodline seemed to be a malignant growth rooted in its very bones, rendering the paw nearly useless. Its furious single eye fixated on Lu Hanyan in the corner, emitting a growl that seemed to herald an impending pounce. However, ultimately, its insatiable desire for the abyss overshadowed all else. It forsook Lu Hanyan and Chen Taizan, charging forward with a frenzied, bloody wind into the rapidly closing silver fissure. Boom! The silver light flickered violently, causing the entire tide synthesis hall to tremble. After devouring the foul beast, the abyss appeared to exhaust its energy, the silver light dimming swiftly and condensing into a slender silver thread, vanishing completely from the relief. All that remained was a scene of devastation, thick with the stench of blood and filth. In the corner, beneath the ice, the flickering flame of Lu Hanyan's life dimmed perilously. In the distance, Chen Taizan struggled to rise, while Bai Yunqi clutched his shoulder, his complexion ashen, hiding away in some corner. A deathly silence enveloped the space once more, with only the 3 blood-red silhouettes beneath the belly of the colossal whale on the relief writhing in increasingly violent turmoil. The bone-chilling cold enveloped Ling Chen entirely, accompanied by a weighty pressure that instantaneously seeped into his being. The sensation was not merely of water, It resembled submerging into the depths of ancient ice. His thoughts nearly frozen. The ice blue and dark golden totem on his chest pulsated erratically, emitting a searing aura that countered the extreme cold. Strangely, the imperial blood, stimulated by this frost, seemed to find a semblance of equilibrium, mitigating the overwhelming sting considerably. Instinctively, he clutched the unconscious Dan Tai Meng tightly. The girl's body remained icy, yet within this frigid current, an imperceptible vitality seemed to emerge, her furrowed brow gradually relaxing, though still gasping for breath. She appeared more tranquil than she had in the Tide Synthesis Hall. Before him, the relief of the Tide Synthesis Hall dissipated, replaced by an indescribable deep blue. There was no up or down, only an endless, flowing expanse of deep blue, akin to liquid gemstones, adorned with countless minute silver points of light that drifted and swirled like stardust. In the distant realm, an outline of an incomprehensibly vast palace materialized subtly within the deep blue, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. "Where is this?" Lu Wujio's voice echoed nearby, reminiscent of a drowning soul flailing in turmoil, his robe appearing to be torn by some unseen force. Ling Chen soon realized that he, Lu Wujio, and Dan Tai Meng were all suspended in this bizarre deep blue space, flowing toward the silhouette of that immense palace. The Eye of the Abyss. Ling Chen murmured to himself, recalling Lu Wujio's earlier frantic ramblings, as the fragment of the reincarnation mirror in his sea of consciousness radiated an unprecedented gentle glow. The cracks on the surface visibly closing under the illumination of the silver points of light, a pure and boundless essence of water, surpassing even that of the Tideborn Palace, is continuously flowing into the bodies of Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng from the totem and the points of contact. This force embodies the innate essence of Gui water. It is cold, yet it harbors the most primal vitality, cleansing the remnants of imperial blood's turbulence within Ling Chen's meridians and nourishing his foundation, which had been damaged after he forcibly suppressed the imperial blood. Chapter 34. Pale as the ethereal essence flowed into Dan Tai Meng's body. A faint blush emerged on her originally pallid complexion, and the blood mark on her brow pulsed with a rhythmic breath. "A magnificent transformation, Your Majesty, a magnificent transformation." Lu Wujio also felt the extraordinary nature of this essence, and he could not contain his excitement, his limbs dancing with joy, as if his wounds had healed considerably. The Eye of the Returning Ruins. The innate Gui water. This is the foundation of enlightenment. His ecstatic reverie was abruptly shattered. Not far ahead, a distorted and tormented figure was thrashing wildly in the cerulean waters. It was the corrupted beast transformed from Zhao Heihu. It had entered as well. Yet, at this moment, it was in a dreadful state. The supremely pure essence of the innate Gui water acted upon its corrupted form like the most fearsome poison, akin to a searing iron plunged into frigid water. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The corrupted beast was enveloped in thick black smoke, its soiled blood scales melting and peeling away under the silver light, revealing the putrid, writhing flesh beneath. It writhed in agony, emitting a silent roar, its voice seemingly isolated. Its singular eye filled with brutality and a hint of purifying terror. It had also sensed the presence of Ling Chen and the others, particularly the resonance of the essence carried by Dan Tai Meng, which faintly harmonized with this space, the pure water's spiritual vein. That instinctual brutality compelled it to recklessly charge toward them, despite the fact that its body was being utterly purified by the Gui water essence. "Your Majesty, be cautious." Lu Wujio exclaimed in horror, hastily forming hand seals, but he felt his spiritual power severely suppressed in this space. Ling Chen's gaze was icy. Within the Eye of the Returning Ruins, his imperial blood somehow established a subtle equilibrium with the extreme cold, rendering his power more fluid. He held Dan Tai Meng, attempting to sidestep and evade the corrupted beast's assault trajectory. However, the flow of this space seemed to have a fixed direction, akin to being caught in an ocean current, making movement quite arduous. As the corrupted beast, shrouded in black smoke, neared them, its body nearly purified to reveal white bones. It still lunged forward in a frenzied act of mutual destruction. At that moment, Dan Tai Meng's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open in Ling Chen's embrace. The confusion dissipated, revealing only the profound and pure cerulean, reminiscent of the Eye of the Returning Ruins itself. She did not even cast a glance at the terrifying corrupted beast charging toward her. Instead, she effortlessly raised a delicate, pale hand toward it, her fingers gently curling together. The motion was soft, as if gathering a spring of clear water. Boom! Before them, the cerulean sea appeared to be grasped and constricted by an invisible hand. The space abruptly collapsed inward, and a cerulean vortex emerged before the corrupted beast. The beast's momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if it had collided with an unseen wall, only to be ensnared by the terrifying suction. Its last sharp claws flailed wildly, yet it could not move an inch. Its body was gradually drawn into the cerulean vortex, crushed and purified. The silent struggle was but a fleeting moment, akin to a bubble filled with tainted blood being punctured. The grotesque foul beast, along with the swirling filth and dark energies enveloping it, was entirely consumed and obliterated by this small vortex, ultimately transforming into the most primal essence, merging into the boundless, deep blue expanse. Everything returned to tranquility, as if the terrifying monster had never existed. The ethereal blue in Dan Tai Meng's eyes gradually faded, restoring a semblance of the clarity inherent to humanity, albeit still cold and distant. It seemed she had exhausted the little strength she had just regained. Her eyes fluttered shut weakly, her head gently resting against Ling Chen's chest as she fell into slumber once more. Yet this time, her breathing was long and steady. Ling Chen gazed at her sleeping profile, then glanced at the subtle rise and fall of the totem on his chest. In that brief moment, he acutely realized that as Dan Tai Meng reached out, the power of the icy blue totem on his chest was nearly instantaneously drawn away, merging with the tips of her fingers. Chapter 35. The Emperor and Empress share a fate. The Emperor and Empress share a fate. The blood chariot turns. Here, a deeper connection seems to be unveiled. Divine, a miracle. Lu Wujiu suddenly fell to his knees upon the formless surface of the water, overwhelmed with emotion as he faced the direction of Dan Tai Meng, rendered speechless by the majesty of the Emperor and Empress. The return to the void reveals the sacred. Heaven bless our Emperor. Heaven bless. Ling Chen paid no heed to his ramblings. Instead, he gazed into the flowing depths of azure, where he perceived the faint outline of a colossal palace shrouded in deep blue, obscured yet tantalizingly close. Fragments of the reincarnation mirror resonated violently within his consciousness. Filled with yearning, his father's bloodied hand, the cold mirror at the infant's brow, the crumbling palace amidst the flames within the mirror, all overlapping with the scene before him. The answer lay within the core of the eye of the return to the void, the submerged ancient crystal palace, cradling the sleeping maiden in his arms. He felt the tremor born from the fusion of her breath with the totem upon his chest. In this realm of stillness yet vibrant life, he gradually moved towards that palace. Lu Wujiu, scrambling behind him, bore an expression woven with the ecstatic relief of survival and a profound reverence for the unknown. In this secluded eye of the return to the void, although the immediate peril had receded, the path ahead remained unfathomably deep. Here, he and she were entwined by fate, drawn into this ancient relic due to the blood of the Emperor and the pulse of the spirit vein, seemingly ensnared in an even more profound entanglement. An icy azure enveloped the surroundings, and time appeared to stand still. Ling Chen, holding the slumbering Dan Tai Meng, was propelled by the invisible currents towards the distant silhouette of the colossal palace, submerged in the deep blue. The innate essence of the primordial water continuously surged into his being, cleansing his meridians and nurturing his foundation. The icy blue and dark gold totem upon his chest rose and fell steadily, resonating peculiarly with Dan Tai Meng's faint breaths. Within this endless, frigid, and pure water spirit, the imperial blood inexplicably grew gentler, hastening the restoration of the reincarnation mirror fragments. Yet, this profound tranquility could hardly mask the weight in Ling Chen's heart. Behind him, Lu Wujiu resembled an awkward jellyfish paddling forward in pursuit, the ecstasy of survival fading away, leaving only reverence and a barely perceptible fear. The increasingly closer and towering outline of the palace exuded an overwhelming pressure. "Your Majesty," Lu Wujiu's voice echoed, tinged with a tremor. "This old minister has been quite anxious lately. This eye of the return to the void. The remnants of Tianji Yin record that it is the source of all waters, and also the resting place of deities, that palace." Ling Chen did not turn back, his gaze locked firmly ahead. Closer, even nearer. What was no longer merely an outline, but a truly unimaginable ancient crystal palace. It hovered within this boundless azure, never touching the water. The entire edifice was composed of an indescribable blue crystal, resplendent and transparent, radiating a starry luminescence. Spires, flying eaves, corridors, and eaves were intricately interconnected, forming a magnificent palace. Countless bizarre and shifting symbols flickered like living beings, subtly dancing between the walls and corridors. The entire palace emanated a chilling, sacred aura, imbued with the weight of countless ages. Fragments of the reincarnation mirror quivered intensely within Ling Chen's sea of consciousness. Producing a resonant hum that approached a jubilant melody, the mirror's surface gleamed as if newly polished, every fissure mended. A profound call, rooted deep within the bloodline, resonated from the innermost recesses of the palace. The silhouette of a father, the frosty essence at the infant's brow, the blazing infernos engulfing cities and the crumbling palaces reflected in the mirror, all appeared with an unprecedented clarity. The answer. All answers lay within. However, as they approached the magnificent base of the palace, merely a few hundred zhang away, buzz, an invisible, formidable force of repulsion surged forth, akin to an ocean of countless hectares suddenly solidifying, violently crashing against the three. Chapter 36. The chest. Ling Chun let out a muffled groan as the totem on his chest blazed with fervent light, bravely withstanding the overwhelming force. However, his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. In his arms, Dan Tai Meng seemed to be affected as well, her brows knitting together in pain as she emitted a faint groan. With a thud, Lu Wujiu was also sent flying, spinning like a top in the ethereal blue before finally regaining his footing, his face as pale as a ghost. The restriction. It is the ancient divine seal. Ling Chen focused his gaze ahead. Before the grand, tightly shut gates of the crystal palace, constructed from shimmering star crystals. The space appeared slightly distorted. Countless minuscule runic chains, resembling spider webs and radiating a chilling silver light, materialized out of thin air, intertwining to form a colossal web of light that enveloped the entire entrance. The aura flowing across this web was of the same origin as the innate essence of water in the sea, yet it was far more ancient, more tyrannical, and more exclusionary. This was the barrier preventing their entry. Your Majesty. Lu Wujiu scrambled back, pointing at Dan Tai Meng nestled in Ling Chen's arms, and then at the totem on Ling Chen's chest, babbling incoherently. Emperor and Empress, your blood. The totem. The heavenly mechanism propagation states, imperial blood unlocks the source, the spiritual vein acts as the pivot. This divine seal must be activated with the blood of an emperor and the essence of pure water. Ling Chen lowered his gaze to Dan Tai Meng, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, the bloodline mark on her forehead dim. If he were to force her awake now, could she endure the toll of activating such a terrifying divine seal in her current condition? The totem on his chest quivered faintly, as if responding, yet also seemed to resist. At that moment, rumble. A deep, ominous vibration surged from the farthest reaches, penetrating through the spatial barrier of the CI, echoing ominously. The entire azure space rippled with waves. Countless flowing silver light spots became chaotic. This is bad. Lu Wujiu's complexion turned ashen as he fearfully glanced towards the direction they had come from, despite lacking a clear sense of direction. It's the tidal palace. The external restriction has been breached by the encroaching black mist. The source of corruption from the black poison marsh is assaulting the core of the water palace. As if to validate his fears, the tremors erupting from the space intensified, accompanied by a foul, hissing sound. Beyond the crystal palace, the silver runic web flickered erratically, its repulsive force wavering for a brief moment. Caught in a perilous predicament, the sea was not an absolute sanctuary. If the black mist were to completely engulf the tidal palace, polluting the core of the ancient ruins, the sanctum would be shattered, leading to either the collapse of the CI or a horrific invasion of corruption, both paths leading to doom. The sole glimmer of hope lay within the enclosed crystal palace before them. Perhaps within, there existed the power to combat the corruption, a path to escape, or perhaps the answers left behind by his father. There was no time for hesitation. A fierce determination flickered in Ling Chen's eyes. He abruptly bit down hard on the tip of his own tongue, causing a surge of dark golden imperial blood infused with the essence of a frenzied dragon to erupt forth. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed his blood-stained fingertip forcefully against the center of the intertwined ice blue and dark golden totem upon his chest. By the blood of my sovereign, I summon thy true name. A deep and resolute voice resonated through the eerie blue silence, exuding an undeniable will. Buzzing. The totem upon his chest emitted a blinding radiance in an instant, as the dark gold and ice blue crazily whirled and fused together. A scorching and domineering power surged violently along Ling Chen's finger into the totem. Dan Tai Meng, cradling her body, suddenly let out a whimper of pain, her form beginning to tremble. The blood mark at her brow seemed to ignite, radiating a piercing ice blue light. In her slumber, she appeared to sense the totem's tumultuous transformation and the frenzied influx of imperial blood. The pure and vast waters of her long-sealed spirit vein were forcibly awakened by this power derived from the same source as the imperial blood totem. The pure and abundant essence of Gui Shui ceased to nourish her. Instead, it transformed into a chilling torrent surging through the points of contact between the two, rushing back into Ling Chen's meridians, colliding violently with the ferocious imperial blood he had infused into the totem. The excruciating pain from the clash of ice and fire caused Ling Chen to see stars, nearly forcing him to release his grip. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He understood well that this was the key. Give me the means to unlock it. Chapter 37. The low growl. Ling Chen's eyes widened, and a primal roar escaped his throat, echoing like that of a beast. With every ounce of his will, he channeled the essence of the combined elemental forces of ice and fire shared with Qin Feng through the totem, striking fiercely against the ancient crystal door, adorned with a shimmering silver web of runes. Boom! The eruption from the abyssal sea unleashed an indescribable cacophony, a pure tempest of energy. In that moment, the radiance of Ling Chen's totem at his chest intertwined with the pulsating blood pattern on Dan Tai Meng's brow, coalescing into a resplendent pillar of ice-blue light. Entwined with dark golden veins, akin to a divine spear piercing the heavens, forcefully embedded in the silver rune web. Crack! A sound as crisp and clear as shattering glass reverberated. Where the pillar struck, the seemingly indomitable silver rune web, reminiscent of ancient might, suddenly manifested a slender fissure. Akin to a crack. Though minuscule, it resembled an ant's burrow in a dam. Within the web, everything flickered and twisted violently, countless rune chains emitting anguished cries. And the colossal crystal door of the palace trembled ever so slightly. The repulsive force waned abruptly. Your Majesty, it shall open. The door is on the verge of being unsealed. Lu Wujiao, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, just as the light of hope flickered into existence, roar, a sound erupted, far more terrifying than Zhao Heihu's earlier transformation, ancient and imbued with a boundless, savage will for destruction, resonating from the depths of the crystal palace, as if a ferocious beast, long dormant, had been stirred from its slumber by this forceful knock. The overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tangible tsunami from the innermost recesses of the palace. It eclipsed the chill of the water essence, surpassed the fervor of imperial blood, and even overwhelmed the tremors of the black mist that pierced through space. Ling Chen spat blood, and Dan Tai Meng, whose mouth also bled, was violently repelled by this sudden, terrifying force, the radiance of the totem on his chest dimming instantaneously. Lu Wujiao, as if struck by a heavy blow, fainted instantly, floating in the ethereal blue. Under the impact of the ice-blue imperial blood pillar, the fissures on the crystal door widened, its tremors growing more pronounced. The aura emanating from the awakening horrors within the door sent tremors throughout the entire abyssal sea. As the crevice opened, it released either the promise of hope or a deeper despair. Ling Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the crystal door, now marred with cracks, and on the chilling cries echoing from beyond, which threatened to freeze the very essence of the soul. Dan Tai Meng, nestled in his embrace, trembled even more violently under the dual threats. The War of the Fallen Dynasty truly commenced at the moment when the ancient palace door was struck. Cold, desolate silence enveloped. Ling Chen, cradling Dan Tai Meng, floated before the immense ancient crystal palace, the door riddled with cracks. The terrifying roars from within had ceased. Yet the oppressive force that rendered one's blood stagnant continued to surge, crashing against their souls like relentless waves. The girl nestled in his arms seemed to be stimulated by the mounting pressure, her eyelashes trembling more violently, yet she steadfastly refused to open her eyes. The totem upon her chest quivered in synchrony, creating a bizarre contrast against the oppressive force emanating from within the door. Lu Wujiao remained adrift like a tattered cloth in the deep indigo expanse. Time was running short. Ling Chen could feel the tremor penetrating from the other side of space. Growing ever more intense, the filthy, shrill cries from the direction of the tide-born palace echoed in his ears. And the black mist threatened to breach the barriers of the water realm at any moment. The dilapidated door before him was the sole path to survival, even though it concealed an even deeper despair beyond its threshold. Chapter 38. Anomalies indicate the presence of the unusual. Hold on. Ling Chen whispered softly to the delicate Dan Tai Meng cradled in his arms, as if reassuring himself. He struggled to suppress the tumultuous waves of his blood and the imperial essence surging within him, activating the fragments of the reincarnation mirror. A gentle radiance emanated from his sea of consciousness, forming a fragile barrier around his body to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Cradling Dan Tai Meng, he cautiously maneuvered through the viscous substance towards the colossal, cracked crystal gate, each step laden with the immense weight of imperial blood and the essence of water, fiercely battling within him, as if attempting to tear him apart. At last, his fingers brushed against the edge of a fissure, cold, unyielding, imbued with an ancient and profound sense of time. In that instant of contact, buzz, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness erupted with unprecedented brilliance. A torrent of chaotic memories crashing against Ling Chen's awareness. He beheld the blood-stained visage of his father, the icy mirror situated at Dan Tai Meng's brow, the inferno engulfing the city, and the crumbling crystal palace. Furthermore, amidst the flames, a shadowy figure, steeped in sorrow and determination, pressed desperately against something, pushing it deep into the palace. A piercing headache seized Ling Chen, and he let out a muffled groan. At that moment, Dan Tai Meng's body quivered violently. The blood pattern on her brow flickered with radiant light, a chilling sensation coursing through their skin and the totem, reaching Ling Chen's sea of consciousness. It was not words, but rather a hazy vision. Deep within the Azure Palace, a corridor shimmering with starlight, adorned with arcane runes. On either side of the corridor stood countless closed doors, similarly crafted from crystal, and at the end of the scene loomed the silhouette of a towering altar. Could she truly perceive the path within? Ling Chen's heart surged with astonishment. Was this a resonance generated by the pure water spiritual vein in the core of the water eye? He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the fractured gate before him. The light of the reincarnation mirror intertwined with the fragments transmitted by Dan Tai Meng, forming a blurred directive, pass through the gate and proceed down the starlit corridor to the altar. There was no choice. A fierce glint flashed in Ling Chen's eyes as he resolved not to hesitate any longer. Embracing Dan Tai Meng, he summoned the power of the reincarnation mirror to its utmost, shielding them both, and then with a fierce kick, he struck at the largest crack. A subtle cracking sound resonated, akin to the shattering of ice, devoid of cataclysmic echoes. The fissure expanded instantaneously, spreading outward. The silver symbol-laden light web enveloping the gate flickered violently for a moment, as if it had exhausted all its might, then silently disintegrated. A surge of pure, ancient, and frigid water essence, far more profound than that of the abyssal sea eye, flooded forth from within the gate, carrying the long-sealed aura of ages past, instantly engulfing Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng. Before Ling Chen's eyes, the world suddenly blurred, and his body sank. The void beneath transformed into a solid ground, shimmering faintly with starlight. They had entered. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld an indescribably magnificent corridor, its dome soaring high above, seemingly infinite, crafted entirely from enormous translucent blue crystals. Within them flowed countless minute particles of silver light, akin to stardust, casting a soft yet frigid glow upon the surroundings. Towering stone pillars, each several dozen feet high, flanked either side, adorned with ancient runes that drifted languidly in and out of visibility. The ground mirrored the dome's celestial radiance, reflecting the starlight above. The corridor stretched forth into the distance, appearing to have no end in sight. Interspersed along its length were massive portals, also constructed from crystal, each intricately engraved with bizarre deep-sea creatures or enigmatic patterns. This was precisely the vision conveyed in Dan Tai Meng's thoughts. Yet, at this moment, the corridor was suffused with an eerie silence. There were no guards, no signs of life, only the cold, crystalline stones and the pervasive, suffocating aura of ancient power. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of decay lingered in the air. Lu Wujiao was abruptly swept up by the aura emanating from within the doors, tumbling to the ground. Slowly, he opened his eyes, dazed, and raised his head, his murky gaze widening in shock and a hint of unease. "Your Majesty, we have entered," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. The true core of the ancient crystal palace. With fervor, he struggled to rise, yearning to touch the runes swirling on a nearby colossal pillar. "Do not touch," Ling Chen warned sharply, his voice echoing harshly in the desolate corridor. Lu Wujiao's hand halted midair. Ling Chen, cradling Dan Tai Meng, remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. The totem on his chest pulsed slightly, and the fragments of the reincarnation mirror buzzed in his consciousness, not as a warning of danger, but rather like a scan. An analysis? It was unnaturally quiet, eerily so. According to the fragmented memories of the reincarnation mirror and his father's final actions, this place should have borne the scars of a brutal city-burning war. Even after countless ages, Traces of battle should remain, or perhaps the remnants of guardian forces? Before him lay only the cold perfection and lifelessness. In such abnormal circumstances, something sinister surely lurked beneath the surface. Chapter 39. Your Majesty, save me. Lu Wujie also awakened. Stroking his sparse beard, the excitement on his face instantly replaced by a solemn expression. The fragment of the heavenly mechanism says, in the Palace of Return, all spirits are forbidden to pass. Even in the absence of guards, it should not be so desolate. A faint ripple of spiritual energy could not be sensed. Only the chilling aura of death lingered. Ling Chun remained silent, following the vague guidance previously given by Dan Tai Meng. His gaze directed towards the deeper recesses of the corridor, where the outline of a grand crystal altar, resembling a pyramid, gradually emerged. Their objective, the altar. However, the seemingly tranquil yet eerily silent corridor intensified the alarm bells ringing in his heart. He held Dan Tai Meng and cautiously took his first step. The soles of his boots made a crisp sound as they landed upon the smooth, starlit surface, echoing through the long passageway for what felt like an eternity. There was no response. Ling Chun inhaled deeply, signaling Lu Wujiao to follow. The three of them, Ling Chun cradling Dan Tai Meng counted as two, moved forward like ants encroaching upon a giant's domain, venturing deeper into the awe-inspiring corridor towards the altar. They passed through one massive crystal door after another, each adorned with intricate carvings, knights riding colossal whales, dragons entwined around palaces, and majestic deities wielding tridents. Each door exuded an ancient and mysterious aura, as if concealing different worlds or powers behind them. Lu Wujiao was entranced, murmuring to himself as he identified the potential mythologies, while Ling Chun remained on high alert. It was too smooth, unnervingly so, as they reached about a third of the way down the corridor. Approaching a door intricately carved with grotesque deep-sea creatures, an unexpected change occurred. The totem on Ling Chun's chest ignited without warning. Dan Tai Meng in his arms let out a heart-wrenching groan. The blood pattern on his forehead suddenly blazed, blindingly bright. Almost simultaneously, shards of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness emitted a piercing hum, and the mirror's light shot forth, madly targeting the door adorned with the monstrous fish. Retreat. Ling Chun's pupils constricted as he hastily withdrew, cradling Dan Tai Meng. Boom. The colossal crystal door exploded from within without warning. It was not a violent breach, but rather as though some force had erupted from inside. Countless shards of hard crystal shot forth like a torrential downpour, shimmering with starlight and carrying terrifying piercing power. The reincarnation mirror's shield shattered, and Ling Chun was grievously injured by the shards striking his arm and back, the pain excruciating. Lu Wujiu let out a scream as a shard pierced through his thigh, blood gushing forth. Even more horrifying, with the explosion of the crystal. A foul stench of the deep sea mixed with decay surged forth like a tide, overwhelming the senses and inducing nausea. What lay behind the door was not the secret chamber they had envisioned, but rather a writhing, viscous mass teeming with countless twisted fish remnants and foul, dark energy, a colossal flesh tumor. The sarcoma was riddled with festering pustules, accompanied by those constantly opening and closing suction appendages bearing sharp teeth. Countless tendrils, woven from foul blood and decaying flesh, surged forth wildly from the torn portal, exuding a miasma that threatened to obliterate all vitality. Fiercely advancing towards Ling Chun and Dan Tai Meng, the silence was shattered. The monstrous entity manifested. Chapter 33. Vitality amidst filth of foul blood tendrils. Reeking of decay and destruction, swept towards Ling Chun and Dan Tai Meng like a rampaging serpent. A sharp pain coursed through his arm and back. In an instant, the shield of the reincarnation mirror shattered amidst the explosion of crystal. Ling Chun had no time to ponder. The searing pain transmitted from the totem and Dan Tai Meng's anguished moans served as the most piercing alarm. Retreat, he roared, cradling Dan Tai Meng, pouring the remaining imperial blood power madly into his legs, and launched himself backward against the smooth, starlit ground. Screech, the soles of his shoes scraped against the surface, producing a jarring sound as they narrowly evaded the incoming tendrils of foul blood. A gust of nauseating wind, stirred by one of the tendrils, struck Ling Chun's face, causing a stinging pain. Ah, help! Your Majesty, save me! Lu Wujiu's cry was hauntingly desperate. His thigh had been pierced by shards of crystal, hindering his movement. And in the next moment, he was about to be ensnared by another tendril, its suction appendage opening to reveal a set of menacing white teeth. Ling Chun's gaze sharpened. As he was propelled backward, his left hand remained steadfastly clutching Dan Tai Meng, while his right hand formed a blade with his fingers, enduring the agony of torn meridians. He forcefully summoned a surge of frenzied dragon-slaying imperial blood, and in an instant, a piercing dark golden point of light coalesced at his fingertips. Break. He extended a finger, and with a swift motion, a slender needle-like beam of dark golden blood shot forth, striking the base of the tendril that was ensnaring Lu Wujio. With a splatter, foul blood sprayed everywhere. Chapter 40. The crimson branding iron and arm, smeared with foul blood, seared the writhing tentacle as if it were a blazing branding iron, causing it to convulse violently and expel a torrent of putrid black vapor from the wound. Taking advantage of this momentary agony, Lu Wujio desperately retreated, rolling towards Lingchen. Despite his injured leg, though he had temporarily repelled the tentacle, the peril had not yet subsided. The grotesque mass that burst through the door filled the corridor to the brim, writhing as pus-filled sacs ruptured, releasing a noxious, viscous fluid of yellow and green. From the depths, more tentacles emerged, flailing madly in search of sustenance, their stench of deep-sea decay and corruption nearly materializing, eroding the surrounding brilliance of the stars, dimming even the glow of the crystal runes on the walls. What is this monstrosity? Lu Wujio collapsed at Ling Chen's feet, his pallid face as white as parchment, gazing at the grotesque mass that instilled terror, his voice trembling as he spoke of the deep-sea demon's aura, now utterly corrupted by filth, impervious to blades, and spells rendered ineffective. It is over. We shall all become its fertilizer. The grotesque mass, agitated by Ling Chen's strike, unleashed a torrent of additional tentacles. Several massive suckers on the mass opened wide, emitting a silent scream. An invisible wave, imbued with potent psychic pollution and a pulling force, instantly enveloped them. Ling Chen's head buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, his vision blurred by ghastly images of mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and cities ablaze, with countless distorted wraiths howling in his ears. The totem on his chest flickered wildly, the blood of emperors boiling within him, attempting to resist this psychic assault. Yet to no avail. Dan Tai Ming curled up in his embrace, her brow marked with flickering blood patterns, her body unnaturally cold. Your Majesty, protect your mind. This is the soul-siphoning shriek of a demon. Lu Wujio clutched his head, fine streams of blood seeping from his orifices, clearly in excruciating pain. He bore the vertigo with difficulty, watching the grotesque mass, now wielding its tentacles and drawing closer, his murky old eyes flashing with desperate madness. We cannot confront it head-on. Your Majesty, allow me to advise. This creature is a fusion of filth and the remains of the deep-sea demon, certainly harboring a core of corruption, yet shrouded in layers of decaying flesh and foul blood. Charging it would be folly. I have 3 methods. Speak. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, straining to activate the fragments of the reincarnation mirror, barely forming a thin shield that was incessantly eroded by the psychic shrieks and foul miasma, while evading the encroaching tentacles with Dan Tai Ming in his arms. Each evasive maneuver tugged painfully at his wounds, soaking his garments in blood. The first option, a reckless charge. Lu Wujio pointed towards the dim outline of the altar at the corridor's end, wagering that it might divert the creature's attention, or perhaps fortune would favor them enough to dash through, regardless of the inevitable perils. That was tantamount to saying nothing. The second option, to harness external forces. Lu Wujio's gaze flickered as he looked towards the flowing starlight of the corridor's dome and the runes lingering on the enormous crystalline pillars surrounding him. This place was imbued with the pure essence of the water element. No matter how formidable that grotesque tumor was, it was but filth, inherently destined to be subdued. The Emperor possessed the reincarnation mirror, and the Empress still had the purifying water vein within her. If one could draw the essence from this place and unleash a surge of tidal power, it might be possible to severely injure or even purify it. However, to summon such a formidable force was fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to self-immolation. To invoke the essence of the water element from the eye of the abyss? Ling Chen's heart trembled at the audacity of this notion. The essence here was abundant as the sea, yet wildly turbulent. The memory of the last time when Dan Tai Ming's pulse spiraled out of control was still vivid in his mind. Could he and Dan Tai Ming withstand such a situation now? What was the optimal strategy? Ling Chun brushed aside a writhing tendril, his arm tingling, and spoke urgently. Time was of the essence. The protective barrier of the reincarnation mirror was already riddled with cracks under the assault of the tumor's filth and its mental shrieks. Lu Wujio's gaze suddenly fell upon the agonized Dan Tai Ming cradled in Ling Chen's arms, then fixated on the ice blue and dark golden totem on Ling Chen's chest, which flickered in and out of light. The optimal strategy. A decisive strike. Lu Wujio's voice carried the resolve of one willing to risk everything. The Empress's spiritual vein is the bane of all filth. The Emperor's blood harbors supreme dragon wrath. The two veins of life and death are intertwined, further fused by the shared fate of the emperor and empress. This totem serves as the bridge. The old minister utilized the heavenly mechanism to devise a perilous plan, which required the emperor to forcibly extract a trace of the original spiritual vein's power from the empress using the reincarnation mirror and infuse it with the purest strand of dragon blood into the totem. The totem would serve as the crucible, with the imperial blood and spiritual vein as the flame, igniting the source of this corruption. He pointed towards the frenziedly writhing core of the tumor, his eyes revealing a glimmer of gambler's madness. This entity appears overwhelmingly powerful, yet its core, the source of corruption, is remarkably unstable. The chaos within it is too great. With just a spark, the purifying flame ignited by the fusion of the pure spiritual vein and the imperial blood, if it could be introduced into its core, it would surely obliterate the corruption from within, incinerating it entirely. Yet, this method. Chapter 41. The totemic pillar. Lu Wujiao's voice was heavy, laden with bitterness and dread, urging the empress to awaken and willingly accept the guidance of the slender thread of spiritual power. The ignition of this process was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to the empress's spiritual veins being consumed by the emperor's blood, and your majesty's imperial essence could be frozen and rebound against you, even resulting in the cataclysm of the totem, leading to the demise of both. 3 paths lay before them, a path of death, a treacherous route, and a path that nearly promised mutual destruction. The silent roar of the flesh tumor intensified. Dozens of thick tendrils descended like colossal hammers upon the luminous barrier of the reincarnation mirror. Crack! The barrier finally succumbed, shattering. The foul stench and terrifying psychic shriek swept over them like a tsunami, engulfing the trio. Ling Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, darkness clouding his vision. Nearly unable to stand. In his embrace, Dan Tai Ming's breath was faint, her brow marked with bloodlines glowing like a candle in the wind. Your Majesty, please make a swift decision. Time is of the essence. Lu Wujiao cried out in despair as the tendrils coiled around his waist. At this critical juncture, in Ling Chen's arms, the weak and agonized Dan Tai Ming's tightly shut eyelids suddenly trembled violently. A hand, nearly frigid, grasped Ling Chen's wrist with an extraordinarily faint yet resolute force, maintaining the connection of the totem. Though her eyes remained closed, a barely perceptible will, almost ignorable, surged through their skin and the totem, reaching Ling Chen's chaotic consciousness. Blood, grant me, blood. This feeble yet steadfast thought pierced through Ling Chen's tumultuous mind like an icy needle, instantly dispelling the soul-harvesting shrieks and the illusions they conjured. Dan Tai Ming's eyes remained shut, her face as pale as snow, yet her grip on Ling Chen's wrist was cold, imbued with an undeniable strength. The bloodlines on her brow flickered like a candle about to be extinguished, yet they firmly anchored on the flickering center of the totem upon Ling Chen's chest. Lu Wujiao's supreme strategy was the only lifeline and a path of active choice. Good. A fierce brilliance shot from Ling Chen's eyes, banishing all hesitation and fear in an instant. He turned his hand and tightly clasped Dan Tai Ming's icy ones, their fingers interlocking. The totem upon his chest ignited as if fueled by their combined will, the ice blue and dark golden luminescence swirling and merging, unleashing an unprecedented cascade of resplendent colors. Reincarnation mirror. Activate, Ling Chen silently commanded. Within his consciousness, the recently repaired fragment of the reincarnation mirror thrummed with energy, its surface radiating brilliance. A warm yet immense guiding force surged down Ling Chen's arm, crashing into their joined palms and the totem. Buzz! The totem's radiance solidified in an instant, transforming into a half-blue, half-golden pillar of light adorned with twisted, enigmatic runes, completely enveloping the hands of Ling Chen and Dan Tai Ming. With a desperate groan that seemed to be the last vestige of her life force being painfully extracted, Dan Tai Ming emitted a sound of profound agony. Her body trembled violently, and Ling Chen could distinctly sense a frigid essence, pure and untainted, being forcibly drawn from her nearly depleted spiritual veins by the power of the reincarnation mirror. This essence coursed through their tightly clasped hands, ascending along the surging totemic light pillar. Almost simultaneously, Ling Chen felt a pain that tore at his very soul. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on his tongue, unleashing a surge of his most ferocious dragon blood, which transformed into a dark golden blood arrow that shot into the totemic light column. With a hissing sound, it was as if boiling oil had been poured into ice-cold water, or thunder had connected with the fires of the earth. Within the totemic light pillar, the purest essence of spiritual veins and the most potent imperial blood essence were guided by the reincarnation mirror, coupled with the forceful melding of their wills. An unimaginable and terrifying reaction erupted. Ice blue and dark gold clashed violently, annihilating and intertwining in a bizarre dance. A destructive yet strangely purifying gray-white vortex rapidly took shape at the center of the light pillar, expanding and emanating an aura that threatened to distort and tremble the entire celestial corridor. Chapter 42. The Prelude. It has succeeded. It has succeeded. The Prelude has succeeded. Collapsing to the ground, Lu Wujiao gazed at the grayish-white vortex with a mixture of astonishment and elation, wincing in pain, yet oblivious to the agony in his legs. He shouted hoarsely, "Strike now! Your Majesty! Strike at the core of that monstrous filth! Quickly!" The grotesque creature, sensing the terrifying threat posed by the grayish-white vortex, emitted a soundless yet increasingly frenzied shriek. All its tendrils abandoned their assault on Lingchen, retracting violently to envelop the massive, pulsating, and foul-smelling abscess at its core. Simultaneously, thousands of suction cups on the creature's surface opened wide, releasing a viscous, highly corrosive, and debilitating yellow-green mist that quickly enveloped the surroundings, obstructing Ling Chun's path. As the toxic mist made contact with the faint luminous shield left by the reincarnation mirror, it hissed ominously. Spiritual energy rapidly dissipated, rendering his movements sluggish. Most critically, the creature's insatiable draw of true source energy and the expulsion of imperial blood essence inflicted excruciating backlash upon both him and Dan Tai Meng. Their meridians tearing as if sliced by blades, their souls crying out in agony. "Chin, brother." In his arms, Dan Tai Meng emitted a faint, shattered syllable. It was the first time she addressed him so intimately, yet filled with anguish. Clutching his hand tightly, she summoned the last of her strength, pouring every remnant of her pure water essence into the totemic light beam without reservation. With this final surge of power, the grayish-white energy vortex suddenly collapsed inward, coalescing into a fist-sized ember, radiating an aura capable of incinerating all. Now is the moment. Break for me. Lingchen's eyes burned crimson, blood seeping from the corners. Embracing Dan Tai Meng, he channeled all his power, will, and life force into this one act of casting. Gripping her hand, he hurled the grayish-white ember like a blazing star at the heart of the grotesque creature, targeting the enormous, black, foul-smelling abscess protected by countless tendrils. Wherever the grayish-white ember touched, the yellow-green mist dissipated like melting snow, and the tainted tendrils ignited upon contact, turning to ash in an instant. The speed surpassed the creature's capacity to react. Amidst the creature's silent, overwhelming shriek of fear, boom, an indescribable explosion erupted from the depths of the creature. There was no earth-shattering fireball, only an exquisitely pure grayish-white wave of annihilation that quietly spread outward. As the wave expanded, the writhing decayed flesh, viscous tainted blood, flailing tendrils, and rotting abscesses vanished as if cast into the blazing sun, instantly vaporizing into the most primordial dust. Not a trace remains. The terrifying aura, a blend of deep-sea decay and sinister filth, is instantaneously eradicated by an unseen hand. The colossal tumor, along with the half-corridor it occupied, within this ashen wave of obliteration, seemed like a vast, sordid soap bubble that vanished with a soft pop. Chapter 43. The Enormous Pit in the Stillness. Only a vast pit, polished to a mirror-like sheen by purification, remained, accompanied by the lingering freshness of the air, reminiscent of a storm's aftermath. The terrifying tumor-like creature had vanished. The aftermath of its annihilation surged forth, forcing Ling Chun to tightly embrace the unconscious Dan Tai Meng, bracing his back against the impact. Boom. It felt as though a mountain had collided with him. He expelled a copious amount of blood mixed with internal fragments, holding Dan Tai Meng as if she were a kite severed from its string, and was violently propelled backward, crashing against a colossal crystal pillar. The sound of his bones fracturing resonated painfully. The radiance of the reincarnation mirror dimmed perilously close to extinguishment. Lu Wujiao was also struck by the residual force, rolling helplessly against the wall, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Silence descended once more upon the starry corridor, more profound than before. Only the cold, glimmering starlight from the dome continued to illuminate this purified expanse, casting its gaze upon the three figures oblivious to life and death. Ling Chen's consciousness ebbed and flowed between boundless darkness and excruciating pain. The luminescence of the totem upon his chest flickered weakly, akin to a candle in the wind. Yet it tenaciously maintained a fragile connection to the faint heartbeat of the girl nestled against him. Had they succeeded? A thought flickered like a spark struggling against the encroaching darkness within his fading awareness. The frigid, Boundless agony enveloped him as he sought to struggle. It felt as though myriad red-hot needles were piercing his spine and innards. The only sounds resonating in his ears were his labored, intermittent breaths and the nearly extinguished heartbeat of Dan Tai-Ming in his embrace. The totem upon his chest, that tenuous link sustaining their lives, flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Time lost all meaning. It could have been an eternity or merely an instant. A stream of pure, soothing energy, akin to the melted snow of spring, gently permeated his parched, cracked veins. Small yet resilient, it navigated the ravaged remnants of his being, gradually nurturing the life that teetered on the brink of extinction. The essence of the Gui water from the abyssal sea, though faint, persisted unwaveringly. Ling Chen gasped for breath, as if a drowning man had surfaced from the depths. The oppressive darkness dissipated, revealing the familiar, ice-like dome of the starry corridor. Ling Chen, am not dead. Dan Tai-Ming. Her chest rose and fell weakly. The connection between the totems, though fragile, had not severed. Lu Wujiu lay sprawled on the ground like a tattered sack, several yards away, his chest still rising and falling, yet he remained unconscious. A great joy was swiftly overshadowed by a more profound terror. The pit, recently carved by the obliterated tumor creature, lay nearby, smooth as glass and exuding a faint, refreshing aroma. However, deep within the corridor, the pyramid-like crystal altar ignited with light. It was not the muted glow of starlight from before, but rather the entire surface of the altar was alive with countless intricate, arcane runes, radiating blinding silver-blue brilliance. A force 100 times more formidable than that monstrous tumor, seemingly emanating from the primordial will of ancient times, is gradually awakening from the depths of the altar. The starry corridor trembles incessantly. The celestial dome's brilliance becomes chaotic and violent, and the air thickens as if it were solidified mercury. Ling Chen's throat constricted, releasing a dry whisper. Having just escaped the wolf's den, he now finds himself ensnared in the tiger's lair. The entity within this altar is the true master of the Crystal Palace. Or perhaps, a guardian? Escape. It is imperative to flee at once, to distance oneself from this awakening altar. The instinct for survival eclipsed all else. Ling Chen struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain from his back rendered him momentarily blind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. He attempted to summon the shards of the reincarnation mirror. Yet the reflection within his sea of consciousness remained dull and lifeless, only a feeble hum resonating, indicating that it too had reached its limit. Chapter 44. The deep blue of the sea. A soft cough escaped from Dan Tai-Ming as she stirred in his embrace, her long eyelashes fluttering before she gradually opened her eyes. Her irises, resembling the tranquil depths of the ocean, lacked their previous sharpness and vibrancy, now clouded by weariness and confusion. It appeared she was about to move, yet her body felt as heavy as cotton. Do not move. Ling Chen rasped, his voice strained. Enduring the agony, he tightened his grip around her waist with the remaining strength in his left hand, while his right braced against the cold, hard ground, attempting to pull their bodies backward. Just one step, merely a small step. The sound of cracking bones echoed behind him, the pain enveloping him like the tide of the sea. Sweat soaked through his tattered clothing. At that moment, a resonant hum echoed above the altar. A solid silver-blue beam of light shot skyward, piercing through the dome. Within this luminous column, a nebulous figure, composed entirely of pure energy, began to take shape. The silhouette was devoid of discernible gender, exuding an aura of immense authority and ancient wisdom. It slowly lowered its head, too piercing, icy gazes locking onto Ling Chen and Dan Tai-Ming, who struggled below like mere ants. You have trespassed into the forbidden grounds of the return to ruins, stolen the essence of the water eye, and disturbed the slumbering. A grand, cold voice reverberated through their consciousness, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Each word struck them like a hammer, inflicting unbearable torment upon their souls. Guilt shall be obliterated. Despair. Ling Chen's heart plummeted. This entity was beyond their capacity to confront. A single glance was sufficient to annihilate them. However, just as the silver-blue figure raised its luminous hand, ready to deliver a devastating blow, an unexpected change occurred. At the center of the vast pit formed by the purged, monstrous flesh, a faint grayish-white light flickered to life. It resembled a whale gulping down water. Surrounding the pit, the pure essence of water, remnants of the purified monstrosity's unclaimed power. And even the chaotic starlight flowing from the dome seemed to be drawn in a frenzy towards that flickering grayish-white light. That minuscule grayish-white glow was akin to a black hole, voraciously consuming all nearby energy. It continuously expanded and morphed, gradually forming a small, unstable gray vortex. The silver-blue energy figure hesitated, its attention captivated by the sudden surge of energy. Its cold gaze shifted towards the small gray vortex. In that fleeting moment of distraction, run. What are you standing there for? Waiting to be served? A sharp, urgent voice, laced with frustration, burst forth from Ling Chen's consciousness. The shard of the reincarnation mirror surprisingly expelled a fragment of power, forcefully resonating within his chaotic mind. Ling Chen was suddenly startled. As the instinct for survival surged within him, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Cradling Dan Taiming with his left arm while his right hand pressed against the ground, dragging both of them like a rolling gourd. He began to tumble frantically towards a location away from the altar, seeking to evade the ominous gray vortex. Almost as soon as Ling Chen commenced his roll, the diminutive gray vortex appeared to swell, as if it had overeaten, expanding rapidly like a toddler learning to walk, wobbling toward the altar. As it drifted, it continued to absorb the surrounding essence of water and starlight. The figure atop the altar clearly dismissed this little thing. Raising another hand, a concentrated beam of silver-blue light shot forth, aimed at the gray vortex, as if swatting a fly. The beam pierced through the gray vortex without obstruction. However, the anticipated obliteration did not occur. The vortex merely twisted violently, its hue dimming slightly, yet it did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed agitated, accelerating its consumption, growing even larger, and speeding toward the altar. The figure atop the altar emitted a faint wave of confusion, as if intrigued. It unleashed another powerful beam. The gray vortex twisted once more, darkening and expanding, its voracity intensifying, moving with increased exuberance. The figure on the altar appeared to engage in a relentless contest with this seemingly indomitable vortex, unleashing stream after stream of silver-blue beams capable of effortlessly annihilating golden core cultivators towards the darkened vortex. What of the gray vortex? Upon being struck, it twisted and darkened, only to frantically absorb energy like an aggrieved spouse, growing ever larger and moving faster. It resembled a perpetually inflating balloon. The harder it was struck, the more it consumed, expanding larger and ascending higher, transforming from the size of a fist to that of a grinding wheel in mere moments. The figure atop the altar slowed its attack frequency, its energy-formed body dimming slightly. It appeared momentarily bewildered. Serves you right for your arrogance. You've become entangled with a relentless nuisance, haven't you? The fragmented thoughts of the reincarnation mirror laughed mockingly within Ling Chen's consciousness, its voice feeble yet brimming with delight. Ling Chen, still clutching the equally dazed and weak Dan Taiming, rolled to the edge of the corridor, leaning against a colossal crystal pillar. He stared blankly at the absurd scene unfolding in the center of the corridor. A formidable and terrifying ancient guardian was unleashing a torrent of attacks upon an unshakable gray vortex. The obstinate vortex, resilient against the tempestuous onslaught, voraciously consumed energy, its size ballooning like an inflated balloon, careening unrelentingly toward the altar. The entire Starshine corridor was thrown into disarray, the surging energy waves rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Was this truly a venture into the ancient ruins in search of treasures? This is a scene of two mischievous children in a scuffle. One is fervently striking while the other, engrossed in eating, is growing increasingly rotund. It seems as though one is fighting for survival. Ling Chen gazes towards the altar where the figure's assault has expanded into a gray vortex, nearly matching half the size of the altar's base. His lips twitch as he summons the last vestige of his strength to murmur softly to the nearby Dan Taiming. Could we perhaps take this a little more seriously? Chapter 45, the light spot on the altar, the frigid crystalline column pressed painfully against Ling Chen's spine. Each breath felt like a dagger piercing his heart as he tightly cradled the barely breathing Dan Taiming in his arms. The connection of the totem resembled a fragile spider silk, ready to snap at any moment, while Luwu Jiu lay incapacitated not far away, uncertain of his fate. In the center of the starry corridor, a fierce battle of ancient proportions raged on. A gray vortex, as large as a grinding wheel, swelled to nearly fill all the space before the altar's base, resembling a gray jellyfish stretched to its limits. Writhing in a frenzy as it voraciously consumed every silver-blue beam emitted by the altar's guardian. With each beam devoured, the vortex visibly expanded, its hue deepening and thickening, transforming from mere consumption to a chaotic, violent force, exuding an inexplicable aura that threatened to erupt at any moment. At the pinnacle of the altar, the silver-blue silhouette of energy had dimmed significantly. It likely realized that this tenacious entity before it was not a trivial nuisance to be dismissed with a few strikes. Rather, it was a growing threat, akin to a ticking time bomb ready to explode. The frequency of its attack slowed, and thoughts of binding and severing the gray vortex with energy chains crossed its mind. However, as the chains approached the gray vortex, they were devoured instantly, like a clay bowl sinking into the sea, transforming into sustenance for the vortex. Ha ha ha. How delightful to witness your predicament. Now you find yourself in a bind. Realizing you've kicked a hornet's nest, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within Ling Chen's consciousness chuckled gleefully, their voices barely louder than a mosquito's buzz. This chaos embryo, as he had whimsically named the vortex, was a product of your power combined with the monstrous filth. Having consumed a portion of the foundation of the abyssal sea to grow, now it resembled, what was that term again? Ah, yes, a powder keg, ready to explode. Explode? A sudden tightness gripped Ling Chen's heart. They were not far from that ominous entity. If this chaos embryo detonated, it would be akin to confirming the ominous prophecy of the reincarnation mirror. The massive gray vortex suddenly contracted inward, distorting the very fabric of space. Then, an indescribable wave of energy, infused with destruction and rebirth, chaos and order, erupted forth, akin to a tsunami. Boom. There was no earth-shattering roar, only an expanse of pure, unadulterated white. A blindingly intense white light engulfed the entirety of the starry corridor in an instant. The silver-blue figure of the altar's guardian was consumed within this blinding radiance, distorted and elongated like a candle flame in the wind. Ling Chen could only press Dan Tai Meng's head against his chest, closing his eyes and channeling the last remnants of his strength into the totem at his heart. Striving to shield Dan Tai Meng with a thin layer of protection, the cataclysmic impact he had envisioned did not materialize. Instead, the explosive white light was not a destructive shockwave. It resembled a pinnacle of energy release and transformation. The white brilliance was fleeting, lasting but a breath. As the radiance faded, Ling Chen valiantly suppressed the dizziness and excruciating pain, striving to open his eyes. The scene before him left both him and the still-dazed Dan Tai Meng, cradled in his arms, momentarily stunned. The altar remained. Yet the terrifying energy guardian that had once occupied its apex had vanished without a trace, seemingly obliterated by the previous burst of white light. The immense gray chaos embryo had also disappeared. On the ground appeared an object, about the size of a fist. It was perfectly rounded and transparent, resembling a crystal sculpted from the purest water. It emitted a soft yet steady milky white glow, within which one could discern delicate ice blue and dark golden threads flowing like living entities, intertwining gently. A pure and gentle aura, imbued with boundless vitality, emanated from this orb. This essence was familiar to both Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng. It was the quintessence of Gui Shui, the dominance of the imperial blood dragon, the smoothness of the reincarnation mirror, and a trace of that which had been thoroughly purified from the primordial tumor. Indeed, all the ferocious energies previously consumed by the chaos embryo had been forcefully amalgamated, purified, and transformed into this peculiar crystal sphere within the supercompressed and explosive white light. The entire starry corridor lay beneath the gentle halo of this crystal sphere, the previous violent and tainted battle now cleansed into oblivion. The starlit dome regained its tranquil flow. The runes on the towering crystal pillars once again radiated a soothing glow, and even the suffocating ancient pressure in the air became gentle. Silence enveloped the space. Yet, this was not a despairing stillness, but rather a serene calm following the storm, a tranquility after the dust had settled. What on earth is this? The weakened voice of the reincarnation mirror fragment conveyed deep confusion. Is it an energy crystal? Or perhaps an egg? It was uncertain. Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng exchanged glances, each perceiving shock and bewilderment in the other's eyes. At that moment, the milky white crystal sphere, seemingly sensing something, stirred slightly. A flash of the ice blue thread on its surface darted toward the altar above. Instantly, to the astonished gaze of Ling Chen and Dan Tai Meng, the crystal sphere began to glide toward the altar's apex, as if drawn by invisible threads, moving smoothly and steadily. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no violent clash of energies. It was akin to a drop of water returning to the ocean, a leaf returning to its tree roots. Thus, it floated quietly, naturally, to the highest point of the altar, where the formidable energy guardian had once stood. Then, it descended gently, a faint sound, like a droplet touching the surface of water. The crystal sphere met the apex of the altar's crystal, instantly merging within, without even causing a ripple. The next moment, the colossal pyramid altar erupted in an unprecedented display, no longer blinding silver blue, but rather a soft, pure, and life-affirming milky white. The surface of the altar was entirely illuminated by all the mysterious runes, and a milky white radiance flowed between them, intertwining to form a vast and harmonious array. A presence, far older and more profound than the previous guardians, began to awaken from the depths of the pyramid's core, imbued with a sense of inclusiveness and vitality. This essence swept through the disheveled corridor, passed over the injured trio, offering a gentle scrutiny, accompanied by a hint of solace. Key to the void. The ancient voice resonated with grandeur and warmth, as if drifting from the annals of time, echoing directly within the hearts of Ling Chen and Dan Taiming. Laden with the weight of ages, finally, returning to its rightful place. As this voice reverberated, at the pinnacle of the altar, the milky radiance coalesced, slowly forming an indistinct outline of a portal crafted from light. Beyond this threshold, the frigid crystal vanished, replaced by a flowing expanse of milky light, teeming with boundless life and mystery. Is the door open? Dan Taiming's voice trembled with incredulity. Ling Chen gazed at the luminescent portal, then glanced down at the feeble pulsation of the totem upon his chest, which seemed to resonate faintly with the altar's glow. Finally, he cast a look at the pale face of the girl in his arms, which bore a flicker of hope. The white handkerchief upon the field? Surrender? No, this was the door leading to the ultimate answer, or rebirth, opened after countless life and death struggles, heavy sacrifices, and a farcical drama. It was he who had unlocked it. Ling Chen's lips quivered slightly as he stifled the excruciating pain in his back, managing to utter, "This manner of surrender is rather unique, isn't it?" His dry proclamation of surrender echoed oddly in the empty corridor, yet it bore a surreal sense of absurdity. Reminiscent of surviving a catastrophe, Dan Taiming appeared to stifle a laugh, but the effort drew a pained groan from deep within, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. "Do not move." Ling Chen felt a tightening in his heart, instinctively retracting his arm to pull her closer. Despite the searing agony that coursed through his spine from this motion, the connection with the totem, though faint, was tenaciously maintained. Pain and a glimmer of life were transmitted through the totem. At the apex of the altar, the outline of the pure milky portal gradually became clearer and steadied, as the ocean of light behind it flowed gently, exuding warmth and a grand aura. Even a small fraction of this emanation revitalized Ling Chen and Dan Taiming, as if a parched field had encountered a long-awaited rain, invigorating their spirits and alleviating some of their suffering. Key to the void, returning to its place. The ancient Grand will continue to whisper within their consciousness, suffused with an indescribable sense of ease and anticipation. A path to life lies beyond the door. A path to life. These words struck like thunder, cleaving through Ling Chen's confusion and physical anguish after the calamity. "Lu, brother Lu," in a frail yet urgent voice, Dan Taiming struggled to shift her gaze towards the silent figure of Lu Wujiao, who lay slumped on the ground not far away. The recent chaos and the explosion of purifying light had evidently taken a toll on the severely injured and unconscious Lu Wujiao, as evidenced by the small patch of dark red staining the crystalline floor beneath him. A heavy sensation suddenly weighed upon Ling Chen's heart. It appeared that Lu Wujiao's condition was far worse than they had anticipated. Together, they had stepped through that door, the cycle mirror. Ling Chen roared within his consciousness, questioning whether the aura beyond the luminous portal could save them or rescue his senior brother Lu. Within his mind, the shards of the cycle mirror flickered uncertainly, desperately sensing something pure life essence, vast, gentle, more fundamental than the essence of water, undoubtedly a significant boon. However, would it be enough to save that foolish Lu? It hesitated before responding with uncertainty. His injuries are too severe. His soul flickers like a candle in the wind. Forcing a transfer may not withstand the portal's power. And what else? Ling Chen pressed for more information. Moreover, the will of the altar merely uttered a single phrase. The path to survival lies beyond the door. It never indicated how long this door could remain open. The voice of the cycle mirror grew increasingly agitated. After waiting for countless years for this key to return and fulfill its purpose, who could say how long this reviving will could endure? Might the portal vanish in the next moment? Young man, make a decision quickly. Time is of the essence. Ling Chen's gaze was firmly fixed on the radiant portal above the altar, emanating an enticing vitality. He reluctantly lowered his head to regard Dan Taiming, who lay in his arms, struggling for breath, her eyes filled with hope and concern. Then he glanced towards the uncertain fate of Lu Wujiao in the distance. Every moment of hesitation felt like a burn upon his very soul. Should he abandon Lu Wujiao? Charge through the door with Dan Taiming? Given their current condition, even climbing to the altar would be fraught with peril, let alone dragging Lu Wujiao along. Ling Chen, Dan Tai Ming's delicate hand gently grasped the fabric of his chest. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet it carried an unmistakable conviction. We cannot leave senior brother Lu behind. The totem conveyed her nearly obsessive determination. She understood his turmoil, but could not condone his willingness to forsake their comrade. Cursed, Ling Chen muttered under his breath, veins throbbing on his forehead. The intense inner conflict left him momentarily dizzy. Suddenly, he raised his head towards the milky white portal at the altar's pinnacle, where the Grandwill emanated. He shouted desperately, his voice hoarse and strained with pain and urgency. Ancestor, is there hope for salvation beyond the door? Can we bring someone through? His cry echoed through the vast corridor, imbued with a sense of desperate finality. The altar remained silent. The milky light poured forth, and the ocean of light beyond the door remained tranquil. The magnificent will seemed to scrutinize, to weigh its options. Just as Ling Chen's heart sank to the depths of despair, buzz. At the altar's peak, near the portal, the top of a previously dormant crystal pillar suddenly radiated a gentle glow. The radiant light emanated from the luminous gate, yet it shone with a more concentrated brilliance. Reminiscent of a minuscule star ignited into existence. Gradually, the second and third beams appeared. As white lights shimmered atop the towering crystalline pillars flanking the stairs connecting the altar's base to the corridor. It resembled a staircase adorned with starlight, cascading from the luminous gate at the altar's apex, gently illuminating the cold, battle-scarred crystalline steps and the position where Lu Wujiu lay fallen at the staircase's end. This pathway of light did not lead to Ling Chen and Dan Tai Ming, but rather pointed directly at Lu Wujiu. Simultaneously, the ancient will resonated once more within the consciousness of Ling Chen and Dan Tai Ming, this time imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible directive. Staircase. Can cross. Walk. Ladder. Enter. Gate. Time is short. In an instant, Ling Chen and Dan Tai Ming comprehended the message. The will of the altar was paving a way for them. This was a staircase forged from points of light, imbued with the essence of pure life energy that lay beyond the luminous gate, capable of temporarily sustaining the wounded's life and alleviating the burden of movement. Particularly for Lu Wujiu, he desperately needed guidance along this path of light. Lu Shixiang was saved. A fierce light ignited in Dan Tai Ming's eyes. Let us go. Ling Chen found himself devoid of hesitation. The primal desire for survival, the fervent wish to save, and the altars will presenting him with a final opportunity coalesced into an unstoppable force. Gritting his teeth, he felt as though countless claws were poised to rend his body apart, yet he poured every remaining ounce of strength into his legs. Cradling Dan Tai Ming, he struggled to stand, rising from the ground with great effort. He stumbled, nearly collapsing, but he steadied himself resolutely. Hold on to me, he growled softly, his hands supporting Dan Tai Ming as he moved step by step, akin to bearing the weight of Mount Tai, charging toward the staircase of light leading to Lu Wujiu. Each step upon the frigid crystalline floor felt like treading upon the sharpest blades, yet he quickened his pace. His focus solely on the figure lying at the foot of the luminous staircase. Dan Tai Ming, cradled in his arms, endeavored to summon the last remnants of her water essence to alleviate the burden weighing upon him, all the while fixating on the increasingly close visage of Lu Wujiu. The mirror of reincarnation screamed within their consciousness. Hurry. Faster. The breath of the altars will wane, the light pathway and the luminous gate threatened to vanish. Ling Chen, undeterred, remained fixated on his goal. The distance of several dozen feet now felt insurmountable. Reaching Lu Wujiu's side without a moment's delay, he knelt on one knee, enduring the agonizing friction of his bones, freeing one hand to grasp Lu Wujiu's collar with rough precision. Rise. A growl erupted from his throat, muscles taut in his arm, as he forcefully hoisted the unconscious and heavy Lu Wujiu onto his other shoulder. One bore one, while the other carried the other. The immense force overwhelmed his already fragile body. Ling Chen felt the darkness engulf him as he coughed up blood, splattering it onto the frigid crystalline steps. His knee struck the ground with a bone-crushing impact, yet he did not succumb. Gripping the collar of Lu Wujiu tightly, he anchored himself to the earth, while his other arm, which cradled Dan Tai Ming, summoned a final surge of strength, propelling both himself and the two individuals onto the first step, which radiated a gentle white light. As he stepped onto the staircase paved with luminous points, a warm yet formidable life force surged from the ground into his being. This energy rushed into his battered body, not truly healing him, but rather enveloping him in a resilient membrane that held together his crumbling form. The excruciating pain diminished significantly, replaced by a powerful supportive force that surged within him. With a cry that mingled agony with liberation, Ling Chen rose abruptly. Move, he bellowed once more. disregarding the precariousness of his footing and the limits of his body. With Dan Taimeng on his back and Lu Wujio in tow, he ascended the soft starry steps. One by one, charging towards the sole entrance at the altar, a pearlescent gateway launching into the final and most fervent sprint. A cascade of luminous points flowed beneath his feet, as if lifting his heavy strides. The towering crystalline pillars flanking the staircase rose majestically on either side, their radiance intensifying with each step he took. As if cheering for his desperate ascent while silently urging him to hasten. The light at the pinnacle of the altar flickered subtly. Time, indeed, was running short. Chapter 46. The End of the Celestial Dynasty and the Famine of Imperial Blood. Ling Chun and the ragtag assembly from the Great Tang Celestial Dynasty stood before the dilapidated gates of Blackwater Stronghold. Their expressions a mixture of astonishment and determination. They had come with a singular purpose, to seize provisions, to claim spirit stones, and to appropriate all resources necessary for sustenance and cultivation. Nestled deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Blackwater Stronghold was well concealed beside the miasmic abyss known as the Zhuang Gui Yuan. Breaching its defenses was no small feat. It was like penetrating a fortified bastion. The stronghold's master, Sherpa Tian, was notorious for his ruthlessness, commanding a force of several hundred who thrived on robbing passing merchant caravans and wandering cultivators, amassing considerable wealth. At the outset, Ling Chen and his companions were destitute, having hastily established their capital amidst the ruins of burial Immortal Rich. Apart from the fragmented mirror of chaotic memories that buzzed within Ling Chen's consciousness, known as the reincarnation mirror, and the imperial blood that burned within him, threatening to consume his very soul, they were otherwise bereft. His followers were a motley crew, the eccentric fortune-teller Lu Wuji, who incessantly muttered about his destined fate, the fiercely loyal yet dim-witted Chen Taizhan, the former guardian of the demon abyss, the cowardly yet opportunistic Zhao Heihu, a soldier of the celestial court, and the timid empress, Dan Taimeng, accompanied by her quaking maid, Xiaoman. With hundreds of mouths to feed and numerous new recruits among the mortals, the lack of resources was dire. Without them, they would either succumb to the backlash of imperial blood or be exterminated by the Celestial Dynasty's hounds. Hence, when Lu Wuji divined that the storeroom of Blackwater Stronghold was brimming and on the verge of collapse, Ling Chen, gritting his teeth, summoned Chen Taizhan and a few capable warriors. Yet, what awaited them was a stark contrast to their expectations. Instead of mountains of spirit stones and an abundance of spirit rice, they were met by Sherpa Tian, a brutish figure whose eyes gleamed with desperation. He bellowed at Ling Chen, "Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Just in time. We are utterly out of food in this mountain hollow. No spirit stones remain. Even the rats are on the brink of starvation. Have mercy, Your Excellency, and send down some provisions from your celestial treasury." Ling Chen nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. "Your Majesty, please calm down." Lu Wuji interjected hastily, his face pale yet feigning a sycophantic smile. "The divination indicated abundance, my foot." Sherpa Tian interrupted, spitting in Lu Wuji's direction. "We made a fortune in the first half of the year, spirit stones, elixirs, spirit grains. Our storeroom was nearly bursting. We were blinded by greed. I heard that a new celestial dynasty had been established at Burial Immortal Ridge, and I foolishly thought the bounty would flow our way. I intended to acquire a decent magical artifact or sword to make a name for myself. I sold off most of my possessions to the Wanbao Tower in Qingluo Valley, only to have them turn their backs on me, taking my spirit stones without delivering the goods. And now, the Blackshaw sect is coming to claim our stronghold. What a calamity!" The voice of Sherpa Tian was tinged with tears as he recounted the catastrophic eruption of earthly malevolence that had transpired a fortnight ago, contaminating the last remnants of their village's reserves. Spiritual stones had become worthless debris, spiritual grains had grown moldy, and medicinal pills had turned foul. Just as he was about to lead his companions to gnaw on tree bark, you arrived. Sherpa Tian glared at Ling Chen, exclaiming, "Fight? What kind of fight? Even if we win, we would still starve. It would be wiser to submit to your celestial dynasty, at least that would afford us a chance at survival. Your Majesty, your dynasty possesses profound resources. Even a trickle from your fingers would suffice for our sustenance." Ling Chen's gaze darkened. The shards of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness seemed to mock him in silence. The depth of the celestial dynasty? That desolate place known as the buried Immortal Ridge was rife with stones and malevolent energy. When they had escaped, they had only managed to salvage a few bags of nearly spoiled coarse spiritual grains, a handful of inferior gathering pills, while Chen Taizhan had gone hunting for wild fruits. and Dan Tai Ming had purified a meager amount of drinkable water from the clean water spiritual vein. Now, over 400 individuals from the Blackwater stronghold, of whom only a few had reached the 5th or 6th level of chi refinement and could be considered cultivators, looked on with longing at this celestial emperor. Hoping for provisions, Lu Wujiao wore a bewildered expression, clutching his heavenly mechanism variation. This is not right. The heavenly mechanism indicates. Could it be that the imperial star is clouded, causing disorder in the heavenly mechanism? Chen Taizan furrowed his brow, gripping his mountain-cutting blade in silence. Dan Tai Ming stood a half-step behind Ling Chen, her cold visage devoid of expression, yet a hint of barely perceptible derision flickered in her eyes, while Xiaoman shrank back in fear. Ling Chen inhaled deeply, suppressing the searing sensation of imperial blood surging within him due to his emotional turmoil, along with the chaotic imagery emanating from the reincarnation mirror, images of many suffering and hunger. Let us return to the buried immortal rich. Ling Chen's voice was hoarse. We shall devise a solution for the food and spiritual stones. What else could be done? Should they abandon these 400 souls to perish in this forsaken land, or bring them along to await death together? At least in that decrepit place, there was some space to cultivate barren land and grow something. When they had arrived, hope still clutched at their hearts. Now, as they prepared to return, their ranks had swelled by more than half, bringing their numbers to nearly 1,000, yet their spirits were so heavy they could almost produce tears. Upon hearing of their journey to the celestial capital and the buried immortal ridge, Shirpatian and his subordinates displayed confusion and skepticism. 3 days later, they returned to the ruins of the buried immortal ridge. The Minister of Revenue, a disheveled old accountant duped by Lu Wujiao, was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Ling Chen accompanied by so many, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you have triumphed. Surely you return laden with spoils. We are saved." However, when he learned that not a single grain of spiritual grain or a low-grade spiritual stone had been brought back, but rather 400 hungry mouths had joined them, the smile of Qian Mingjiu froze on his face, swiftly dissipating into a visage of despair, mirroring that of Lu Wujiao. Accommodating this multitude from the Blackwater stronghold proved to be a chaotic endeavor. The ruins of the buried immortal ridge were thick with malevolent energy and thin on spiritual essence, with even drinking water necessitating Dan Tai Ming's rigorous purification efforts. The sudden influx of so many people rendered their already scarce resources even more strained. Lu Wujiao, Chen Taizan, and Qin Mingjiu set about organizing personnel for the task at hand. They began to reclaim land on the outskirts of the desolate ruins, where the spiritual energy was slightly less stifling, planting whatever they could, shade-tolerant ghost-faced tubers and the unpretentious iron bone grass. Anything edible was fair game. As for hunting, there were a few ferocious beasts, corrupted by nefarious energies, lurking around the periphery of the burial immortal ridge. Except for the formidable Chen Taizan, the others returned empty-handed, having contributed little to the cause. The scarcity of spiritual herbs was palpable. The purified waters of the spiritual vein were prioritized to supply Dan Tai Ming, enabling her to harmonize the imperial blood of Ling Chen. Fishing was not a viable option either, as the nearby Blackwater River, tainted with sinister energy, harbored fish that were both large and fearsome, with consumption leading to poisoning. The purification of the river's waters, solely reliant on Dan Tai Ming, was a painfully slow process. Under the oppressive weight of hunger, the cultivators found their dantians devoid of spiritual energy, while the mortals grew gaunt and sallow. A pervasive sense of despair enveloped the immortal capital. Ling Chen sat upon a crumbling wall, observing the bustling yet lifeless throng below. His imperial blood stirred restlessly within him. Fueled by hunger and anxiety, the crimson-golden radiance beneath his skin almost blinding, Dan Tai Ming approached silently, her cool hand pressing against his back. A stream of pure and gentle spiritual energy surging in to subdue the raging heat within him. "I cannot endure this much longer," she murmured, her voice soft yet frigid. "My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Without spirit stones or elixirs, I cannot suppress your imperial blood for much longer." Ling Chen clenched his teeth in silence, feeling the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his sea of consciousness thrumming, as if they were frantically absorbing the surrounding despair, the edges of the cracks emanating an ominous glow. At that moment, the newly appointed General of the West, Shirpatian, a man radiating a bold and unrestrained aura, strode forward. Kneeling before Ling Chen on one knee. "Your Majesty," he proclaimed loudly, his tone resolute and fierce. All eyes turned towards him. "To sit here and starve to death is a guaranteed demise. When those wretched hounds of the immortal court come charging in, it will be yet another path to ruin." Shirpatian raised his head, his gaze fierce and unyielding. "I, Shirpatian, Would rather stand and face death than kneel and live. Do you have a plan? Qin Taizan inquired in a low voice. Sherpa Tian grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and pointed emphatically towards the outskirts of the burial Immortal Ridge. Let us seize the Wanbao building in Qi Luo Valley. What? Lu Wuzhao gasped in shock. The Wanbao building was under the protection of the Qinglan sect, with foundation building cultivators stationed there. And what of the foundation building cultivators? Sherpa Tian retorted boldly. We now number over 1,000. A starving wolf will dare to bite a tiger. The Wanbao building has devoured my resources, nearly leaving me to starve. I must avenge this grievance. More importantly, their storeroom must contain spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual grains. The Qinglan sect won't be stationed there day and night. They are busy fighting amongst themselves like dogs. A cunning glint sparkled in Sherpa Tian's eyes. I know a small path that can bypass their main sentry. If we act swiftly, we can seize the goods and make our escape. Enough to sustain us for a while. Sherpa Tian's audacious plan left everyone in awe. To seize the Wanbao building? To challenge the Qinglan sect? This was undoubtedly akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Ling Chun felt a tremor in the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness. And a surge of chaotic thoughts filled with greed, excitement, and destruction erupted forth, resonating faintly with the boiling imperial blood within him. Cease. Ling Chun murmured softly. The youthful panic in his eyes vanishing entirely, replaced by a chilling ferocity born from the depths of his imperial lineage, driven to a corner. He gradually rose, the faint pressure of his imperial blood causing a shiver in the nearby Sherpa Tian. Dispatch orders. Though Ling Chen's voice was soft, it reverberated clearly through the ruins, exuding an undeniable resolve. Gather all who are capable of battle. Our target, Qingluo Valley's Wanbao Tower. Let us reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Chapter 47. The omen of death. The thunderous roar of Sherpa Tian, demanding his mother's treasures from Wanbao Tower, reverberated above the ruins of Zhongshan Ridge. Yet a chilling dread had already begun to pervade the air. Are you out of your mind? Lu Wuji was the first to erupt, his face ashen, devoid of color. Wanbao Tower in Qi Luo Valley was the treasury of the Qinglan sect. The malevolent Han Laoma was stationed there, a formidable presence at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. To kill us would be akin to crushing ants, and who knows how many Xuanjia guards of the Fengtian division are scouring the mountains outside. To venture out would be a death sentence. Clutching his tattered Tianji Yin, he trembled as he pointed at Sherpa Tian. You brute. The last time I calculated that the Blackwater Stronghold's treasury was overflowing, what happened in the end? Your malevolent aura disrupted the heavenly mechanism. Do you wish to drag His Majesty and the entire celestial dynasty into the grave with you? Qin Taizan furrowed his brow and spoke in a heavy voice. I have heard of Han Laoma's infamous reputation. He is quite troublesome. The Fengtian division has sharp senses. Last time we broke through Zhongshan Ridge, we lost over 30 brothers, and now only a little over 100 can still fight. He glanced at Ling Chun. His meaning clear. The cost would be too great. Qian Mingjiu, the Minister of Revenue, was in tears. Your Majesty, think twice. Though Zhongshan Ridge is in ruins, it is still a refuge. Once we step outside, we become living targets. What use are spirit stones if everyone is dead? The newly arrived bandits from the Blackwater Stronghold, initially incited by Sherpa Tian to be fierce, now trembled in fear upon hearing the names of the Qinglan sect and the Xuanjia guards of the Fengtian division, their fervor waning as they muttered quietly among themselves. Sherpa Tian, confronted by opposition from all sides, turned red with rage, his neck straining as he bellowed. What is there to fear? Perishing of starvation here is still death. Isn't it? Han Laoma is indeed formidable, but does he not linger daily at Wanbao Tower, watching over the treasury? The Qinglan sect and the Fengtian division are currently embroiled in their own conflicts. Why would they concern themselves with a commercial tower? He then knelt before Ling Chun. Your Majesty, during my time at the Blackwater Stronghold, I forged a rapport with a steward from Wanbao Tower. That old fellow loves to drink, and one day, inebriated, he confided in me that beneath the treasury of Wanbao Tower lies an abandoned shop path leading directly to the innermost depths of the treasury. It was left over from the days of mining the earth's spiritual stones, long sealed away, with few aware of its existence. If we can sneak in and seize the treasures, by the time Han Laoma realizes, we would have already retreated into the safety of Zhongshan Ridge. The Insha Path? Lu Wujiao scoffed. That place is rife with malevolent energy. Entering it is tantamount to seeking death. Your steward likely intends to betray you. Betray me? A fierce glint flashed in Sherpa Tian's eyes. I have taken the lives of his entire family. Would he dare? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qi-gathering pills, spirit concentration powders, all in abundance. The Yusue rice from Linggu is of the finest quality. It could sustain one for a year. Not to mention the materials for magical artifacts we could seize. If we manage to pull this off, my celestial dynasty will finally have a solid foundation. No longer needing to gnaw on dirt rats. The treasures he described set the hearts of the crowd racing. Even Qin Tieshan's eyes flickered with intrigue. The poverty of Zongxian Ridge was indeed despairing. Ling Chen sat cross-legged upon the cold, unyielding throne of the broken dragonstone. A seat that Lu Wujiao insisted belonged to the previous dynasty. Within him, the imperial blood stirred restlessly, ignited by the debate surrounding the treasure mentioned by Shirpatian. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness emitted a low hum, chaotic images washing over his awareness. A mountain of spirit stones radiated a tempting brilliance, only to morph into a sea of flames and ruins, where countless indistinct figures fell to the ground, wailing in despair. This sensation was eerily familiar, reminiscent of Lu Wujiao's calculations upon discovering the ample reserves of the Blackwater stronghold. Treasure? Or a death warrant? Suddenly, the cold voice of Dantai Meng echoed, like a drop from an icy spring, silencing the uproar. Your Majesty, my spiritual energy can only suppress your imperial blood for 7 more days. She paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping over the debating crowd, revealing a trace of barely perceptible fatigue and determination. After 7 days, should there be no sufficient pure spiritual energy or water attribute spiritual items to replenish it, my spiritual power will be depleted, and the imperial blood will backlash. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the fervor of all present. The supporters of the heist, Shirpatian and a few ruthless bandits, found themselves momentarily at a loss, as did the opposition, Lu Wujiao, Qian Mingjiao, along with a handful of the weak and elderly soldiers. The notion of a backlash from the imperial blood weighed heavily, should Ling Chen, as the celestial emperor and the core of the team, fall, none would escape the fate of destruction. Lu Wujiao's face turned pale, his lips trembled, wanting to utter something about divine will and the obscured imperial star. Yet no words escaped his lips. Divine will require the emperor to survive first. Chen Taizhan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty, your safety is of utmost importance. If there truly exists a hidden passage, it is worth the risk. Qian Mingjiu glanced at Dantai Meng, whose face was nearly translucent, then at Ling Chun, where the faint golden red markings, the imperial blood's restlessness, were visible between his brows. He sighed deeply, choosing silence. Observing this, Shirpotian's spirit surged. Your Majesty, we must seize this opportunity. 9 days hence is the night of falling stars, when the stellar power within the Thousand Reefs' misty domain becomes chaotic, and the fluctuations in spiritual energy are intense. This is the perfect time to fish in troubled waters. Old Demon Han will surely guard the array at the Qinglan sect's branch during those days. The defenses of the Wandao building will be at their weakest. In the dilapidated grand hall of the court, the lines were starkly drawn. The pro-war faction, Shirpatian, the bandit leader, Chen Taizhan, the muscle, protecting the imperial blood, and a few remnants from the Blackwater stronghold eager for resources. The anti-war faction, Lu Wujiao, fearful of death and divine retribution, Qian Mingjiu, clinging to life, afraid of demise, and some of the terrified, surrendered troops of the Xuanjia Guard, like Zhao Heihu, who cowered in silence. The stabilizing core of the opposition led by Fang Dongguan remained unmatched. The focus of the debate had shifted from whether to seize to how to seize in order to survive. Ling Chen felt as though his head might burst, the heat of the imperial blood, the chaotic murmurs of the reincarnation mirror, Dantai Meng's icy warning, and the clamor of his subordinates. Suddenly, he struck the armrest of the throne with force, a relatively flat stone, producing a dull thud. The din ceased abruptly. Enough. Ling Chen's voice, tinged with the huskiness of adolescence, carried an icy pressure born of desperation, a primal reaction of the imperial blood within him. As the tension enveloped the atmosphere, Shirpatian and the others found themselves momentarily gripped by unease, their silence profound. Dantai Meng cast a subtle glance aside. Ling Chun slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. He perceived fear, greed, despair, and a flicker of desperation-driven ferocity. The path of induction. The night of falling stars. He murmured the pivotal phrases of Shirpatian, and within his mind, the resonance of the shattered fragments of the reincarnation mirror intensified, unveiling clearer and more terrifying images that erupted vividly. A blood-red moon loomed overhead, illuminating the fiery chaos of Qi Luo Valley, where a fierce and unmatched azure sword chi pierced through Dan Imeng's chest. Chen Taizan was torn asunder by a colossal claw covered in scales. In a fit of madness, Sherpatian was crushed to a pulp by an unseen force. Ling Chen found himself submerged beneath the frigid blades of countless Xuanjia guards. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror, marred by cracks, emitted a piercing wail of despair. Ugh! Ling Chen stifled a groan, his complexion paling abruptly. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he swayed slightly. "Your Majesty!" Both Chen Taizan and Lu Wujiao exclaimed in unison. Dan Taimeng stepped forward. Her icy fingers once more pressed against his back. Pure and cleansing spiritual energy surging forth to barely stabilize the tumultuous pain in his mind and the upheaval of imperial blood. And no, it's nothing. Ling Chen suppressed the tumult of his blood and the terrifying premonition of death. Was it a premonition, or the chaotic memories of the reincarnation mirror? His gaze sharpened, turning exceedingly piercing and frigid. He looked toward Sherpatian, his tone resolute. That path of induction, can you traverse it? How many sections of the distribution map of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion can you depict? Chapter 48. The Military Order Shipo Tian. Startled by Ling Chen's earlier abnormality and his current gaze, urgently proclaimed, "I am willing to establish a military order." The entrance to the Insha path lies within the abandoned corroded bone mine on the western side of Chigluo Valley. The internal defenses. I do not know the entirety, but the location of the storeroom and the approximate timing of the guard shifts are undoubtedly accurate. Ling Chen nodded, no longer paying heed to the ongoing debate, and turned towards the innermost part of the dilapidated hall, making his way to a makeshift shelter of stones that provided scant cover from the wind. Everyone disperse. Shipo Tian stays. The crowd exchanged glances. Lu Wujiao hesitated to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Chen Taizan. Qian Mingjiu sighed, leading the distraught Lu Wujiao away, while Zhao Heihu and others hastily took their leave. Shipo Tian stood alone, his heart a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Chen Taizan stood silently guard at the entrance of the chamber, resembling an iron tower. Dan Taimeng cast a glance in the direction Ling Chen had vanished. A flicker of complex emotion passing through her cold eyes, which ultimately transformed into a barely audible sigh as she departed with Xiaoman. Beside the Dragonstone throne, only the heavy sound of Shipo Tian's breathing remained. In the dim chamber, Ling Chen turned his back to the entrance, gazing intently at the mottled, age-old, enigmatic carvings on the stone wall. Within his consciousness, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror quivered persistently. The specter of death lingering, an evening marked by the blood omen of falling stars. Shipo Tian stepped into the room, standing respectfully with his hands lowered. "Your Majesty?" Ling Chen slowly turned, his expression devoid of any weakness or fear, resembling a figure encased in ice. Yet his eyes concealed a flicker of desperate resolve. "Tell me all you know about the Insha path and everything regarding the Wanbao Tower." Ling Chen's voice was low and clear, each word striking Shipo Tian's heart like a hammer. "Every detail must be reported to me, and please sketch the details for my review." Shipo Tian's spirit surged. "As you command." Ling Chen uttered no further words, merely clenched his fist, his nails digging deeply into his palm. A faint glimmer of destructive crimson gold light flashing between his fingers. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror lay hidden deep within his consciousness. Dark threads of light quietly flowing along the edges of the cracks. Shipo Tian, summoned alone to the stone-constructed chamber, felt a tinge of unease. This emperor, though not aged, increasingly bore an unsettling gaze. Just moments ago in the hall, as he struck the stone, his pale visage emanated a sinister aura. Shipo Tian stealthily glanced at Ling Chen. With his back turned, Ling Chen was fixated on the ghostly symbols etched into the stone wall, utterly still. In the dim light, Shipo Tian seemed to see a faint crimson gold glow flickering beneath Ling Chen's skin, coursing like a heated branding iron. A sudden jolt coursed through him. Imperial blood. This substance was indeed perilous. Since arriving at the burial Immortal Ridge days ago, he had sensed something amiss. What kind of celestial dynasty was this? Merely a ragtag troop seeking refuge. Nestled in this desolate valley, impoverished to the bone, that Lu Wujiao, who clung to tattered tomes and proclaimed his heavenly mandate, was nothing but a madman. Chen Taizan is indeed a valiant man, albeit lacking in cunning. As for the celestial emperor, Ling Chen, on the surface, Lu Wujiao and others show utmost reverence towards Sherpatian, addressing him as Your Majesty. However, Sherpatian possesses keen insight, and during crucial meetings, it is not Lu Fingzi or Chen Taizan who makes the decisions, but rather, Ling Chen merely sits there, nodding in agreement at the end like a living statue. Zhao Heihu once mentioned that Ling Chen seemed to have plotted an escape, but to no avail. He is not a willingly submissive emperor. He is akin to one being scorched upon a fire. His intentions are either to flee or to seize power. Shirpatian quickly weighs his thoughts. Ling Chen's purpose in keeping him behind is certainly not to inquire about trivial matters like comfort or accommodation. Ling Chen turns, his expression unreadable, yet his eyes, deep as ancient wells, evoke a chill within Shirpatian. General Shir, Ling Chen speaks in a voice as cold and hard as ice shards. Have you faced any grievances at Zhongshan Ridge? Shirpatian hurriedly offers his respect. Your Majesty is too kind. Zhongshan Ridge, being the cradle of imperial endeavors, far surpasses the desolation of places like Heishui Stronghold. I am immensely gratified. One can only grow accustomed to it. Ling Chen casually acknowledges this but swiftly shifts the conversation. Penetratingly sharp, you previously mentioned that Wan Beilu engaged in underhanded dealings, seizing your possessions? Sure Potion's spirit perks up, his face contorted with rage. Indeed, Your Majesty, those despicable scoundrels. I have conducted business with that steward surnamed Feng for 4 or 5 years without issue. Yet who could have anticipated this time? He spat vehemently. Betrayal. Accepting spirit stones without honoring their promises, and colluding with the Haisha sect for nefarious schemes. Ling Chen fixes his gaze upon him, after 4 to 5 years of business. Suddenly turning against you? Surely there must be an explanation. Did you provoke Wan Beilu? Or has something occurred on their end? Shirpatian is taken aback. Scratching his hedgehog-like head, his expression one of bewilderment. I too am at a loss. I truly did not offend them. Suddenly, troubles arose without warning. It was as if I had been cursed. Ling Chen's gaze sharpens, sensing the anomaly. Strange occurrences often conceal hidden motives. What is the position of that steward Feng within Wan Beilu? Ling Chen inquires further. What background does the Feng family possess? Shirpatian listens intently, gathering his thoughts. Your Majesty. That steward Feng is Feng Lu, the third manager of Wan Beilu in Qi Luo Valley, holding some real authority. As for the Feng family, a flicker of apprehension crosses his eyes. The Feng family is no ordinary clan. I have heard that in the Yunming Great Marsh, the Feng family is a prominent lineage of cultivators, possessing vast fields, several mineral veins, and a plethora of commercial establishments spanning multiple continents, exceedingly wealthy. This Wan Beilu in Qi Luo Valley is merely an insignificant shop within their vast enterprise. A family of cultivators? Ling Chen's brow furrows slightly. Indeed. Chapter 49. Outer Sect Elder Shipo Tian lowered his voice, enveloped in an air of mystery. I've heard that old scoundrel Feng Lu boast. His family's ancestor is also a nominal Outer Sect Elder, somehow related to the Qinglan sect. Otherwise, how could Wanbao Tower act so brazenly in Qingluo Valley? A heavy sensation suddenly enveloped Ling Chen's heart. The Feng family, the Qinglan sect. It all made sense now. No wonder Wanbao Tower dared to turn against them. No wonder they had the audacity to provoke the Haisha sect, backed by such a formidable entity as the Qinglan sect. The Feng family was merely the Qinglan sect's hand extended into Qi Luo Valley to reap profits. This was not merely an affront to a single business establishment. It was a blatant provocation against the Qinglan sect's interests, a direct insult. The risks far exceeded expectations, and once exposed, the wrath of the Qinglan sect would be insurmountable for the forces at Zhongshan Ridge. Noticing Ling Chen's pallor, Shipo Tian quickly reassured, Your Majesty, fear not. The Feng family's ancestor is always secluded in meditation, indifferent to the trivial matters of Qi Luo Valley. It's usually the likes of Feng Lu who manage these affairs. As long as we act swiftly and return to Zhongshan Ridge after our heist, the bigwigs of the Qinglan sect will likely remain oblivious, perhaps believing it was the Haisha sect or other rogue elements. While this reasoning had merit, Ling Chen's vigilance remained unyielding. In his sea of consciousness, the shattered fragments of the reincarnation mirror vibrated violently, more intensely than before. Amidst a piercing hum, chaotic images surged forth. No longer was it the fog-laden battlefield of the Blood Moon. Instead, distinct segments emerged. A plump man clad in the garb of the Feng family steward, his gaze sinister, was bowing before a disciple of the Qinglan sect, presenting a jade talisman that contained a blurry visage of Shipo Tian engaged in transactions at Heishui Stronghold. The Qinglan sect disciple, upon viewing the talisman, displayed a greedy and chilling smile. The scene shifted to reveal a green token hanging from the disciple's waist, inscribed clearly with the word patrol. Finally, it froze upon a colossal green net enveloping the entirety of Qingluo Valley, countless minute runes flickering ominously, exuding an unsettling aura of confinement. Ling Chen stifled a groan. bracing himself against the stone wall, veins throbbing at his temples, cold sweat instantly soaking his inner garments. "Your Majesty," Shipo Tian exclaimed, startled, stepping forward yet hesitating. Ling Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and the disorientation that threatened to overwhelm him. The revelations from the reincarnation mirror, the patrols of the Qinglong sect, the surveillance arrays, had they always been under watch? Had the Qinglong sect premeditated Feng Lu's betrayal? A scheme of treachery to ensnare them? A chilling sensation coursed from his feet to the crown of his head. This Wanmao Tower, far from being a mere treasure trove, was evidently a death trap meticulously laid by the Qinglong sect, waiting for them, the remnants of the Immortal dynasty, to leap into its depths. "Your Majesty?" Shipo Tian observed Ling Chen's pale visage and the rapid rise and fall of his chest, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Ling Chen closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the once anxious visage of the youth was entirely frozen, replaced by an imperial bloodline surging forth, exuding a nearly merciless ferocity awakened by the looming danger. He fixated intently on Sherpa Tian, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. "Feng Lu. Where does he frequent? Does he have any particular likes? What are those around him? What is his cultivation level? Speak to me everything you know about this individual. Leave nothing unspoken." Sherpa Tian was overwhelmed by the astonishing light in Ling Chen's eyes, involuntarily swallowing hard, compelled to divulge every morsel of information he possessed regarding Feng Lu. He mentioned that Feng Lu often rendezvoused at the drunken Immortal Pavilion, always visiting on the 15th day of each month. As the light at the entrance to the royal chamber dimmed, Dan Taiming appeared, her cold figure emerging from the shadows. She held a crude stone bowl, containing a scant half-bowl of water that exuded a faint chill, barely clear, painstakingly purified through her remaining spiritual energy. Without casting a glance at Sherpa Tian, her gaze fell directly upon Ling Chen, who leaned against the stone wall, his complexion still pale. "Your Majesty," she spoke in a flat tone, "it is time to suppress the imperial blood." Her eyes swept across the room, inadvertently resting on Sherpa Tian's startled visage before returning to the almost imperceptible, yet painfully piercing, golden-red light emanating from Ling Chen's fingertips. Their gazes locked. In Ling Chen's eyes, he saw his own reflection, a young emperor cornered to the precipice, exuding an aura of ominous ferocity. Time slipped away like grains of sand, day by day, quietly flowing through his fingers. Within the ruins of the buried Immortal Ridge, the atmosphere was thick with heavy, malevolent energy. All methods to alleviate their plight had been exhausted. The ghost-faced sweet potato was nearly withered, the iron bone grass as thin as a hair, and the mutated beasts hunted by Chun Taizhan emitted a putrid stench that clouded the mind. The meager water purified by Dan Taiming was a mere drop in the ocean, while the Minister of Revenue, Qian Mingjiu, was on the verge of starvation. Staggering as he walked, most dire of all, the cultivators felt their spiritual energy within their dantian dissipating like air from a punctured balloon, diminishing with each passing day. Meanwhile, several recently initiated mortals began to cough up blood, their skin taking on an abnormal ashen hue, their foundations corroded by the malevolent energy, nearing the brink of exhaustion. "Your Majesty, we can't hold on any longer." Lu Wujiao clutched his tome, heavenly mechanism transformation, his waxen face twisted in agony, his voice trembling. "We must acquire spirit stones. We need spirit stones, or an abundance of spiritual herbs. Without spirit stones or herbs, we shan't survive until the 7th day. The imperial blood will retaliate, and we shall be drained dry by the malevolent energy." The atmosphere in the council hall was as frigid as ice, the space itself a vast, flat stone. The focal point of the debate remained Sherpa Tian's plan to seize the 10,000 treasures tower. Sherpa Tian dispatched his most cunning subordinate, a tunneling mole adept in stealth, to slip out from the buried Immortal Ridge through a secret method, which would cost 3 years of his lifespan, and scout around outside Chi Luo Valley. The news brought back by the tunneling mole reddened Sherpotion's eyes. "Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. In the underground warehouse behind Wanao Building, the spiritual energy is more potent than the air itself, detectable from a considerable distance. It is undoubtedly filled with inferior spiritual stones. At the entrance of the storeroom, a beast cart from the Four Seas Trading Company stands, unloading boxes filled with superior jade mica rice. There is also a hint of medicinal concoctions in the air. Indeed, the guards are exceptionally vigilant. On the surface, they are the protectors of the Feng family, yet covertly, I sensed at least 7 or 8 strands of foundational period consciousness sweeping through that area. I nearly got caught. Look, I was right, wasn't I? Chapter 50, Overindulgence in chalcedony rice. Sherpatian pounded his thigh, excitement causing saliva to fly as he exclaimed, "We've secured the ticket. 1 year of cultivating with spirit stones. Overindulgence in chalcedony rice. Medicinal pills can save lives. With these resources, we can truly establish ourselves in this forsaken place." Imperial blood backlash? Nonsense. Ling Chun sat upon the frigid throne of the broken dragon stone, feeling the imperial blood within him stir slightly at the description of the burrowing mouse. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness emitted a greedy hum. Yet, Ling Chun restrained himself, speaking calmly. Is there no alternative route outside of the Wanbao Tower? Are there any abandoned, ownerless mines nearby? Or perhaps a hidden cave abundant in spiritual energy? Sherpatian shook his head vigorously. Your Majesty, the periphery of the Thousand Reefs misty domain has been thoroughly scoured. Any place rich in spiritual energy has either been seized by the Blood Shark thieves or claimed by the Blackshaw sect. The remaining territory is barren and desolate. The burrowing mouse ran in 3 directions without finding anything worthwhile. The only profit lies with the Wanbao Tower, or we could raid the Skywatching Mirror outpost in Chiluo Valley, where there must be a stockpile of spirit stones. Raid the Skywatching Mirror. Qian Mingjiu nearly leaped up in fright, his voice cracking. That is the direct arm of the Fengtian division. At the very least, a Skywatcher of the late Foundation establishment stage is stationed there. Are you seeking death? This is far more perilous than the Wanbao Tower. Lu Wujiao grasped the heavenly mechanism tightly, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Sherpatian. You troublemaker. Last time, you calculated the abundance of the Heishui Stockade treasures, which resulted in a surge of malevolent energy. Now, you are inciting His Majesty to target the Wanbao Tower. That belongs to the Qinglan sect. The Feng family are but dogs of the Qinglan sect. Provoking them is akin to stirring a hornet's nest. I divined last night, and the omens were dire. Blood will illuminate the sky, a portent of death. It is undoubtedly a harbinger of doom. Your Majesty, tears streamed down, as if he could already envision the corpses strewn across the burial immortal ridge. Qin Qiushan's brow furrowed in a tight knot, his deep voice betraying an unprecedented gravity. Your Majesty, the defensive forces of the Wanbao Tower are too formidable. While one can evade direct assaults, the concealed threats are far more perilous. Most importantly, that monitoring formation shrouded over Qingluo Valley indicated by the reincarnation mirror. If such a thing truly exists, the moment we reveal ourselves, we will likely be locked onto. At that point, not only will we be unable to seize anything, we won't even be able to escape. Fang Dongquan. There were no inherent dissenters here, yet Chen Tieshan's fear echoed the genuine sentiments of many. The shadow of the Fengtian division's Xuanjia guards loomed over everyone. Ling Chen sensed the fragments of the reincarnation mirror in his consciousness growing restless again. The crimson omen of death began to subtly manifest. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his turbulent energy and turned his gaze to the previously silent Dan Tai Ming. Miss Dan Tai, you are proficient in formations. If this guiding malevolence path truly exists as General Shi suggests, is there a way to evade the detection of the monitoring formation? Or perhaps, to interfere with it? In an instant, all eyes focused on Dan Tai Ming. Her complexion remained pale, yet her gaze had turned icy. After the tempestuous events with Lu Hanan, she regarded Ling Chun with a newfound wariness. The path of qi manipulation refers to the channel through which the malevolent energies of the Earth's veins accumulate. Dan Tai Ming's voice was devoid of any inflection, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Should that surveillance formation adhere to the nodes of the Earth's spiritual energy, the chaotic malevolent forces within the path of qi manipulation could indeed create a natural blind spot or interference. She pivoted her discourse and cast a cold glance toward Sherpatian. Contingent upon the existence of that path, which had not been discovered or ensnared by the Feng family or the Qinglan sect. Furthermore, once inside the storeroom, how could they swiftly transport a substantial quantity of spiritual stones and grains beneath the watchful eyes of the Foundation establishment cultivators? Any significant commotion would undoubtedly attract attention. At that juncture, the path of qi manipulation would lead to a dead end. This statement fell upon Sherpatian like a bucket of icy water. He retorted defiantly, "Fortune favors the bold. It is far better than languishing here to await death. I have a plan." Oh, what insights does General Huang possess? Qian Mingjiu could not resist a taunt. Are we to gamble with the lives of our comrades once more? Curse you. Sherpatian, incensed, lashed out at Qian Mingjiu. Are my men's lives not worth anything? But sitting here equates to a death sentence. If we venture forth, we may yet find a glimmer of hope. I am aware that the Wanbao Tower's storeroom contains a minor teleportation array. although its range is limited. We could still transport the items we seize to a location near the entrance of the path of chi manipulation. We would seize what we can and flee. By the time those bastards realize what has happened, we would have long returned to the burial immortal rich. The mention of the minor teleportation array left Lu Wuju and Qian Mingjiu momentarily stunned. Such a treasure, essential for survival, was indeed invaluable at this critical juncture. Chen Tieshan's eyes gleamed with insight. If such an item truly exists, it would significantly enhance our chances of success and survival. General Shi, is this information reliable? Absolutely. Shirpatian declared, thumping his chest. That old rascal Feng Lu boasted about it personally, saying it was a contingency provided by the Feng family's ancestor. Hidden in the innermost compartments of the storeroom, the flicker of hope appeared to be rekindled, yet the risks remained suffocatingly high. Ling Chen's fingers unconsciously tapped rhythmically against the cold stone seat, each sound resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. Within his sea of consciousness, the shattered reincarnation mirror buzzed ominously, conjuring visions of death, while the luminous shadows of piled spiritual stones swirled and clashed in a frenzy. The searing sensation brought by imperial blood coursed through his meridians, the faint traces of crimson-golden patterns barely visible beneath his skin. He raised his gaze, surveying the assembly. Lu Wuju's fear, Qian Mingjiu's despair, Chen Tieshan's gravity and deliberation, Shi Potion's desperate gamble. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon Dantai Meng's pale and serene visage, her pure water spiritual energy likely dwindling to its last reserves. There was no retreat left. Digging mice. Ling Chen's voice pierced the silence, imbued with a raspy chill born of desperation. Present. A gaunt man hastily responded. While you scouted, did you perceive the invisible restricting force of Qingluo Valley encircling us like an immense net? Ling Chen finally posed the most crucial question. Concerning the azure light net heralded by the reincarnation mirror, the ground mouse endeavored to recall, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. Your Majesty, indeed, though faint and intermittent, it undeniably exists. It resembles spider silk clinging to one's body, impossible to shake off. I nearly became ensnared by that thread. Surveillance array, the perspective of the Qinglan Sect's patrol envoy. Shi Potion's expression shifted slightly, yet he gritted his teeth and declared, Your Majesty, the night of falling stars is merely 3 days away. At that time, the celestial forces will be chaotic, and spiritual energy will collide. Any surveillance array will lose significant efficacy. This is our final opportunity. 3 days. The night of falling stars. The window of failure for the surveillance array. This is a gamble with our lives, a fleeting chance of survival. The entire assembly held its breath, their gazes fixed upon Ling Chen, awaiting the final decision. Ling Chen gradually rose to his feet, and with his movement, a faint yet chilling imperial aura emanated, imbued with a resolute ferocity. The glimmer of crimson golden light between his fingers gradually became evident. Chapter 51. I am here. The voice of Ling Chen resonated with unwavering strength and determination. I am here, exclaimed Shirpatian, kneeling on one knee, his eyes glinting with fervent ferocity. Record every detail you know about the entrance to the Insha path, including the routes, the inventory arrangement, the gaps in the guard shifts, and the positions of the minor shifting formations onto the jade slips. Chen Taizan. Present. Chen Taizan declared, his fist striking with a sound like a tolling bell. Gather those above the third layer of Qi refinement who are willing to fight to the death. Distribute weapons and talismans, and practice coordinated attacks. Lu Wuju, Qian Mingjiu. The 2 old men trembled slightly. The old ministers are present. The rest of you, organize yourselves. First, create a deceptive formation at the entrance of the burial immortal ridge, set a few traps, and prepare for support. If there are pursuers, be sure to delay them for a moment. Dantai Meng's cold gaze met his, revealing a trace of barely perceptible significance. Conserve your spiritual power. 3 days from now, act alongside me. Your pure water spirit vein is the key to breaking the core restrictions of the storeroom. Ling Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, cold and sharp, like a drawn imperial sword, embodying a resolve of irrevocable determination. 3 days later, on the night of falling stars, our target is the Qingsua Valley's Wanao building. Either reclaim our lives, or perish in Qinglan. Shirpatian suddenly raised his head, his facial muscles trembling with excitement as he bellowed fiercely, seize it, fight for a path to survival. The echo of his roar reverberated through the ruins. Ling Chen's series of commands left the crowd dazed, yet Shi Potion's face was animated with fervor, his eyes shining with ferocity. Your Majesty is wise. I have a plan that will ensure that old Devil Han and the mongrels of the Celestial Inspection will obediently yield the main road. He instantly became the focal point of the gathering. Speak. Ling Chen's voice was frigid, imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. Sherpa Tian licked his lips, his eyes darting as he schemed. The Wanbao building is a tempting prize, but it is also a hornet's nest. Charging in recklessly is far too perilous. Let us engage in a game of double dragons playing with a pearl. He gestured towards the inner side of the burial Immortal Ridge. One team, led by General Chen. There need not be many, just enough to be ruthless and fierce. They must boldly head towards the bone-eroding mine before the night of falling stars, stirring up chaos as much as possible, ideally luring all those foundation-building old ghosts from Haisha Gate out into the open. Haisha Gate? Chen Tieshan's brow furrowed deeply. That group of lunatics was narrow-minded and vengeful. Provoking them would undoubtedly bring endless trouble. Let them be crazy. Haisha Gate has no enmity with Qinglan sect or Celestial Inspection. The mine is neither too far nor too near to Qingsua Valley. The spiritual energy fluctuations from a battle would be as thunderous as an explosion. Won't the Celestial Inspection's keen senses lead them there? Will Qinglan sect remain silent and watch? That old Devil Han, stationed at his sub-branch, surely has half his mind engaged. He cast another fervent glance at Ling Chen, his eyes filled with a reckless intensity. On the other side lay the ultimate trump card, Your Majesty, your personal intervention. It is not the number of people that matters, but their quality. Taking advantage of the moment when the bone-eroding mine is in chaos. With the heavens collapsing and the star force in utter disarray, the monitoring formation will be entirely ineffective. We shall directly penetrate the core of the Wanbao Tower through the guiding evil path, with Miss Dantai breaking the restrictions and a minister leading the way. We can seize the treasures and vanish using the small teleportation array without a trace. A two-pronged assault. Lu Wuju trembled in fear, clutching the heavenly mechanism tightly. You madman. General Chen is merely courting death. The Blackshaw sect is filled with ruthless fiends. How can your Majesty's golden dragon body be personally delivered to them? What if? No what if. Sherpa Tian interrupted brusquely, asserting that this was indeed a method to distract the opponent the most. General Chen would merely entangle the enemy. There is no need for a head-on clash. As long as we create a commotion, we shall retreat. Those foolish brutes of the Blackshaw sect will merely follow their nearest enemy like mindless beasts. By the time they realize it, our mission will be accomplished. He turned to Ling Chen, his voice laced with persuasion. Your Majesty, at the very depths of the Wanbao Tower's treasury, aside from spirit stones and spirit rice, there may well be extraordinary treasures like the Xian In Cold Marrowan 9 Nether Kuei water that can completely counter your imperial blood. Only your personal presence can resonate with these items swiftly, allowing you to find and take them away. If you do not go, even entering the treasury would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The name Xian In Cold Marrowan 9 Nether Kuei water weighed heavily on Ling Chen's heart. Suddenly, the fragments of the reincarnation mirror in his sea of consciousness trembled, and an intense yearning spread throughout his being. The imperial blood beneath him surged, the red-gold patterns glowing fiercely beneath his skin. This was the key hope to resolve his life-threatening dilemma. Chen Taizan fell silent for a moment, clasping his fists and solemnly declaring, Your Majesty, I am willing to lead troops to harass the Blackshaw sect. Willing to brave knife mountains and fire seas as long as there remains a glimmer of hope for your Majesty. Qian Mizhou's lips quivered. This is far too risky. The situation at General Chen's end is already perilous, and here, Your Majesty, it is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Dantai Meng's cold voice interjected. Your Majesty, your imperial blood is currently exceedingly unstable, approaching the core of the Wanbao Tower's treasury. Should you forcibly resonate with the restrictions or high-tier spiritual entities, you may face backlash or even expose our movements. The risks are doubled. Lu Hanyan, having somehow squeezed to the front, turned pale upon hearing of the potential backlash of the imperial blood and exposure of their whereabouts, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. Chinner, you mustn't go. That cursed place is far too dangerous. Let them go and seize it. Just have them bring it back for you to use. You will be safest remaining at the burial Immortal Ridge. Ling Chen slowly rose to his feet, and with his motion, a more refined and imposing imperial might radiated outward, carrying the unique sanguine scent of imperial blood, nearly suffocating the likes of Lu Wuju and Qian Minjiu, while Sherpa Tian felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. His gaze swept over the crowd, Chen Tieshan's resolute bravery in the face of death, Sherpotian's reckless madness, Lu Wuji and Qian Minjiu's desperate fear. The worry etched upon the cold facade of Dan Imeching, and the raw, unmasked terror radiating from his mother, Lu Hanan. My mind is made up. Ling Chen's voice, though not loud, resonated like the striking of metal, deeply inscribing itself into the souls of all present. On the night of the falling stars, I shall personally lead my elite troops into the Wanbao Tower. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Lu Wuji fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The Emperor's star must not be disturbed. The omens foretell a deluge of blood. If you venture into danger, it may spell annihilation. Old servant, I am willing to take your place. Qian Mingzhou trembled as he knelt. Your Majesty, you are a treasure beyond compare. How can you risk yourself so recklessly? Though my skills are lacking, I would gladly sacrifice my life to protect you. Qin Taizan knelt on one knee, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Your Majesty, if we disturb the Haisha Gate, I will not hesitate to face 1,000 deaths. But let me handle the matter of Wanbao Tower. I will stake my life to retrieve the Xian in cold marrow. Seeing the kneeling figures before him and the unwavering, icy resolve in Ling Chen's eyes, Sherpatian gritted his teeth and also knelt. Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. The malevolent energy in the guiding path is accumulating. It may provoke the imperial blood. Even the ever-calm Danai Meqing, witnessing the intensifying golden patterns on Ling Chen's brow and sensing the near-manic pressure of imperial blood emanating from him, stepped forward, her tone tinged with urgency. Your Majesty, the imperial blood is on the verge of boiling over. Any miscalculation in the resonance could lead to mutual destruction. Should anything happen to you, even the purest spiritual veins cannot save you. You must consider the greater good. Chapter 52. Let them plunder. Lu Hanyin lunged forward, gripping Ling Chen's arm with such desperation that her nails threatened to pierce his flesh. Her voice, tinged with anguish, implored, Chinner, listen to your mother. Do not leave. Let them go and plunder. If they cannot seize it, we shall find another way. I cannot bear to be without you. The desolate and chilling ruins of the burial Immortals ridge echoed with her cries and the solemn pleas of the Emperor. Ling Chun hung his head, observing his mother's fingers, white with strain as she clung to him, before his gaze swept over the kneeling courtiers. The loyalty of Qin Taizan, the madness of Sherpatian, the dread of Lu Wujiao, and the concern of Dan Tai Ming all unfolded before him, within his sea of consciousness. The shards of the reincarnation mirror trembled violently, heralding ominous portents of death. Under the blood-red moon, he felt himself pierced by countless azure sword energies, witnessing Dan Tai Ming collapse, blood staining her chest. Yet this time, amidst the chaos of the shards, he sensed a faint glimmer of hope. A delicate ice-blue light emanating from the depths of the Wanbao Pavilion. The imperial blood surged within him, a scorching force nearly overwhelming his reason. Driven by an insatiable thirst for the Xian in cold marrow, rooted deep within his soul, he slowly and resolutely pried apart Lu Hanyin's tightly grasped fingers. Though his movements were gentle, they contained an irresistible strength. I am the master of the Xuanqiang imperial blood. His voice, akin to a chilling wind from the netherworld, swept through the hearts of all present, carrying an almost cruel serenity. This imperial blood is both a shackle and a key. My journey to the Wanbao Pavilion cannot be obstructed. His gaze turned sharply to Sherpatian. Is the jade slip prepared? Sherpatian trembled. Yes, it is ready. Here. He hastily presented a rough jade slip. Ling Chen seized it, forcing his consciousness into it with a fierce intensity, imprinting the path of the suction method, the layout of the storeroom, and the location of the formation plates into his sea of consciousness. The shards of the reincarnation mirror emitted a greedy hum, eagerly organizing the chaotic information. Qin Taizan, Ling Chen's voice resonated powerfully. Present. Qin Tieshan's head snapped up. Proceed as planned, before the night of falling stars. Let the bone erosion mine. Turn the world upside down. Understood. In his eyes, all hesitation vanished, replaced by an unwavering resolve for battle. Ling Chen then turned his gaze to Dan I Ming, his eyes resting upon her pale yet captivating visage, his tone deepening. Preserve your spiritual energy. Follow me. To break the seal. With that, he refrained from looking back at anyone. Gripping the scorching jade slipped tightly as he strode toward the makeshift palace he had built from rubble. The golden light that enveloped him flickered erratically, as if a volcano on the verge of eruption. Behind him lay a profound silence, a tableau of kneeling figures, each bearing a myriad of expressions. Lu Hanyin sank to the ground, tears streaming silently down her face, while Dan Tai Ming, watching Ling Chun's receding figure, bit her lip tightly, a trickle of blood seeping forth. Sherpatian's eyes glinted with both ferocity and reverence. Lu Wujiao clutched the heavenly mechanism, murmuring, the imperial star is in revolt. The blood sea surges, calamity, calamity indeed. Ling Chen's cold command echoed, follow me to break the seal. Silence fell. Lu Hanyan was assisted away by Lu Wujiao and Qian Mingqiu, her eyes reflecting despair as she cast a final, piercing gaze at Ling Chen, leaving him with several deep emotional wounds. Dan Aiming silently wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and turned towards her quiet chamber, her silhouette tall and solitary. Sherpa Tian and Chen Taizan exchanged a glance, recognizing the shared madness in each other's eyes, and each departed to fulfill their orders. In the ruins of Zhangxian Ridge, only the stillness remained, accompanied by the increasingly brilliant crimson-golden light emanating from Ling Chen's fingertips. He stood alone before the makeshift command platform, which, while merely a mound of rubble slightly elevated above the surrounding debris, bore mysterious engravings carved into its surface. Below, a sparse group of 30 or so youths gathered, most of them still in their adolescence, clad in tattered leather armor, their faces still bearing the innocence of youth, tinged with paleness. They wielded not flying swords, but sharpened beast bones and crude talismans imbued with inferior spirit stones, as well as heavy mining picks akin to iron barrels. These were Ling Chen's guard, comprised of any child he could find in Zhangxian Ridge who could draw even a modicum of energy into their bodies or possessed a hint of strength. Your Majesty, a monkey-like boy, trembling with fear, spoke up. General Chun and General Shi picked the strongest brothers. With this few of us, can we truly engage in battle? He was known as Little Stone, the boldest among this motley group. Ling Chen did not meet his gaze, but surveyed the anxious faces below. Among them were descendants of the notorious Huanghushan bandits, orphans brought from the Water Dragon stronghold, and a few stragglers picked up during their flight from Calamity. They knew nothing of the Imperial Blood Reincarnation Mirror. They merely believed that this young celestial emperor might grant them a chance to survive in this desolate place. Loyalty was hardly a sentiment, at the very least. They had not been taken away by Fong Dongguan and his ilk. I taught you the Blood Fiend combined assault formation. How far have you progressed? Ling Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it bore an invisible pressure that rendered the youths breathless, an instinctual ferocity emanating from his imperial bloodline. Why, Your Majesty? Another boy, slightly sturdier, named Iron Bull, struggled to maintain his posture. The formation is operational, but channeling the malevolent energy into our bodies is excruciating. Several brothers nearly fainted. The Blood Fiend combined assault formation was a rudimentary demonic battle array Ling Chen had extracted from the chaotic memories within the fragments of the reincarnation mirror. It utilized the pervasive malevolent energy of Zhangxian Ridge to forcibly infuse it into the bodies of the participants, temporarily unlocking immense potential and unleashing power far beyond their limits. The cost? Minor injuries to the meridians at best, or severe corruption from the malevolent energy leading to decay of the flesh at worst. Yet, this was the only method Ling Chen could conceive to endow these youths with a semblance of threat in such a short time. Pain. A cold smirk graced Ling Chen's lips as the crimson golden light flared dramatically between his fingers. In 3 days, where I will take you will hurt 100 times more. You either master this technique or face the risk of exploding on the battlefield. Or, you may leave now and seek your demise. The youths were momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the fierce imperial aura, their bodies trembling violently, faces paling in unison. Yet, within their eyes flickered a determined ferocity born of desperation. The children of Burial Immortal Ridge lacked nothing but the will to survive. Let us train. Young Shirtu was the first to exclaim, his voice quivering yet resolute. Train. Iron Bull gritted his teeth and echoed the call. Train, train, train. The sporadic shouts carried a palpable sense of hopelessness intertwined with fierce resolve. Ling Chen averted his gaze from them, turning instead towards the intricately carved black stone. This was what Lu Wujiao insisted was the former command platform of the previous dynasty, though it served no purpose whatsoever. Chapter 53. The time has come. However, as Ling Chen summoned the imperial blood, infusing a trace of frenzied golden spiritual energy into the stone, the intricate patterns emitted a dim crimson light, accompanied by a peculiar wave that could stir the surrounding malevolent aura of death. This became a crucial ally in his endeavor to train the Blood Fiend combined formation. He settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and endured the tumultuous agony of the imperial blood raging within him. With great effort, he forced a minuscule essence, imbued with the aura of imperial blood, into the black stone. Buzz. The dark red patterns on the black stone radiated a crimson glow, as if the surrounding malevolent aura was drawn towards it. Wisps of ethereal gray mist began to coalesce, enveloping the young practitioners below. Pained groans erupted immediately. The malevolent energy coursed through their bodies, gnawing at their hearts like a swarm of ants. Ling Chen paid no heed as the fragments of the reincarnation mirror within his consciousness buzzed, greedily consuming the faint soul energy and meager malevolent essence emanating from the boy's anguished struggles, a dim light flickering at the edges of the cracks. He was using them. Their suffering, their struggles, even their latent life potential, were being offered to nourish this shattered mirror, while concurrently suppressing the increasingly violent imperial blood within him. Isn't it cruel? Yet in this hellish world, mere survival is the utmost cruelty. In the distance stood the shadow of a palace wall made of piled stones. Lu Wujiao, clutching his heavenly mechanism, bore a waxen face that appeared even more sinister in the shadows. He gazed intently at the dark red patterns rising from the black stone. Then at the agonized figures of the boys writhing in the mist, a flicker of dread and morbid fervor flashing in his murky old eyes, refining malevolence to temper the body, commanding the imperial might. Yes, the ancient drill of the Xuanqiang Imperial Guard. The emperor is indeed destined by heaven, the blood fiend guard shall rise. The celestial dynasty could flourish, he muttered to himself, his fingers frantically drawing incomprehensible symbols on the tattered pages. Qian Mingjiu squatted nearby, his brow furrowed in worry. Old Lu, stop with your cryptic mumblings. His Majesty has lost his way. The lives of these children cannot be sacrificed. This is against the heavens. You know nothing. Lu Wujiu shot him a glare, lowering his voice, trembling with excitement. A great responsibility is about to descend. If one cannot withstand this meager malevolence, how can they serve as His Majesty's blood fiend guard? How can they sweep through the 8 realms alongside him? Such maternal kindness. Dan Tai Ming stood at the door of the quiet chamber, her cold gaze piercing through the gray mist, resting upon Ling Chen's icy, desolate figure. She could sense that, as the boy's suffering deepened. The malevolent aura emanating from Ling Chen seemed to be briefly neutralized by the chilling energies from the black stone in the reincarnation mirror. Yet, the oppressive atmosphere was tinged with a bloody unease and murderous intent. The pure water spiritual vein in her heart ached slightly, as if resisting something. Instinctively, she pressed down on it. Silently, she turned and closed the stone door, choosing not to see, not to be troubled. Perhaps it was merely a sense of helplessness. 3 days swiftly passed amid the oppressive cries of agony, and at last, the night of the falling stars arrived. Above the grave Immortal Ridge, the once desolate and gray sky transformed into a vivid spectacle as countless chaotic starry lights twisted and collided like uncontrollable serpents within the clouds, unleashing silent ripples of terror. The spiritual energy in the heavens and earth surged violently, while the malevolent aura churned like boiling ink, engulfing the entire Thousand Reefs misty domain in a turmoil reminiscent of an apocalyptic frenzy. The moment had arrived. Sherpatian appeared like a wraith from beneath the command platform. Clad in form-fitting black leather armor, its outer layer coated with concealing mud to mask his faint spiritual energy, his face was taut with determination, and his eyes radiated a fierce lone wolf ferocity. Following him were 7 similarly attired, robust men, all seasoned brothers from the Blackwater stronghold. Their cultivation levels ranging from the 4th to the 6th tier of Qi refinement. They formed the true vanguard for the assault on the Wanbao Tower. Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of deep golden light shimmering within, richer and colder than 3 days prior. The aura emanating from him bore imperial might, intertwined with an inescapable malevolent energy, sending shivers even through a man as fearsome as Sherpatian. He rose, casting his gaze over the assembly below, where a group of 30 bloodthirsty guards stood awkwardly in formation, their faces pale and expressions vacant yet tinged with a fervor eroded by the malevolent aura. Beneath their skin, dark, sinister patterns coursed, remnants of 3 days of inhuman torment that had transformed them, teetering on the brink of death. This was the only bloody leverage he could wield. "Where's General Chun?" Ling Chen rasped, his voice hoarse. "Reporting to your Majesty." A cultivator, a subordinate of Zhao Heihu, crawled forth from behind, his voice trembling with fear. The direction of the bone erosion mine. A fight has broken out. The heavens are splitting apart. The Black Sha sect has summoned the 100 Ghosts banner. The Qinlan sect's celestial observation beacon has also cast its beam. The fluctuations in spiritual energy are akin to a tsunami. The Qi Luo Valley has surely been stirred as well. Good. It's in disarray. Ling Chen's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. Sherpatian, at your service. Lead the way. Target, draw the malevolent energy. Understood. Ling Chen turned to glance at the ruins of grave Immortal Ridge, where his mother resided. Then, he pivoted, channeling the imperial bloodline. A surge of ferocity propelled everyone forward. Bloodthirsty guards, follow me. The battle. The 30 youths, nearly rendered catatonic by the oppressive malevolence, were roused by the imperial blood's ominous power, awakening as if puppets summoned to life, releasing incoherent guttural sounds. Yes. Their figures flickered as if thrown into the boiling malevolent energy and chaotic starlight, charging toward the direction of Qi Luo Valley with reckless abandon. Behind them, only Lu Wujiao trembled with excitement in the shadows, and Qian Mengjiu sighed in despair. Chapter 46. The ensnaring web of malevolence on the night of the falling stars. The chaotic brilliance of the heavens resembled a multitude of frenzied serpents writhing above the Qingluo Valley, biting and thrashing about. The violent currents of spiritual energy collided with the valley's rudimentary defensive formations, eliciting pained groans of unbearable strain. In the backyard of the Wanbao Tower, the entrance to the abandoned bone-eroding mine gaped like the maw of a ferocious beast, exuding a thick, viscous aura of malevolence from the earth's core. Lingchen emerged from the seething shadows, his figure illuminated by flickering golden patterns beneath his skin. The searing heat of imperial blood clashed violently with the chilling malevolence that surged forth, causing an eerie blood mist to rise around him. Behind him, 30 blood-scarred guards materialized like specters, their frenzied madness heightened by the surrounding malevolence. The dark veins beneath their skin writhed as if alive. Shirpatian and 7 members of the Blade Squad followed closely, holding their breath in a poised readiness akin to coiled serpents. "This is it," Shirpatian whispered, pointing towards a moss-covered fissure partially concealed by a massive boulder deep within the mine. "This is the entrance to the Path of Malevolence, the area with the densest malevolent energy." A blind spot in the monitoring formation. His eyes sparkled with a mix of joy and tension. Without further ado, Ling Chen's consciousness swept roughly over the jade slip engraved by Shirpatian. The shattered fragments of the reincarnation mirror buzzed within his mind, forcefully illuminating the intricate and twisted routes inside the Path of Malevolence. "Move." His voice, hoarse yet filled with the ferocity of imperial blood, surged forth as he was the first to plunge into the oppressive haze of malevolence. The cold, tainted aura, suffused with boundless despair and resentment, engulfed him in an instant. His protective spiritual light was frantically eroded, attempting to invade his very pores and corrupt his soul. Yet, the blood-scarred guards seemed to revel in the malevolence, sighing in a suppressed yet pleasurable manner as the dark energy eagerly infiltrated their bodies, causing their power to swell and their madness to intensify. Dan Taiming furrowed her brow as a thin layer of purifying spiritual light enveloped her, shielding her from the surrounding malevolence. However, the light within her was also being eroded. Emitting a crackling sound, she trailed closely behind Ling Chun, her cold gaze vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The Path of Malevolence was narrow and winding, littered with jagged stones. The air thick with a viscous mire, punctuated only by the sound of slicing winds. Shirpatian led the way, while the Blade Squad spread out to maintain vigilance. Suddenly, soft yet discernible sounds of something slicing through the air echoed. "Be careful," Shirpatian bellowed, launching a poisoned dagger from his hand, which transformed into a streak of green light. The sounds of clashing metal rang out as several slender, blue-glowing poison needles were deflected. "Watch out!" Almost simultaneously, twisted shadows resembling geckos descended from the rugged stone walls on either side, wielding poisoned short blades aimed directly at the heart of their formation, Ling Chun and Dan Taiming. They were the hidden sentinels of the Feng family, death warriors at the late stage of Qi refinement. With a roar, the 30 blood-scarred guards needed no command. The ferocity of imperial blood and malevolence ignited their primal instincts, unleashing heart-wrenching, beastly cries. There was no strategy, no coordination. Only the simplest and most primal form of madness and ferocity, fully awakened by the malevolent energy. They charged recklessly towards the group of shadowy figures, using their bodies as shields against blades, piercing with bones, and biting with ferocity. A sharp sound echoed as a bloodthirsty guard was struck in the chest by a dagger, desperately seizing the assailant's wrist. The potent venom coursing through him began to seep into the attacker, even as he gaped wide, sinking his teeth into the man's neck, unleashing a torrent of blood and malevolent energy. Another guard was pierced by several cursed spears, the inferior spirit stones within them detonating at that moment, leaving the individual drenched in blood and disfigured. The scene transformed into a grotesque and chaotic tableau, filled with the stench of blood and the agonizing cries of the dying. A death wish. In Shirpotion's eyes, a fierce light erupted as he led his team like a tiger among sheep, their blades flashing with deadly precision, mercilessly reaping the lives of those ensnared by the bloodthirsty guards. Lingchen remained rooted in place, enveloped in swirling blood mist, the imperial blood within him growing increasingly violent under the influence of the malevolent energy, the crimson golden patterns almost bursting forth. He struggled to suppress it, as shards of the reincarnation mirror voraciously absorbed the dissipating soul power and malevolence around him, the cracks glimmering with an eerie light. Dan Tai Ming's complexion turned pale as she fought against her discomfort, a stream of pure, cleansing water spirit energy silently coursing toward Ling Chen's back, aiming to help him subdue the tumultuous imperial blood. Just as her energy brushed against Ling Chen's body, buzz. The shards of the reincarnation mirror in Ling Chen's sea of consciousness trembled violently. A torrent of ferocious intent, infused with imperial blood's brutality, the taint of malevolence. And the resentful thoughts of the deceased surged like a flood along the path of her pure water energy, crashing into Dan Tai Ming's being. Ugh! Dan Tai Ming gasped as if struck by a heavy blow, her delicate form shuddering violently. She felt a chilling, savage, and predatory intent forcefully intruding into her sea of consciousness, violently assaulting her pure water meridians. The soothing and pristine spirit energy within her meridians was suddenly tainted with a hue of crimson gold and a streak of ashen black. Most shockingly, this intent bore the anguish of Ling Chen, scorched by the imperial blood, the madness of desperation, and a raw, possessive desire for her pure water meridians, as if it sought to consume and merge with her entire being. You. Dan Tai Ming's gaze shot up. Her clear eyes filled with incredulous fury and a trace of offended shame as she looked at Ling Chen, mistakenly believing he had instigated the backlash of the imperial blood. Ling Chen also sensed the overwhelming intent surging back towards him, shaking him to his core, and he could not help but turn his head, meeting Dan Tai Ming's eyes, which were filled with a mix of rage and hatred, their gazes locking in mutual understanding. It was not the previous vigilance or scrutiny, but rather misunderstanding, violation, and cold fury. It was not me, Ling Chen attempted to explain, but the imperial blood within him reacted violently to the malevolence and the reincarnation mirror's backlash. Erupting explosively, crimson golden light radiated from his body, pushing back the surrounding malevolence by several feet. Ah, he cried out in pain, kneeling on one knee, unable to contain it any longer. Miss. Shaman screamed in terror. Your Majesty. Chapter 47. The thunderous roar as Sherpat Ian struck down the final assassin. He was taken aback by the unfolding scene. The chaos reached an apex. A thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the sinister passage ahead. The heavy, forbidden iron door of the vault, untouched by human hands, began to creak open, revealing a narrow gap through which an extraordinarily pure and chilling spiritual energy surged forth. This aura swiftly dissipated the surrounding malevolence, and from within the depths of the vault, one could faintly discern a mountain of spiritual stones emitting a soft glow. Further inside, a haunting, icy blue light flickered, resonating deeply within the soul. Was it the essence of the Xian Yin cold marrow, the nine nether water? The glimmer of hope manifested within the reincarnation mirror. Yet, alongside this pure chill, a sinister voice emerged, mingling with the frigid energy. TSK, TSK, TSK. The scent of imperial blood, the essence of the pure water spiritual vein, in this familiar wave of the reincarnation mirror. Ah, my young friend Ling Chen. In the maiden of the Dan I family, I am Feng Lu, and I have awaited your arrival. What lay beyond the grand door was not the treasure one might have envisioned, but an empty expanse adorned with intricate, ice-blue runes. In the center hovered a deep blue crystal the size of a human head, emanating a terrifying coldness. This was the Xian Yin cold marrow. Beneath it swirled a mass of countless tiny ice needles, forming a bizarre formation that enveloped the entire floor of the vault. The pure chill radiating from this formation was a trap set specifically for the imperial blood in the reincarnation mirror. At the heart of this sinister configuration lay a clear imprint, identical to the fragment of the reincarnation mirror etched in Ling Chen's memory. A trap, a deadly ambush designed exclusively for imperial blood and the reincarnation mirror. Feng Lu's corpulent figure was absent from the doorway. His voice, like a venomous serpent, coiled through the minds of all present. You Navi children of imperial blood, you have fallen for the bait. This Xian Yin guiding malevolent spirit formation is a welcome gift from the Qinglan sect, specially prepared for your imperial blood and that fractured mirror. Do you fancy it? Aha. Within the underground vault of the Wanbao building, the cold air clashed violently with the malevolent energy, producing a hissing sound. The Xian Yin guiding malevolent spirit formation. The ice-blue runes danced upon the ground, and the vast imprint of the reincarnation mirror, formed by countless minute ice needles, began to rotate slowly, imbued with a sense of confinement and chaos. The suspended Xian Yin cold marrow was no longer a beacon of hope, but a deadly lure. Do you like it, young friend Ling Chen? Feng Lu's sinister consciousness echoed in the minds of the crowd, like a maggot burrowing into bone. This formation specifically targets your restless imperial blood and that broken mirror. Allow your imperial blood to stir, the more agitated it becomes. the more the formation will revel in its feast. Once your imperial blood is drained, its essence will naturally belong to the Qinglan sect. Ha ha ha. Ling Chen knelt beside the chilling formation, his entire being radiating with a blazing golden light. The imperial blood coursing beneath his skin surged like a series of searing iron brands, violently clashing within his veins. Yet it was firmly restrained by the bizarre suction emanating from the ice needles. Each desperate struggle seemed to extract an inherent power, mercilessly drawn away. With a pain that surged like a relentless tide towards his soul. Within the fragments of his consciousness, the cyclical mirror vibrated violently, light flickering amidst the cracks. As it desperately resisted the pull of the formation, yet was ensnared by the chilling blue mark, resulting in a tortured cry. Ling Chen howled in agony. Ugh. The violent backlash of the imperial blood combined with the formation's siphoning nearly drove him to madness. Your Majesty! Sherposhin's eyes widened like those of a startled bull, roaring. I will dismantle this cursed array. Dark energy swirled around him as he brandished a demonic blade, ablaze with sanguine flames, the Bloodfire Demon Blade. A hidden treasure of the Blackwater stronghold, radiating a fierce intent of mutual destruction as it cleaved towards the icy needle mark on the ground. Boom. The blade's light struck the ice-blue runes, exploding in a dazzling brilliance. However, the formation remained unyielding. Instead, the frigid air rebounded with greater intensity. Sherpatian grunted, blood trickling from his mouth, as a layer of frost instantly formed on his arm gripping the blade. Futile, you fool. Feng Lu's voice dripped with mockery. This array connects to the Earth's veins, harnessing the power of the profound in-cold marrow. Can you truly break it? Just watch your immortal emperor turn into a mere husk. Beside them, Dan Tai Ming's face turned as pale as parchment. The previous surge of violent intent, imperial blood murderous or a mirror backlash, still lingered in her consciousness. The spiritual energy from her pure water vein tainted with an indescribable shade of golden gray, causing her to feel an obstruction in her flow and pain seeping into her heart. What chilled Dan Tai Ming most was the sensation of Ling Chen's voluntary intrusion. Yet now, witnessing Ling Chen's agonizing struggle within the formation, the flickering radiance of his imperial blood seemed on the verge of vanishing, a flicker of clarity in her heart overshadowed by waves of anger and shame. If Ling Chen's imperial blood were completely drained, he would perish. Should he die, the blood oath would retaliate. She would surely follow. Moreover, in this dire predicament, she believed he was the only one capable of breaking this array. Miss, please save His Majesty. Xiao Man cried out, her voice laced with desperation. Dan Tai Ming's gaze sharpened, suppressing the intense pain coursing through her spiritual vein and the tumult in her heart. With her hands forming intricate seals, she commanded, clear water. Purified dust. A stream of water-blue spiritual light, more refined yet tinged with an unusual hue, surged forth towards the ice-blue array enveloping Ling Chen. She aimed to disrupt the array's operation, even if only for a fleeting moment. However, as her pure water spiritual energy barely grazed the edge of the formation, buzz, the entire profound guiding evil array suddenly illuminated. The ice needle-formed cyclical mirror mark began to spin rapidly. A surge of chaotic suction, tenfold stronger than before, erupted instantaneously. Specifically designed to counter water-based spiritual energies. PFF. Dan Tai Ming felt as though struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the water-blue spiritual light not only failed to affect the array but was swiftly devoured by it, she could only feel as if the pure water spiritual vein within her was being fiercely grasped by some unseen force, her pure water spiritual energy seemingly being forcibly extracted. Uncontrollably surging towards that icy needle reincarnation mirror imprint, greedily absorbing it. Haha. Fool. Chapter 48. The Pure Water Spirit Vein. Feng Lu laughed heartily. The Pure Water Spirit Vein? A splendid treasure indeed. It is precisely what arrays covet, the pristine essence of water. I am grateful to the young lady Dan Tai for presenting this delectable appetizer. After draining the imperial blood, you shall be next, Miss Dan Tai. Sherpatian was consumed by uncontrollable rage. Miss. Xiao Man rushed forward to support the swaying Dan Tai Ming. Ling Chen, amidst excruciating pain, witnessed the scene, his eyes wide with fury. The blue radiance of the array engulfing Dan Tai Ming's spiritual energy ignited a ferocious blaze in his heart, propelling his rage and imperial blood to unprecedented levels. Feng Lu. A beastly roar erupted from his throat, as the crimson light of imperial blood exploded forth, momentarily counteracting the array's pull. He struggled to rise, charging towards Dan Tai Ming's direction. Instantly, the array's suction intensified. Myriad icy iron chains yanked him back with relentless force, forcibly extracting more of the imperial blood essence. The fragments of the reincarnation mirror cried out in despair, its cracks widening ominously. The storeroom was rife with hopelessness, the bloodthirsty guards, besieged by the dual onslaught of frenzied malevolence and chill from the array, had long succumbed to madness, flailing like headless flies at the storeroom's edge. Their bodies pierced and frozen by the scattered icy needles, resulting in countless casualties. Sherpatian and the elite team fought desperately against the edges of the array and the storeroom walls, seeking any semblance of a gap. Yet, all they achieved were shallow marks and rebound injuries, utterly futile. Dantai Meng's spiritual energy spiraled out of control, her complexion ashen. The brilliance of the pure water spirit vein dimming considerably. Lingchen, at the heart of the array, struggled in agony, the light of his imperial blood flickering like a candle in the wind. At that very moment, boom! The heavy iron door of the storeroom was suddenly shattered open by an unknown assailant from outside. A dazzling azure sword light, imbued with an aura of grandeur, cascaded into the room, instantly dispelling a portion of the oppressive chill. Amidst the radiance, 3 figures stood poised upon their swords at the entrance. The foremost figure donned the garb of a core disciple of the Qinglan sect, exuding an air of icy detachment, with keen hawk-like eyes and an aura of immense strength indeed. He had reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, a token hanging at his waist, emblazoned with the words Patrol. The 2 figures behind him, similarly clad in azure robes and wielding swords, exuded mid-stage Foundation establishment auras. These 3 were none other than the Patrol envoys of the Qinglan sect. They had finally arrived. With a cold gaze, the patrol envoy surveyed the chaotic bloodshed within the storeroom, the agonized struggles of Lingchen, the uncontrolled spiritual energy of Danai Meng, the sin of imperial blood, and the traces left by the icy needles of the reincarnation mirror. A chilling smile, akin to that of a predator regarding its prey, curled at the corner of his mouth. Feng Lu, you have done well. His voice was not loud, yet the nascent pressure of a nascent golden core resonated clearly in every ear. The imperial blood abomination and the pure water spirit vein are ensnared. Credit is due. Feng Lu's sycophantic voice echoed soon after, brimming with delight as he proclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed envoy. It is entirely due to your extraordinary array that I could contribute my modest efforts." The patrol envoy paid no heed to Feng Lu's flattery, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the center of the formation where Lingchen stood. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. A jade-green blade adorned with swirling runes, hovering ominously within his grasp, its tip aimed directly at Ling Chen's brow. A suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire storeroom in an instant. The remnants of Xuanqiang, the imperial bloodline, the shattered fragments of the reincarnation mirror. Today, they shall return to my grasp. Behind him, the mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples greedily eyed the faintly breathing Dantai Meng, licking their lips. "Brother, could you perhaps spare that girl from the pure water spiritual vein for me? It would be a pity to discard such a precious cauldron." The patrol envoy's expression was as cold as ancient ice, his voice ringing clear. "All disciples, heed my command. Break the formation. Break the formation. Those who capture the imperial bloodline shall be rewarded with 3 Foundation establishment pills and admitted to the inner sect. Capture the one with the pure water spiritual vein, and they shall ascend to the position of inner sect steward. Kill." Chapter 48. The imperial blood burns the heavens. The atmosphere in the storeroom of the Wanao building was suffocating, filled with malevolent energy. The patrol envoy's bounty rang out like thunder. Break the formation, capture the imperial bloodline, and receive 3 Foundation establishment pills, gaining entry to the inner sect. Capture the one with the pure water spiritual vein, and be admitted as an inner sect steward. Kill. The moment the word kill escaped his lips, the eyes of the 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment disciples gleamed with avarice, their swords transforming into 2 piercing azure rainbows. One aimed directly at the ensnared Lingchen, whose imperial blood gleamed erratically, while the other spiraled toward the perilously wavering Dantai Meng. The speed was blinding, accompanied by a piercing wail. "Protect His Majesty." Sherpotian's eyes blazed with fury, as if they might burst from their sockets, emitting a beast-like howl. "Break the heavens." The blood-red flames erupted from the blood-burning demon blade in his hand, sweeping toward the azure rainbow aimed at Lingchen. It was a reckless gambit for survival. Clang. The resounding crash reverberated like the clash of metal, ringing painfully in his ears as Sherpatian collided with the frigid wall of the storeroom, spewing forth a torrent of blood. The blue rainbow sword merely faltered for a moment before piercing through Ling Chen's brow with chilling intent. It was over. A chill coursed through Sherpotian's heart. Meanwhile, Xiaoman screamed as she lunged toward Dantai Meng, attempting to shield her with her own body. But how could a Foundation establishment cultivator's sword be deflected by someone as frail as Xiao Man? Just as the azure rainbow was about to pierce Dan Tai Ming, a moment of desperation ensued. Buzz. The azure conch jade pendant hanging at Dan Tai Ming's waist suddenly illuminated, and a faint aquamarine barrier manifested around her and Xiao Man. Ding! The azure rainbow sword struck the barrier, sending ripples radiating outwards, yet it could not penetrate the protective shield. This was a life-saving talisman bestowed by the ancestor of the Dan Tai family. However, it could only withstand one strike before shattering with a crack. Ah, the azure conch. Dan Tai family's water rhythm celestial net. How intriguing. The disciple attacking Dan Tai Ming revealed a hint of surprise, followed by a cold smirk. Let us see how many swords your little sect can withstand. The sword whirled once more. Within the formation, Ling Chen stared at the deadly azure rainbow hurtling toward his brow, the shadow of death never seeming so vivid as at this moment. The excruciating agony of the imperial blood being relentlessly siphoned, the lamentations of the shattered fragments of the reincarnation mirror, the astonishment and fury of Dan Tai Ming as she was ambushed, and the gruesome sight of Shipo Tian drenched in blood. All thoughts erupted within him like a volcano, a cacophony of tumultuous emotions. A roar, an inhuman sound, emanated from the depths of Ling Chen's throat. The last flicker of clarity in his eyes was utterly engulfed by a frenzied crimson gold. Within the sea of consciousness, the cracked fragments of the reincarnation mirror sensed their host's confrontation with the brink of death and the tidal wave of fury that surged forth, unleashing an unprecedented dark radiance. Those chaotic, destructive images cascaded down upon Ling Chen's spirit like a torrential flood. An ancient imperial might, the silence of reincarnation, and the ferocious thoughts of boundless annihilation instantly enveloped Ling Chen's form. With a hiss, the azure rainbow flying sword, mere inches from his skin, was seized by a hand entwined in crimson gold and dark flames. It was Ling Chen's hand. His skin split apart, revealing a molten glow of crimson gold beneath, intertwined with flowing dark patterns. What? The disciple controlling the flying sword paled, sensing that it was as if the sword had been welded to the primordial divine mountain, utterly immovable. Furthermore, the searing heat that incinerated all things and the chilling essence of eternal silence surged back through the sword, biting him fiercely. Uffed. His mind jolted, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Imperial blood incinerating the heavens. Reincarnation's backlash. Impossible. Chapter 49. The pupil of the patrolling envoy at the door abruptly constricted, his previously icy composure replaced by an unprecedented shock. This aura far surpassed the intelligence received. In the formation, Ling Chen raised his head. One eye blazed with a burning golden flame capable of incinerating the universe, while the other exuded a dark, deathly stillness that devoured the cycle of life and death. His left eye embodied the Emperor, scorching both heaven and sea. His right eye served as a mirror, extinguishing the cycle of existence. Surrounding him, flames of intertwining golden and dark hues blazed fiercely, forcefully repelling the terrifying suction of the Xian in reverse spirit formation. The reincarnation mirror mark, formed by ice needles, crackled as if unable to bear the weight. Ants, how dare you covet the Emperor's blood? A hoarse, overlapping voice, reminiscent of the depths of the abyss and ancient times, emerged from Ling Chen's lips, each word resonating with a soul-shaking authority. Gripping the Qinghong flying sword tightly, he exerted a sudden force, and with a crisp crack, the life-bound sword cultivated for many years by a foundational-level cultivator was shattered in his grasp. Ah! The owner of the flying sword let out a wretched cry as his treasured artifact was destroyed, his spirit damaged, causing him to plummet from the sword. Retreat quickly. Another disciple attacking Dan Tai Ming was so terrified that his soul nearly fled his body. He paid no heed to capturing the cauldron and desperately maneuvered his flying sword to retreat. Yet it was too late. Die, Ling Chen, or rather, the terrifying while occupying his body activated the ethereal light in his right eye, and the air surrounding the foundational disciple seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. It twisted. It collapsed. No. The only sound he managed to utter was a piercing scream, as both he and his flying sword were mercilessly shredded into a grotesque mass of flesh by the contorted space, with no chance to escape as a spirit. An instant kill of a mid-foundation disciple. The entire storeroom fell into a deathly silence. The rolling malevolence and chill felt as though they had frozen in place. Sherpatian was so pained that he momentarily lost his senses, mouth agape in shock. Xiao Man forgot to cry, standing like a wooden chicken. Dan Tai Ming gazed at the figure resembling a descending demon, sensing the aura of annihilation. Her cold eyes brimmed with utter astonishment and a hint of fear. Feng Lu's mental transmission vanished entirely, likely due to overwhelming terror. The patrolling envoy's face was more ghastly than a ghost, as if dripping with water. No trace of mockery remained, only an unprecedented tranquility, mingled with a touch of greed. Are you forcibly awakening the remnants of the Emperor's blood, Lingchen? Are you drawing upon the power of extinction from the reincarnation mirror? You are playing with fire, your body cannot withstand this. The voice of the patrolling envoy carried a tinge of wariness, growing even more chilling. This power must be obtained at all costs. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the azure flying sword suspended in midair radiated a brilliant light. The runes upon the sword glowed, far surpassing its previous terrifying aura. Locking onto Lingchen within the formation, Qing Lan True Method, 10,000 Rin Dividing Light. The flying sword trembled and instantly transformed into countless tangible azure sword energies. Like a torrential rain, sharp enough to cleave through anything, it enveloped the entire storeroom. An indiscriminate assault, not merely directed at Lingchen, but at all living beings. He intends to force this forcibly seized power to spiral out of control. In the ruins of Zhongxian Ridge, Lu Hanyin clutched a handful of ghost crygrass, the only toxic herb with a hint of spirituality within the ridge. She listened to the incessant, thunderous explosions echoing around her. Was it the self-detonation of the 100 ghost banner from the Blackshaw sect, or the eruption of the Qinglan sect's sword array? Her complexion was ashen, a sight to behold. Chinner. My chinner, she murmured, her nails digging deeply into her palm, blood flowing freely. Yet she remained oblivious. Qian Mingjiu sighed beside her, while Lu Wujiao trembled, clutching the Tianji Yin tightly, as a sea of blood surged, and the imperial star lay shrouded in dust. Madame Lu. Qian Mingjiu gazed towards the direction of the bone-eroding mine, where streams of spiritual light surged upwards amidst distant wails, his voice quivering. General Chen sighed. The chaos is too fierce. The Qinglan sect and Blackshaw sect have gone mad, and His Majesty. Silence. Lu Hanyin suddenly turned, her eyes fierce like a mother beast protecting her young. My son will be safe. He bears the imperial blood, destined by heaven. He shall certainly return with the spirit stones. It was as if she were reassuring Qian Mingjiu, while simultaneously convincing herself. In the depths of Qingluo Valley, beneath the Wanbao building, countless streams of azure sword energy tore through the air. The rain of death had already descended, and within the array, Lingchen, possessed by the will of fear, surveyed the ascending sword energies with his crimson gold pupils, devoid of emotion. He slowly raised his dark, cracked hand, ablaze with an unusual flame, towards the oncoming sword energy. With a solemn expression, the patrolling envoy spread his fingers wide, and then clenched them fiercely. Reincarnation. Annihilation. In the ruins of Zhongxian Ridge, the deathly silence was shattered. The terrifying roars from the direction of the bone-eroding mine finally ceased, leaving only the mournful whispers of spiritual power washing over the remnants of shattered walls. Soon after, mingled with agonized groans and heavy breaths, human voices emerged from the entrance of the ruins. They have returned. His Majesty and the others have returned. Qian Mingjiu tumbled down from the lookout pile of stones, his beard shaking wildly, his voice triumphant. They have returned. Lu Wujiao, clutching his Tianji Yin, paused for a moment, then erupted with a morbid ecstasy. The imperial star has fallen. Bloodlight brings auspiciousness. My divination was not wrong. Destiny. Destiny. He waved his hands vigorously, nearly tossing that tattered book aside. The ghost crygrass Lu Hanyin had just picked fell to the ground with a thud, shooting towards the entrance like an arrow. Even knocking aside Qian Mingjiu, who attempted to stop her, her eyes were solely fixed on her son. At the entrance of the ruins, figures emerged. Yet this was not a triumphant army. The first to step inside was Shipo Tian. He was charred halfway, his leather armor tattered, wielding the broken blood demon blade in one hand, while the other dragged a heavy, cold, iron box emanating an icy aura. Inside the box lay the Xianin cold marrow. Following him were 7 individuals, each injured and weary, supporting one another as they entered, their eyes reflecting the numbness of surviving a calamity, accompanied by a deeper ferocity. Afterward, Lingchen was carried by 2 youthful blood guards. He appeared to be on the brink of death, his eyelids tightly shut, his complexion resembling that of yellowed gold leaf. His skin was intermittently adorned with crimson golden patterns, while at times it was shrouded in a hue akin to shadows of death. The chaotic aura surrounding him was tumultuous and volatile, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. Chapter 51. Strength. The imperial blood surged violently within Ling Chen's limbs and bones, akin to a searing iron branding its way through his meridians. inflicting unbearable agony that made him see stars and grind his teeth. Sweat and grime carved chaotic rivulets across the face of the still immature youth. Deep within the cave, a cool light enveloped a corner where Dan Tai Meng sat cross-legged. Her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes cast gentle shadows on her face as her hands formed a complex seal. With faint traces of nearly invisible blue water vapor swirling around her fingertips, gradually infusing into Ling Chen's body. Each infusion felt like a drop of ice water plunging into a bubbling cauldron of oil, provoking increasingly violent convulsions in Ling Chen's body, accompanied by muffled groans. Lu Hanyan gripped her son's icy hand tightly, her nails nearly piercing his flesh, her lips pressed together until pale. Her eyes filled with a pain akin to being sliced by a blade. The vapor was the lifeblood that Dan Tai Meng had painstakingly extracted from her own pristine water veins, the last straw to sustain Ling Chun's fragile existence. Hold on. Chen'er, hold on. Lu Hanyan's voice trembled with intensity. How long had it taken to quell the seething heat that threatened to consume Ling Chun inside and out? Finally being forcefully retracted back into his dantian like a trickle of water, Ling Chun lay on the cold ground, gasping for air like a fish out of water, each breath wrenching painfully at his lungs. The cave was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by his heavy breathing and the repressed, delicate sobs of Xiaoman. The stillness shattered with Lu Wuzhou's frenzied howl. It's done. The heavens have bestowed their blessings. The imperial blood returns to its rightful place. The hidden dragon descends into the abyss. Lu Wuzhou emerged from nowhere, his gaunt face glowing with an unnatural flush. As he brandished his greasy robe and lunged towards Ling Chen like a ravenous wolf, babbling with excitement, Fate. This is fate. With the Emperor and Empress restored, the imperial blood secured, the Xiankong imperial court will rise again soon. Your Majesty, time waits for no one, he exclaimed, abruptly twisting his neck. His dazed eyes fixating on the pale, nearly breathless Dan Tai Meng, his voice rising in a feverish pitch. The Empress has truly labored immensely. But the current imperial enterprise is fraught with difficulties, and we are in urgent need of resources. Last night, I observed the stars and deduced that purple energy is gathering in the southeast, not 100 miles from this dilapidated cave, at the Shao family estate. They possess a small, low-grade spirit stone mine, their storerooms brimming with materials for refining formations and talismans, as well as well-trained low-tier celestial beasts. He gesticulated wildly, nearly showering Ling Chen with saliva. Your Majesty, we must seize it. If we acquire it, we will have enough to sustain us for 10 years. Enough to form a proper team, true celestial soldiers. This opportunity cannot be missed. Seize? Chen Taizhan, leaning against the stone wall and wiping his mountain knife with a ragged cloth, suddenly looked up, a fierce glint igniting in his round eyes. His voice grating like iron scraping against iron. Have you lost your mind, Lu? Just as he caught his breath, a desire to lash out surged within him. Are those clad in azure skins from the Qinglong Sekmir specters? He abruptly rose, his towering frame blocking the narrow beam of light filtering through the cave entrance, casting a shadow over the frenzied Lu Wuzhou. I just ventured outside for a moment, and around the vast 10,000 great mountains, those Qinglong sword cultivators swarmed like locusts. A procession after procession, their search party resembling a festive celebration. Their keen senses are formidable, and with our meager numbers and scant possessions, holed up in this dilapidated cave, we hardly exude any majesty, yet you insist on making a show of yourself. The mountain cleaver he wielded struck the ground with a resounding thud, echoing ominously. I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to train the men, to practice the formations that can be combined with the newly gathered refugee soldiers. There isn't even a decent defensive array foundation around this wretched cave. We must act swiftly, inscribing talismans, digging traps, laying ambushes. When those dogged Qinglong cultivators truly arrive, I must ensure they never return. General Chen's remarks are misguided. Lu Wuzhou retorted defiantly, his bony fingers nearly poking Chen Taizhan's nose. Defend? What shall we defend with? This battered blade of yours relies solely on the Empress to deplete her spiritual veins to extend the Emperor's life? Lacking spirit stones, lacking resources, lacking a continuous supply, we are akin to turtles in a jar, awaiting our demise. To raid the Shao family is a desperate gamble for survival. It is a means to prolong the Emperor's life. Prolong your mother's leg. That is courting death. Such reckless bravery. Such short-sightedness. The cave erupted into chaos. Chen Taizhan's furious bellow met with Lu Wuzhou's sharp retort, while Zhao Heihu muttered to himself in the corner. The newly arrived refugee soldiers wore grim expressions, panic-stricken. their eyes wide with fear, heavy breaths mingling, creating a cacophony akin to swarms of flies colliding with Ling Chun's recently calmed mind. The imperial blood he suppressed seemed to be stirred by this clamor, his temples pulsing, darkness clouding his vision. Annoyed, he lifted his hand, intending to cover his ears, yet found himself too weary to muster the strength. Enough. A clear command, though not loud, pierced through the heated tumult like an ice pick. It was Dantai Ming, who was unaware of when she had opened her eyes. Her gaze, as cold as autumn waters, swept over the flushed Chen Taizan and Lu Wujiao, finally resting on the injured Ling Chun, her complexion as pale as ever, yet imbued with a palpable fragility after the depletion of her spiritual energy, yet possessing an undeniable penetrating force. What is the use of quarreling? If we win the argument, will the Qinglong sword cultivators simply depart? Will the spirit stones from the Shao family fly to us of their own accord? She sighed softly, her eyes fixed on Ling Chun, laden with an enigmatic gaze. Your life is your own. The path is yours to choose. To languish in survival or to seize a chance, your majesty. It is but a single word. All eyes instantaneously converged upon Ling Chen, brimming with anticipation, fervor, anxiety, fear, and scheming emotions that weighed heavily upon him. Ling Chen gently closed his eyes as the shattered reflections of the cycle mirror silently revolved in his mind. In that ephemeral realm, beyond the cave, far off in the horizon, several streaks of azure sword light, resembling a merciless comb, repeatedly swept across the vast expanse of mountains, heading towards their concealed refuge. A chilling tremor emanated from the depths of the imperial blood, heralding the impending crisis. He abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of youthful trepidation. Yet he staunchly suppressed it. He was oblivious to when the chilling resolve of the emperor surfaced within him.